Chapter 1683. Refuse? The examiner immediately frowned, his eyes flashed with cold light, his voice also became much tougher. Young lady, you need to think this through. You are young, don't be too rash, you need to know that an arm cannot win against a leg, not to mention that you are not even an arm. Of course I know I have no one to rely on, I am just a small fry, that is why you are targeting me, isn't that so? Xia Lin looked at the examiner, her tone was filled with mockery, bitterness and helplessness. But don't worry, I will not retort or complain to you. I will accept your slander, treat it as me repaying Sister Su Yi's kindness. I don't want any compensation. From now on, we're even, and we're just like strangers. The invigilator revealed a strange expression as he stared at Xia Lin. In the dimly lit room, Xia Lin's eyes were unexpectedly bright. This pair of bright eyes directly reflected in the examiner's heart, making him feel a weakness that he could not face directly. The examiner quickly shifted his gaze. Leave, I hope you can do as you say. I will. Xia Lin stood up. When she left, her expression was calm and unruffled. Several days later. Lady Xia Lin, it is not that our inn does not want to do business with you. It is just that the public opinion is too intense. Many people are saying that if we continue to keep you here, they will. The inn owner said with a bitter expression. Xia Lin stopped him from pouring out his grievances. I understand the situation, I will leave. Thank you so much, Lady Xia Lin, you are a good person. The inn owner was moved to tears. Xia Lin packed her luggage and quickly left the room, walking down the stairs. Look, it's her. This woman is greedy for riches, she secretly sold out her master for glory. Such an existence is simply tarnishing the sea god ceremony, tarnishing our sacred city. The Gu masters in the hall saw Xia Lin and pointed at her, discussing. Xia Lin heard all these words, but she walked out of the inn with a calm expression. She came to the wide street, the bustling crowd was moving along the street. Today is the second last test of the sea god ceremony. I am really looking forward to it, today will be very exciting. Do you know? The reason why Su Yi is at a disadvantage is because she has an insider by her side. Who doesn't know? As for Xia Lin. As the saying goes, it's hard to guard against a thief in the house. Most people did not recognize Xia Lin, their attention was on the sea god ceremony as they rushed towards the central plaza. Even if someone recognized Xia Lin, they would not dare to confirm it. There was a sea of people in Sacred City, it was very normal to have one or two people with similar appearances. The atmosphere was very lively. People rubbed shoulders with each other and were overjoyed. Xia Lin merged into the crowd, her expression was calm, forming a stark contrast with her surroundings. The cheerful atmosphere that she had felt before was now like a thick layer of fog that had accumulated in her nostrils, making it difficult for her to breathe. She could no longer obtain happiness and satisfy her curiosity from this holy city. Perhaps I will never come here again in this lifetime. Xia Lin raised her head and looked at the tall buildings around her. These houses seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The entire sacred city was about to come crashing down on her. Xia Lin felt even more annoyed, she took a few quick steps and left the surging crowd, walking into a dark alley. There was a stench here, the lighting was dim and there were piles of trash in the corner. But Xia Lin felt that her breathing was much smoother, it was as if a mountain had been lifted from her heart. Walking in the dark alley with no one around, Xia Lin's slightly raised head drooped down. How did it come to this? She asked herself but she could not get an answer. Her eyes turned red and soon became teary. She was still a young girl, her previous determination was more of a disguise. Little girl, slow down. Suddenly, from a corner of the alley, 3 mermen ran out. Xia Lin was stunned before becoming vigilant. These 3 mermen had a roguish aura and an evil gaze, they were clearly up to no good. Most importantly, each of them had the aura of a rank 2 Gu master. Xia Lin was only a rank 2 Gu master. What do you want? Xia Lin retreated. What do we want? Ha, ha, ha. The three mermaids looked at each other and laughed evilly in unison. Little girl, it is fate that brought us together, why are you in such a hurry to leave? You can't leave now even if you want to. At this time, two more rank 2 Merman-gu masters came out from behind Xia Lin. Xia Lin's heart sank, not only were there 5 against 1, her path was blocked. Even though this place was not far from the main street, the enemies were all gu masters and this was clearly an ambush, they definitely had methods to suppress the commotion to the minimum. The 5 mermen approached Xia Lin step by step. Xia Lin was flustered, she could only retreat and lean against the wall. The cold wall made her feel even more helpless. She gritted her teeth and frowned, suddenly saying, "Come, even if I die, I will drag you down with me." "Oh, little girl, you have guts. You are quite spicy, big brother likes this kind of girl." The 5 Merman-gu masters laughed and laughed, they showed no fear, but their footsteps were slowing down. Bam! Suddenly, Xia Lin felt an intense dizziness. She was attacked. She was shocked, she turned around and saw that the wall had melted, a 6th Merman-gu master came out. I was tricked. The moment she fainted, Xia Lin felt a chill in her heart. She fainted, ha ha ha, leader, your move was really good. Quickly deal with the scene, this is the sea god ceremony after all. The 6 mermen surrounded Xia Lin. Wake up, wake up. A deep voice resounded in the darkness. Xia Lin gradually opened her eyes, the scene of the alleyway entered her eyes again. The pain at the back of her head reminded her, she got a fright and struggled to get up from the ground. Then, she saw the 6 mermaids lying on the ground motionlessly in all sorts of strange postures. At the center of the 6 mermen was a human gu master. At the next moment, Xia Lin cried out in joy, "Master Chu, it's you. It's me. I have been paying attention to the sea god ceremony, I have heard about your matter, you were abandoned by Su Yi, right?" Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Instantly, Xia Lin's tears fell as she choked, "Master Chu, you. I have a way of judging people, although I have not interacted with you much, you are definitely not that kind of person." Fang Yuan continued. Xia Lin heard this and could not help but cover her face as she sobbed, she was like a wrong child who finally had her grievances cleared. Fang Yuan watched her cry quietly for a while before patting her shoulder, "Let's go." "To where?" Xia Lin was slightly dazed. "I'm partly responsible for your current predicament." Fang Yuan sighed, "If I did not give you gather oil gu, you would not have been chosen by Su Yi and participated in this sea god ceremony. So, I will bring you away, follow me, we will leave this place." Xia Lin nodded, she had lost interest in the sacred city long ago. Fang Yuan led the way as Xia Lin obediently followed behind him. At the end of the alley was another street, it was still filled with people, the shops on both sides were bustling with activity, there was even a lion dance in the middle of the street. Facing the crowd again, Xia Lin felt some fear and disgust, but Fang Yuan was already ahead, she could only grit her teeth and follow. Snap! The moment they walked out of the alley, Fang Yuan snapped his fingers. At the next moment, Xia Lin stared with wide eyes, her mouth opened so wide that she could swallow an egg. She was incomparably shocked to see that the whole street had fallen into a state of stillness. This is... She spoke incoherently. "It's just a little trick, come." Fang Yuan waved at her, then went into the crowd. Xia Lin quickened her steps and followed closely. This was a wondrous experience she had never experienced before. She walked past a pair of mermen who seemed to be talking to each other, they seemed to be a couple. She saw that in the shop, a customer was haggling with a worker, the spittle that flew out of the worker's mouth was suspended in the air, it almost landed on the customer's face. There was also a small dog that was moving between the legs and the merman's tail, its body was twisting as it moved around a blue-scaled merman, 3 of its paws were in the air while 1 was on the ground. Xia Lin stared with wide eyes as she looked at the various expressions of the people. They were so lively and interesting, all of her frustrations were thrown to the back of her mind. Fang Yuan walked very quickly, his body was very agile. Xia Lin had a hard time chasing after him. Bam! She was careless and bumped into a strong human Gu master. The human Gu master floated up, his movement was still the same as before, but his feet were already half separated from the ground, his entire body was slanted. Sorry. She was just about to help this human Gu master up when Fang Yuan grabbed her. Come. Fang Yuan handed her a mask. Master Chu, you are. Xia Lin was perplexed. Fang Yuan did not bring her across the street, he brought her to the lion dance team at the center. Fang Yuan handed her a mask, it was colorful, made from fish scales and bird feathers. Fang Yuan pointed at this lion dance team, saying, "Don't you feel they are missing 2 crucial characters?" Xia Lin nodded, "They are performing a sea lion winter-spring play, they lack a male and female lead, one is a filial son fishing on the ice, the other is a mermaid princess playing outside. But this play should be a spontaneous performance, they are not a real opera troupe, it is normal for them to be missing people." At the start, it might have been a Gu master who took out a mask and put on the opera costume to express his joy. But along the way, more and more Gu masters joined in. These people were definitely opera fans, they loved this kind of culture. In fact, in the whole grotto heaven, there were all sorts of operas, it was the trend of this paradise. My method can only last for a while, quickly put on this mask, we will follow the crowd. Fang Yuan said urgently, not giving Xia Lin a chance to refuse. Oh. Xia Lin subconsciously took the mask, after putting it on, her heart calmed down. This way, no one would recognize her. The pressure in her heart was greatly reduced. But very quickly, her face turned red. Because she saw Fang Yuan also put on a mask, it was the filial son fishing on the ice. This way, aren't I and Master Chu the male and female lead? This discovery made Xia Lin's heart jump. For the fastest novel reading without mistakes, please visit Chapter 1684. Snap. Fang Yuan snapped his fingers again. Everything in the surroundings went from stillness to activity again. That mermaid couple held hands as they continued to move forward. As the two haggled in the shop, their saliva finally landed on the customer's face, but the customer did not notice it. The puppy's 3 paws landed on the ground, it successfully threw the blue-scaled merman behind it and continued to move through the forest of legs, it was extremely agile. Xia Lin stared with wide eyes, looking at this in amazement. This was too mystical. Master Chu's methods are really amazing. This is probably a rank 5 time path killer move. Xia Lin guessed. Plop. The human Gu master that Xia Lin knocked fell to the ground, he also affected the people behind him, causing a small commotion. How can such a big person walk? Someone complained. Sorry. The muscular human Gu master was very polite, he quickly apologized. This was the sacred city of the mermaids after all, at the same time, the evil energy in this paradise was much lower than the outside world of the 5 regions. I was walking normally, why did I fall? Strange. The human Gu master had a puzzled expression, he quickly stood up and followed the crowd. Xia Lin stuck out her tongue, looking at the human Gu master's back as she apologized softly. Strangely enough, she felt a little joy from playing a prank. Just as she was about to reflect on herself, her hand was grabbed by Fang Yuan. Follow me. Fang Yuan dragged her as he sped up, running to the front of the lion dance team. The entire lion dance team was dazed at first, but they danced even more quickly, the accompanying music became louder. Our people are finally here, haha. Someone laughed loudly. You know how to dance, right? Fang Yuan smiled, he moved his legs first, he was playing the role of a filial son lying on ice. His movements were simple and elegant, there was a sense of beauty to them. The surrounding people cheered. Fang Yuan followed the crowd as he danced to Xia Lin. "It's your turn." At the next moment, Fang Yuan's voice entered Xia Lin's ears. Charlene's heart was pounding. She was so nervous. Although she often practiced this opera when she was young, she had never performed it in public under such circumstances. She began to dance, her movements rigid. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, stretching out his hand and holding her hands, leading her to dance. Wisdom path methods were secretly used by him. Xia Lin immediately felt more agile. The dance moves of this opera appeared in her mind, they were extremely clear. The two of them sang and danced along with the flow of the crowd. The members of the lion dance were all wearing colorful costumes and strange masks. A few of them were even playing the role of a huge golden sea lion. Wherever they went, everyone's gaze would first be on them. As the core of the team, the male and female protagonists were the focus of attention. Charlene was very nervous at first, but as she got better, she became more confident. She was immersed in the joyous atmosphere, forgetting the sadness of being wronged. She could hear the cheers and shouts of the people, and the whistles of the libertines. Even if Charlene made some mistakes, it would only attract friendly laughter. There was a huge crowd. Along the way, some of the lion dance team members left, while others joined. Unknowingly, Charlene started to laugh, it was as clear as a bell. An unprecedented happiness and joy filled her heart. This was something she had never felt since coming to Sacred City. She was immersed in this happiness, unable to extricate herself. At the same time, there was a sense of fear in her heart. She asked herself, was this all real? I really feel like I'm dreaming. Charlene's gaze was glued to Fang Yuan, her heart filled with emotions. It's time to leave. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's movements changed, he pulled Charlene and left the opera team, walking to the side of the street. Charlene was caught off guard, she was pulled into Fang Yuan's arms. She bumped into Fang Yuan's chest, a dense masculine scent assaulted her nose, Charlene's mask almost fell off, she quickly held it, using the mask to cover her flushed face. Let's go this way. Fang Yuan pulled her again, he walked forward and entered the alley. It was another alley, dim light, with trash and a stench, nobody cared about it. Fang Yuan let go of Charlene's hand and walked in front. Charlene instantly felt her heart empty, she quickly followed. The two of them walked in the long alley, one in front and one behind. Fang Yuan did not make a sound, the alley echoed with his monotonous footsteps. The bustling street, the surging crowd, all became softer and softer. Charlene left them behind. A cold and secluded atmosphere permeated Xia Lin's body and mind from the surroundings. The happiness from before were like a leaking bucket, following Charlene all the way, leaking all the way. Gradually, troubles found her again, the melancholy from before attacked her again. Charlene really wanted to find something to talk to Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan kept walking forward, he did not turn his head back, the oppressive atmosphere made Charlene not dare to speak casually. Finally, they were about to reach the exit of the alley. Although the street here was not as lively as before, there were still many people, it was very noisy. Fang Yuan suddenly stopped, he turned and asked Charlene, have you thought about it? Charlene was stunned, think about what? Fang Yuan smiled, he pointed at the mask on Charlene's face, do you want to wear it across the street, or do you want to walk in front of everyone with your original face? Charlene was stunned again. Fang Yuan continued, when I entered the alley, I threw away the mask on my face, but you kept wearing it. Why? Do you feel embarrassed? Are you afraid of showing your true face? Are you worried that you will lose the happiness you just had? The series of questions made Charlene at a loss, she could not answer. After a moment of silence, she seemed to understand something, she took off the mask on her face, revealing her true face. Master Chu, I understand your intentions, thank you, I really thank you. I am only an ordinary mermaid. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, interrupting her. I said it before, a large part of your current situation is caused by me, I should compensate you. Master, what are you saying? You bestowed me gather oil goo, that is already a huge favor. You do not owe me anything, I am the one who owes you too much. Charlene quickly explained. That is your opinion, not mine. Fang Yuan shook his head, his expression turning solemn. Look, you were mocked and ridiculed by others earlier, but just now, you were welcomed and encouraged by people. There is a huge difference between the two. What is the reason? Is it because of this mask? Actually, you are still yourself from start to finish, isn't that so? Charlene nodded. Fang Yuan looked at the street outside the alley, he pointed at the walking crowd. Look at it now, these people are not trying to find out your true nature, who you, Charlene, are. When we sing and dance, they do not even want to know our names. They are only expressing their attitude, the truth is not important to them. When people pursue the truth, it is often because they are angry because they are not willing to be fooled. So, we are not important to them, and their attitude is also nothing to us. Charlene breathed in deeply. Master Chu, thank you for consoling me, I really do not know how to thank you, I am not finished. Since outsiders' attitude is not important, then what is truly important in our lives? Fang Yuan asked with a smile. Charlene was stunned for the third time. Master, please forgive me for being slow-witted. Fang Yuan had a smile on his face as he pointed at Xia Lin and then at himself. It is us, it is our truest feelings. Ask yourself, listen to the voice in the depths of your heart. What do you want to do? What kind of person do you want to become? Where do you want to go? You can find the answer in the depths of your heart. If you want to travel, then travel to all corners of the world. If you want to treat your family well, then treat them well. If you want to try flying, then you might as well raise your wealth and prepare to purchase or refine flying goo worms. Fang Yuan pointed at the alley, then at the street. If you want to stay in the alley, then stay. If you want to join the streets and enjoy the crowd, then walk out. Do not mistreat your feelings because of their attitude. If you mistreat yourself often, then you will reap the harvest of regret. You will often wear a mask and become another person. In any case, it will not be the real you. Charlene heard this and immediately felt her heart become extremely clear, as if she had been enlightened. The sadness and melancholy from before were completely swept away. For the fastest error-free novel reading, please visit Chapter 1685. Master, I will never forget your guidance. The mermaid girl had a solemn expression as she took half a step back and bowed to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. My efforts were not in vain. But sometimes, it is easier said than done. Let me ask you, what do you want to do the most now? Xia Lin hesitated. I want to follow you, Master Chu. This sentence immediately appeared in her mind. But before she could speak, Fang Yuan shook his head. You have not thought about it, think about it when you have time in the future. Actually, I don't care what you want to do. Do you know what I want to do? Xia Lin shook her head, but at the next moment, her pupils dilated, her body froze and did not move. Because Fang Yuan slowly stretched out his hand and touched her face. Bang 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 bang. Xia Lin's face was flushed red, her heart was beating rapidly and her eyes were filled with ripples of autumn water. She felt the warmth and breadth of Fang Yuan's palm. This feeling was like a tiny electric current that spread throughout her body and mind. It was clearly a very ordinary action, but it made Xia Lin unable to move. Fang Yuan retracted his hand. You still have a mask on your face. Xia Lin was bewildered. She heard Fang Yuan continue. Sometimes, we put on a mask of our own accord, sometimes, others force us to put on a mask. Now, I want to take off the mask on your face. You have to cooperate with me, understand? Master, you don't need to. Xia Lin vaguely knew what Fang Yuan wanted to do. She stuttered as she tried to dissuade him. Fang Yuan waved his hand. my heart will be happy as long as I don't take off this mask. I don't want to hurt my feelings, since you feel that you owe me, then cooperate with me as compensation. At this point, how could Xia Lin reject? She knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Fang Yuan 3 times before standing up silently. Master Chu, I will do whatever you tell me to do. Okay, then become the saintess. What? A few days later. The final test of the Sea God ceremony, everyone was watching. Su Yi looked at Xia Lin in extreme shock, it was as if she had seen a ghost. The 2 nannies below the stage were also stunned. After hearing the Grand Elder's explanation, the crowd went into an uproar. Su Yi originally had victory in her grasp because her opponent was heavily injured in the previous round and could not go on stage due to the short amount of time. But unexpectedly, an accident happened. The long-lost younger sister of his competitor had been found. It was the mermaid Xia Lin in front of him. Isn't this too melodramatic? Unbelievable. Xia Lin, isn't she the one who betrayed Su Yi and sold out her master for glory? That is just a rumor spread by Su Yi's side. The real reason was that Su Yi wanted to squeeze out a follower spot. I heard that the Invigilator has already pleaded guilty, there's even evidence of him coercing Xia Lin, it's irrefutable. This is even more exciting than the singing in the opera. The crowd discussed animatedly and gradually became excited. The 2 old women sent private messages to each other. What the hell is going on? Why did the public's opinion change so suddenly? And we did not arrange for an Invigilator at all, why did he suddenly plead guilty? Su Yi's expression was very ugly, but Xia Lin was calm, she looked at the crowd with a calm attitude. Fang Yuan's earlier teaching seemed to have elevated her to a whole new level. Seeing that Xia Lin did not put her in her eyes, Su Yi felt even more annoyed, she snorted coldly, Xia Lin, I really did not expect that we would meet again in this manner. I also did not expect it. Xia Lin looked at Su Yi and said honestly. The ups and downs these few days were like a dream. Su Yi snorted coldly again, no matter what you are plotting, this final test is not something any merman can pass. The saintess of this Sea God ceremony will definitely be me. Oh. Xia Lin replied plainly. Su Yi instantly felt like her punch landed on cotton, it was extremely uncomfortable. Xia Lin started to look at the crowd again, there were too many people, they were densely packed together. Master Chu said that he would look for me in the crowd. But which one is he? Why can't I find him? Could it be that he had disguised himself? His divine ability is too great, if he wants to hide his identity, I will never be able to find him. After this matter is over, I will tell him that I want to leave with him. I wonder if he will agree to it. This question lingered in Xia Lin's mind, the saintess position had no attraction compared to the answer to this question. In the first round, Xia Lin won against Su Yi. In the second round, Xia Lin won against Su Yi again. Such a result was out of everyone's expectations, the audience went into an uproar as they discussed and expressed their shock. Fang Yuan was hidden in the crowd, his expression was similar to the people around him, but his heart was cold. These last few days, he had been secretly nurturing Xia Lin, he did not hesitate to use time path immortal methods to gain a lot of time to train her to a certain extent. Adding on the songs that Fang Yuan personally composed, there was also the sound path goo worm that Fang Yuan gave to Xia Lin, it was specially made for her. And when Su Yi and Xia Lin went on stage to sing, Fang Yuan had secretly done something to affect their performance. The former's performance was not smooth, while the latter's performance was getting better with Fang Yuan's secret support. Other than us outsiders, this grotto heaven originally had no goo immortals. Now that I am using immortal methods, do you think I can't control this grand ceremony of mortal goo masters? What do we do? The third round is about to begin. The 2 nannies were sweating profusely, they were sent by the clan to assist Su Yi. If Su Yi did not obtain the saintess position, they would not be able to escape the clan's responsibility. Su Yi's expression was pale as she looked at Xia Lin. This was like a dream. From Su Yi's point of view, Xia Lin was just an ordinary and dull girl. But because she had gather oil gu and was a merman, she had the intention to make use of her. Although she felt uncomfortable when she ostracized Xia Lin earlier, she did not think much of it. Even if Xia Lin wanted to take revenge, what could she do? She was alone and only had rank 2 cultivation, wouldn't she be at the mercy of others? If not for the saintess position in sight and Su Yi did not want to be distracted, she would have used this chance to snatch Xia Lin's rank 5 gu worm. This was not returning kindness with enmity. Could a rank 2 gu master protect a rank 5 gu worm? This was the sin of possessing a precious item. Thus, in Su Yi's opinion, rather than Xia Lin being harmed, she might as well persuade her to contribute gather oil gu to her clan. That way, she would benefit from it and Xia Lin would not die, it would be helping her. This was a small plan in Su Yi's mind. But the saintess position was too important. Su Yi did not dare to be distracted and did not want to attract criticism. She could only give up on Xia Lin for now. If someone had told her before that Xia Lin would be her biggest obstacle in competing for the saintess position, Su Yi's reply would be, hee hee. But now, Su Yi really wanted to laugh at herself. This fate was too cruel. That's right, Fang Yuan personally made a fake identity for Xia Lin. Who could see through it? There was not a single person in the huge sacred city. Thus, the evidence that proved Xia Lin's identity was unassailable and irrefutable. Even Su Yi believed that Xia Lin's identity was true. Oh fate, this joke of yours is too big. Su Yi sighed in her heart. Missy, what do we do? The two nannies were also at a loss. There's no way we can do anything in public, and we don't have enough time. There is only one way left, I will personally persuade her. Su Yi was silent for a while before gritting her teeth. She transmitted her voice to Xia Lin. Xia Lin, I am Su Yi. Xia Lin was shocked but she soon calmed down and replied in secret, what is it? Su Yi prepared for a few breaths, I want to make a deal with you, you withdraw your strength and defeat me in the next round, I will become the saintess. I swear to the sea god that I am willing to pay a price that you will be satisfied with. Even if I am not strong enough, my clan will definitely satisfy you. Xia Lin was silent for a while before saying, I am sorry, don't be in a hurry to reject me, Xia Lin, you are too young, maybe you do not know the meaning of the saintess position. What do you think a saintess is? Is it pure faith? Or is it a shallow talent show? None of them. It involves benefits, it involves the competition of the entire sacred city's upper echelons. This is a political game. I know, you want to take revenge on me, but do you know? The situation you are in right now is also very dangerous. Once you become the saintess, you will be in even more danger. The force on your sister's side pushed you to the throne because they have no other choice, so they are trying everything they can. Once you become the saintess, they will do their best to turn you into their puppet and make you do many things that are beneficial to them. Although I have not interacted with you for a long time, I understand you very well, Xia Lin. You are pure and kind. If you become the saintess, you will probably seek benefits for the merfolk. But you will never succeed, because you are not part of any political force, you are just an outsider. Unless you integrate with one of them and become their representative, you will be ostracized by everyone else. You will become the most mediocre saintess in history, a saintess in name only. And if you choose to make a deal with me, the things you will obtain will definitely exceed your imagination, much more than what you can get from your sister. Please believe in my sincerity. Su Yi's eloquence was incredible, even Xia Lin was moved by her words. But she replied at the next moment, Lady Su Yi, I understand your sincerity, but I cannot agree to this. Why? Su Yi's tone was anxious, do you think I am lying to you? Although it is cruel, I am speaking the truth. Don't be so naive, all right? Xia Lin was silent. For the fastest and most up-to-date novel reading, please visit Chapter 1686. 500 Years of Feng Yuan's Previous Life. Sea God Ceremony. Naive? Facing Frost-Tide Tribe's leader's long-winded speech, Feng Yuan fell into silence. But he was silent for a short while before he chuckled, transmitting his voice. You think I don't know what you are saying? You think I am an inexperienced young man? No, I understand all these tricks, I am very clear about them. I know these facts, and I accept them. Feng Yuan was forced to leave Qingmao Mountain, he went to southern border, then western desert, and finally eastern sea. He had struggled on the verge of death, he had worried about 1 or 2 yuan stone. He had bent his back, he had groveled in front of experts and rich lives. He had also sat on the main seat, drinking tea and listening to his subordinates' reports. He was lowly, he was glorious, he was lofty, he was ordinary. Including his life on Earth, and the adventures he went through when he transmigrated here, his vision was innately higher than that of ordinary people, his experiences were also rich and exciting, they could be written into a book. How could such a person not understand the world? Frost-Tide Tribe's leader was going crazy, he quickly replied, since you know this is the truth, you should understand that you are taking a risk now. This is the internal conflict of us mermen, you are a human Gu master, you are not strong, why are you getting involved? You like Xie Han Mo? I can guarantee that after this is done, I will give you even more beautiful mermaids. Don't doubt my sincerity, I can swear to the sea god. A merman swearing to the sea god, such sincerity is unquestionable. But Feng Yuan's tone changed. Even though I accept this fact, it does not mean I like it. You think I like Xie Han Mo? No, no, I only want to help her. Why would I take such a risk? Because I have a principle, kindness must be repaid, hatred must be repaid. I have used lifespan Gu, I have lived much longer than you can imagine. I had hoped to live forever, but now I am getting sick of this idea. Life is getting more and more boring, sometimes, the destination of the road is not important. What's important is the process of walking, as well as the state of mind when walking. The leader of the Frost-Tide tribe couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard this. He couldn't understand Feng Yuan's lifestyle. You're saying that the position of the saintess isn't important, but the process of you helping the saintess is important? Not bad, but there's more. The dark politics you mentioned and the mermaid beauties you promised to give me are not important. Although I know about it, I have never cared about it. Perhaps you can understand a little. I've lived long enough, and I'm tired of wearing a mask. To me, death is not scary at all. Right now, I just want to live with my truest self and use the method I want to use the most to achieve my goal. Only by living like this can I feel the passion of life and desire for life. Frost-Tide tribe leader was dumbfounded. He finally understood a little and shouted, so you are a madman. You've said so much because you've lived long enough and don't want to live anymore. You want to court death. So be it if you were a Gu immortal, but you're just a mere rank 3 Gu master, you want to live on your own will? You're dreaming. Feng Yuan laughed, you think you can live on your own will after becoming a Gu immortal? Live without a mask? Where there are people, there will be conflicts and conflicts. Survival and living are two different things. How you want to live doesn't depend on your strength and cultivation level, it only depends on your heart. After pausing for a moment, Feng Yuan continued, actually, having low strength is also very interesting. When you truly live with your true face, having low strength will cause you to face more difficulties and challenges in reality. Surpass these difficulties and face these challenges, life will be full of wonders. Frost-Tide tribe's leader stood on the spot in a daze, he was dumbfounded, he could not speak anymore. His gaze passed through the crowd and looked at Feng Yuan, seeing the slight smile on his lips. He suddenly felt a chill in his heart, this person has such a strange and prejudiced way of thinking, it is extremely vulgar and has a tendency to self-destruct, he is probably possessed by the devil. Not only does he not play by the rules, the scarier thing is that he does not think according to the rules. His way of thinking was completely different from the general public. He was too deviant. This is a demon. This is a true demon. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader felt a chill in his heart. He felt that this was Fang Yuan's true nature, even if he had not casually slaughtered a large number of people, even if Fang Yuan was doing a good deed of repaying kindness. At the same time, Frost-Tide Tribe's leader felt a deep sense of helplessness. If it was a youngster who was inexperienced, he could still hide his true intentions and pretend to be a senior to guide him, teach him, and let him know the complexity of society and some dark truths. But Fang Yuan knew everything, he knew almost everything. The most helpless thing was that Fang Yuan's way of thinking was completely different from others. He is too assertive, he is too prejudiced. He clearly only has rank 3 cultivation level, how can he dare? Unreasonable, unreasonable. He is a lunatic, he is a madman. He is too arrogant, he actually looks down on life and death. That's right, he is not even afraid of death, what else does he not dare to do? All the wealth, beauties, authority and status in the world cannot compare to a tiny bit of satisfaction in his heart. What else can I take out to tempt him? Frost-Tide Tribe's leader was going crazy. The more he thought about it, the more he understood that Fang Yuan had no fear and would not accept any temptation. Maybe one day, he would be tempted, but this was definitely what he wanted to be tempted, this was his true intention in the depths of his heart. It was not easy for people to live in this world. It was the same for mermen. Even though Frost-Tide Tribe's leader had a high status and authority, it was even more difficult for him. He still had the Merman Sacred City's tribe elders to suppress him, he had so many subordinates, some were scheming against each other, some were coveting his position. He had many children who were crying piteously for food, he had many concubines and conflicts. Everything needed to be monitored by him, he needed to handle them, he needed to arrange them. He was corrupt, was that wrong? That was right. What was corruption? Corruption was nothing more than obtaining more benefits, and these benefits made other people who had already obtained the benefits feel unfair. A piece of cake. The original situation was like this. You get a piece, I get a piece. Now, I secretly took away the second piece. You looked at it with envy. You said that you broke the previous agreement. What right do you have to take so much? This was corruption. Do you think that the Grand Elders who support the Saintess aren't corrupt? More or less, right? Even if the Grand Clan Elder wasn't greedy, what about her subordinates? Where are her children? It was just that it wasn't as severe as the Frost-Tide Tribe's leader. Perhaps, even if the Great Clan Elder's party was no longer corrupted, the Great Clan Elder would not be corrupted. But they were also higher-ups, people who ate the cake, and people who exploited others. From this point of view, everyone was an exploiter. What was the difference? They were all the same. Therefore, the leader of the Frost-Tide Tribe had never felt that his corruption was wrong. He only wanted to obtain more wealth, beauty, and power. He was becoming more and more corrupt, gradually exceeding the distribution agreement. But he didn't want to stop, and the greed in his heart made him unable to stop. No, it can't be called greed. It should be called ideal. Many times, the leader of the Frost-Tide Tribe shouted this to himself in his heart. There was a joke that wasn't a joke. The father asked the son, "What is your ideal when you grow up?" The son answered, "Money and beauty." The father gave the son a slap. The son answered again, "Career and love." The father smiled and nodded. Therefore, career and love were ideals. Money and beauty, men, were also ideals. Therefore, the leader of the Frost-Tide Tribe was righteous. What was wrong with him pursuing wealth, beauty, power, and fame? Did you think it was vulgar? These were all ideals. Which person's life wasn't filled with such ideals? The leader of the Frost-Tide tribe liked such ideals from the bottom of his bones. This was because such ideals could spur him on, and at the same time, it could entice others, making them pay and sacrifice for their own ideals, and then help him, the leader of the Frost-Tide tribe. What was wrong with him being corrupt? These were all ideals. Ideals needed to be realized, and they needed to be worked hard. When the leader of the Frost-Tide tribe was corrupt for the first time, he knew that there would be a moment when he would be opposed by others and suffer the backlash. But so what? This was how it should be, and it was inevitable. This was the difficulty and pain that must be endured on the road to realizing one's ideals. As long as he could overcome these difficulties and these pains, the leader of the Frost-Tide tribe could realize his ideals. In front of him, as long as he used a series of political tricks, such as under-the-table manipulation, indirect attacks, and military deterrence, he would be able to realize his ideals. In this regard, the leader of the Frost-Tide tribe, who had been in a high position for a long time, was quite confident. He did have the capital to be confident. In fact, if it wasn't for Fang Yuan's sudden appearance, he would have already pushed aside Xia Hanmo and pushed his own person onto the throne of the Saintess. Once that happened, he would have defeated the Grand Elder and successfully preserved the victory that he had obtained through corruption. In the future, with the help of the puppet Saintess, he would issue a few policies in the name of the vast number of mermaids and the prospects of the entire sacred city. He would launder his dirty money and legalize his corruption. At that time, who could say that he was corrupt? But just as the leader of the Frost-Tide tribe was about to succeed, he miscalculated and was completely defeated. Because he met Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan didn't have ideals. No, it couldn't be said like that. The leader of the Frost-Tide tribe firmly believed that he also liked wealth, beauty, power, and fame, but he liked to live according to his own will even more. This was his ideal. What do you want such lofty ideals for? With such ideals, doesn't it make the vast majority of us look very vulgar and ordinary? You're courting death. The leader of the Frost-Tide tribe hated Fang Yuan to the core. This hatred was even more intense because of some secret and undetectable fear in the bottom of his heart. The leader of the Frost-Tide tribe wanted nothing more than to skin Fang Yuan alive. He wanted nothing more than for him to die immediately. But he couldn't do that now. This was the Sea God ceremony. The last song. Xia Hanmo and Fang Yuan went on stage together. Fang Yuan played the accompaniment, and Xia Hanmo's voice floated up. The sea laughs at the surging tides floating and sinking with the waves, remembering today heaven laughs at the tides of the world who wins and who loses, only heaven knows. The ups and downs of life were like the tides, there were high and there were low. Why was there a need to always worry about success or failure? His carefree and romantic feelings immediately intoxicated the listener. The rivers and mountains laugh at the distant misty rain, the waves wash away the mortal world. How many do you know? The cool breeze laughs and provokes loneliness. Lofty sentiments still remain, lofty sentiments, free and uninhibited, all kinds of ideals, in the mortal world will be washed away by the waves. Even life itself would perish. What's the big deal? A gentleman doesn't succumb to external things. He stands aloof and forgets about gains and losses. Fate is unpredictable. Why should one uphold one's nature, abandon the mask, and search for one's true self? I have lofty sentiments, I have my loneliness. Even if it's the sunset of life, I have my brilliance. Everyone was stunned. The leader of the Frost-Tide tribe's face was pale and his body trembled. He knew he would definitely lose this battle. The seas laugh at the surging tides of the world floating and sinking with the waves, remembering today heaven laughs at the tides of the world, heaven knows who wins and who loses. Mountains laugh at the distant misty rain, the waves wash away the mortal world. How many do you know? The common people are no longer lonely, the lofty sentiments are still smiling foolishly. I fought my way through the mortal world, I was born, I entered the world. I lived my own life, I lived according to my heart, even when the waves caused me to rise and fall, up and down, life and death, I never felt wronged, resentment, fear, or worry. I savor this feeling, I will still smile foolishly. I have a true nature. I am a true person. On the stage, Fang Yuan closed his eyes, activating goo worms to his heart's content. The zither music was melodious. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader stared at him with a dazed expression, muttering, "Demon, demon." Xia Hanemo was also in a daze as she sang. She looked at Fang Yuan, her beautiful eyes shining with an extraordinary light. She thought to herself, this kind of free and easy life, isn't this what I yearn for? Fang Yuan was able to create such a song, he truly has an immortal nature. In this life. Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven, Merman Sacred City. Sea God Ceremony. Xia Lin appeared, the third song. The seas laugh, surging with the tides of the world. Floating and sinking with the waves, remembering today. Heaven laughs, tides of the world. Who will win and who will lose, only heaven knows. The crowd was shaken, Su Yi's face was ashen, the outcome was obvious. Xia Lin was already in a daze. Master Chu's image was raised infinitely in her heart at this moment, he was like the moon and the clouds. The familiar melody resounded in Fang Yuan's ears again, reality and memories intertwined in his mind at this moment. He had once stood on the stage and played the accompaniment, smiling with his eyes closed. Right now, he was watching from below the stage, his eyes shining with eerie light. Hundreds of years of vicissitudes, the power of time had changed him, but it also seemed like it did not change him. Chapter 1687. The Sea God ceremony ended, the result was a huge shock, the Saintess was someone no one expected, Xia Lin. Saintess Palace was bright and beautiful, there were groups of servants. Xia Lin had already changed into Saintess attire, her fishtail was on the clouds and she wore a white veil. At this moment, she opened the window and looked at the huge courtyard, those colorful corals could not attract her attention. Her eyes were dazed and unfocused. It has been a few days since the Sea God ceremony ended, Master Chu did not appear after secretly transmitting to me on the day of the ceremony. When will he return? Saintess, your sister is here to visit. At this moment, a maid walked behind Xia Lin and reported. Xia Lin frowned slightly, she sighed and said, invite her in. Xia Lin's sister, Zhao Lu, entered the Saintess Palace. Of course, she was only Xia Lin's sister in name, but after Fang Yuan tampered with her memories, this sister never suspected Xia Lin's true identity. Sister, have you considered what I said a few days ago? Zhao Lu went straight to the point. Xia Lin shook her head, I am very sorry, I do not want to get involved in other matters. The saintess position is not what I want, if possible, I do not want to be a saintess. Zhao Lu laughed. Her laughter was filled with mockery and jealousy. She and Su Yi competed until they lost, then Xia Lin appeared out of nowhere and was given a chance by the faction that supported her, they did not expect her to succeed. The political faction behind Zhao Lu naturally would not let Xia Lin go, they wanted to use her as their representative. But before Fang Yuan left, he transmitted his voice to Xia Lin, telling her not to agree to anyone and join any political faction. Therefore, Xia Lin had rejected Zhao Lu a few days ago. As for Zhao Lu, her mood wasn't that great. First of all, her long-lost younger sister had suddenly reappeared. Apart from the connection of blood, she had no other feelings for her. Secondly, she worked so hard for so long, but the saintess position was snatched away by Xia Lin who cut the queue. This was equivalent to snatching away her lifelong dream. In the end, the force behind her wanted her to step forward and persuade her younger sister Xia Lin to join their side, but Xia Lin rejected. Because of all these, Zhao Lu's mood was naturally not good. Xia Lin, my sister, if you really don't want to become the saintess, why did you stand out then? Don't say such things to big sister, we both understand. If you have any requests, feel free to state them. I guarantee that this deal will satisfy you. Zhao Lu decided to lay it all out. Xia Lin's frown deepened. She knew that Zhao Lu wasn't her sister, it was just Master Chu's doing. Now that she heard Zhao Lu's words, Xia Lin's impression of her dropped significantly. Big sister. Xia Lin said softly, I'm sorry, I really don't want to get involved in these matters. But don't worry, I've even rejected you, so I definitely won't cooperate with other forces. Zhao Lu's eyes widened. Charlene, you're too naive, you actually think so? I always thought that you were just waiting for the right price. Alas, I overestimated you. Since that's the case, let me make it clear, without our support, you will die, do you understand? Xia Lin was slightly stunned, she stared at Zhao Lu. Don't tell me. Zhao Lu shook her head, don't think too much, we never had the intention to harm you, even if you don't cooperate with us in the end. Because you are the Saintess, a person recognized by the sea god, who among the merfolk forces would dare to do anything to you? Once the plot is exposed, they will die without a burial ground. What I want to tell you is, every chosen Saintess has a very important mission. That is to go to the demon suppression regret-crying sea and sing for 3 days and 3 nights, using the song to eliminate the increasingly dense demonic nature in the regret-crying sea. This is an extremely dangerous mission, it can be said to be a narrow escape. Many of the previous saintesses died in the cries of regret. Some of them came back alive, but they also became crazy and muttered to themselves. Although the position of saintess is good, there are huge risks and dangers. If not for this mission, the number of mermaids competing for saintess would increase by at least 10 times. There's such a thing? Xia Lin was stunned. Zhao Lu smiled, do you think I am lying to you? Although this information is hidden, it is not an important secret. With your current status and identity, you can easily find out. You can ask anyone, of course, ordinary merfolk are still in the dark. In the sea areas controlled by the Sacred Court, the most dangerous one is the Demon Suppression Regret-Crying Sea. It is an absolute forbidden area. Legend has it that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable suppressed a peerless demonic path Gu Immortal there. The Immortal Venerable could not bear to take the demonic path Gu Immortal's life, so he suppressed him and made him repent. This demonic path Gu Immortal had no choice but to repent, thus his cries of remorse could be heard frequently in that sea area. But his sins were too heavy, his demonic nature was too strong, every once in a while, the demonic nature in the sea area would accumulate and affect the living beings in the sea, making them stronger and more vicious. The Saintess mission is to go to the center of demon suppression regret-crying sea and sing with all your strength, using your voice to eliminate the demonic nature in the sea area. Otherwise, as time passes, the demonic nature in demon suppression regret-crying sea will get stronger and stronger, the living beings in the sea will become even more vicious and domineering, invading all directions. This demonic nature can even spread, causing demon suppression regret-crying sea area to expand and become larger. This was the first time Xia Lin had heard of such a secret. Shock appeared on her face. That means to say, even if they have sufficient support and preparations, it will still be very dangerous. If I go alone, without your help, I will almost be courting death. Not almost, but definitely. Zhao Lu's tone was firm. She thought she could convince Xia Lin with this, but Xia Lin still shook her head. Even so, I do not want to cooperate. Even if you die. Zhao Lu's expression turned cold. Xia Lin was hesitant, but Fang Yuan's figure in her heart made her stick to her agreement with Fang Yuan. Yes, I insist, even if I die. Zhao Lu was extremely angry, but she forced a smile, then. I can only wish you good luck. The two sisters parted on bad terms. It really appeared. In front of the merit obelisk, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. On the merit obelisk, a new mission appeared: help the new saintess complete the most important mission. The mission did not have any detailed content. As for what the mission was, just by looking at this mission, others would have no idea. But Fang Yuan had already investigated it. In this Merman sacred court, the chosen saintesses all had one important mission, that was to purify demon suppression regret crying sea. If there was such a mission, then Fang Yuan could enter demon suppression regret crying sea. But the problem was, Fang Yuan was not sure if such a mission would appear on the merit obelisk. So Fang Yuan needed to support a saintess, and this saintess should have no one to rely on, and her strength should be low. This way, the saintess would not be able to complete her mission, she would need help from outsiders. In this grotto heaven, other than the suppressed demonic immortals, there were probably no native Gu immortals. Demon suppression regret crying sea was extremely dangerous, every once in a while, it would accumulate demonic nature. The method of restraining it in the grotto heaven was to choose saintesses, they had to sacrifice themselves and advance wave after wave. The saintess mission was very important, if the saintess generation stopped for too long, the demonic nature might spread to the whole grotto heaven. Of course, this did not exclude the possibility of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's ambush. Everything Fang Yuan did was to facilitate the creation of this mission. From the results, his plan was perfect. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan accepted this mission and teleported to the sacred city again. Several days later, Saintess Xia Lin stood on a giant tortoise, slowly moving towards demon suppression regret crying sea. Behind her was Fang Yuan. The journey was calm and peaceful, but suddenly, a strong wind blew, crying sounds could be heard along with the wind, I regret it so much. Why did I provoke Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, I regret it so much. Xia Lin was shocked, she quickly looked at Fang Yuan, Master Chu, no worries. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, he secretly used wisdom path methods to calm down Xia Lin and the giant tortoise. This crying sound was like an immortal killer move, it could affect the emotions of ordinary people. The closer they got to the center of demon suppression regret crying sea, the louder and more concentrated the crying sounds. I regret it. I should not have killed so many people. I regret it. I should not have left to pursue strength, if only I could stay by my parents' side and fulfill my filial piety. I repent. I deceived everyone, I hid immortal Gu, I let my most trusted friend take the blame, I obtained the benefits myself. The sorrowful cries made Xia Lin's face turn pale. Fang Yuan, however, became even more excited, because he could already sense the huge immortal formation here. I am almost certain that Regret Gu is here. But if I take Regret Gu, will I destroy Paradise Earth's arrangements and trigger his backup plan? Fang Yuan had some doubts. Regret Gu was a huge matter, it was used to suppress the giant demon in the sea, it was clearly not part of Paradise Earth's true inheritance. But for Fang Yuan, it was a crucial Gu worm that he had to take away. Thus, Fang Yuan decided to take the risk. He relaxed his mind and activated his investigative methods. This demon suppression regret crying formation gradually appeared in his mind, it was becoming clearer and more comprehensive. This time, it was Fang Yuan's turn to have a pale expression. Such an amazing formation, it is as vast as the starry sky. My formation path attainment level is extraordinary, and I also have extremely powerful wisdom path methods, but to comprehend all of the profundities of this formation, I will need decades of time. Cold sweat appeared on Fang Yuan's forehead, his heart suddenly shook. Regret Gu. He found Regret Gu. Even though Regret Gu was concealed, Fang Yuan had already deduced from all sorts of clues and arrangements that Regret Gu was hiding in the central part of the sea. How do I get Regret Gu? If I act rashly and trigger the formation's backlash, it will be very bad. Maybe I can use reverse flow protection seal to fight it head-on? Or should I use the power of the giant demon that is suppressed? Fang Yuan racked his brains, thinking continuously. If he released the giant demon, this small world would be plunged into misery and suffering, but Fang Yuan had no qualms or pity about it. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking, a change occurred. The entire formation was activated, Regret Gu flew out and shot towards Fang Yuan. At the same time, an extremely grand force surged out and acted on Feng Yuan. Chapter 1688. Dark clouds covered the sky and torrential rain poured down. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, shaking heaven and earth. Central Continent, Maple Leaf City, in the City Lord's manor. Maple Leaf City Lord stood in a corridor outside a house, pacing around. He had a square face and was not imposing but angry. Right now, his brows were tightly furrowed, his mood was like the sky, restless and extremely worried. Suddenly, he stopped and walked to the door, listening attentively. Other than the sound of the storm and thunder, he could hear his wife's miserable groans and the shouts of several midwives, "Wife, use more strength, use more strength." Maple Leaf City Lord was already over 50 years old and deeply loved his wife. He was a rank 5 Gu master with the strongest battle strength in the surrounding thousands of li, he had a high status and was a charismatic leader, he was loved by many. But the only flaw was that he did not have a child. 9 months ago, he was overjoyed because his wife was finally pregnant with his flesh and blood. He could be said to have gotten a child at an old age, the biggest regret in his life was made up for. But even though he invited 3 famous midwives, 2 with rank 3 cultivation level and 1 with rank 4 cultivation level, he still encountered unexpected difficulties on the day of his wife's delivery. How can this be? Maple Leaf City Lord wanted to vent his anger but had no way to vent it. He clenched his fists, the battle strength he was so proud of was useless now. Even though he had many healing Gu worms, he was not good at helping women give birth. Sigh. He could only restrain his emotions and lower his head, pacing around the corridor in front of the door. Wah! Wah wah! Suddenly, he heard a baby crying. Next, he heard the midwife laughing inside, she gave birth, it's a boy. Wife, you succeeded. I have a child. My son. Maple Leaf City Lord was stunned before becoming overjoyed, he could not wait to open the door and rush in to take a look. But at this time, a strange fragrance came from inside the house. This fragrance refreshed the mind and was not greasy at all. Next, the fragrance thickened and condensed into colorful flowing lights that floated in the air like streams of water, enveloping the whole house and even the surrounding hundreds of steps. What is this? Maple Leaf City Lord stopped in his tracks, extremely shocked. What shocked him even more was that the colorful lights in the air were increasing in number, and the fragrance was getting stronger and stronger. The thunderstorm in the sky suddenly stopped, and the dark clouds slowly dispersed. Sunlight pierced through the gaps between the dark clouds and shone down like a pillar. There was a magnificent pillar of light that shone precisely on the delivery room of the City Lord's wife. After that, the flowing lights and vibrant colors condensed together to actually form a crimson-colored lotus the size of a house. It floated in midair, vivid and lifelike, and didn't disperse for a long time. A natural anomaly. The master of Maple Leaf City was shocked. His wife and the 3 midwives were also stunned on the spot. At the same time, in the sky above the 9 heavens, 3 rank 8 Gu immortals stood on the clouds, observing Maple Leaf City's City Lord manor. They saw the unusual phenomenon of the birth of the baby. It has finally appeared. Duke Mei, who was standing at the center, heaved a long sigh. He looked old and kind. His eyebrows were especially strange, like 2 delicate dark brown roots, extending from his eyebrows all the way to his chest. This child is extraordinary after all, favored by the fate of the human Tao. His innate fate is already so rich, actually condensing into a red lotus canopy, visible to the naked eye. This is definitely an immortal venerable seed. Our celestial court did not expend 3 wisdom path Gu immortals to deduce him in vain. Gu immortal Duke Tong, who was standing on the left, sighed with emotion. He was a middle-aged man with an extremely strong physique. His face and skin were like brass, emitting a cold metallic luster. He stood on the clouds like a towering mountain, like a Vajra pagoda, giving off a peerless aura of not moving even when the world was shaking, of being indifferent to wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Duke Mei nodded. Past immortal venerables and demon venerables have a common characteristic, that is, they possess the luck of the human Tao. It is just that some do not show it initially, they hide their luck and hide it. Only after a certain period of time would it suddenly erupt. This child had such a phenomenon at birth, no wonder heaven and earth could not tolerate it and sent down calamities and tribulations to destroy him. This is rare even in the records of past venerables. If this child is nurtured properly, he will definitely become the most outstanding existence among the venerables. Saying so, Duke Mei's body suddenly shook, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Duke Mei. Duke Tong frowned. You and I have suffered heavy injuries in resisting the calamities and tribulations. Lord Duke Mei. The Gu Immortal on the right also revealed a concerned expression. He had the appearance of a human youth with purple hair and a dragon-shaped aura constantly revolving around his body. Duke Mei looked at the young Gu Immortal. Duke Long, Fate Gu has already revealed that you have an extremely deep fate with this child. When this child becomes a venerable in the future, you will be his Tao guardian. Go, take him as your disciple, guide him, and nurture him. You will help him, and he will help you. The two of you are destined to shine brightly in the history of humanity, you will never be forgotten. Yes, I will go now. The young Gu Immortal, Duke Long, nodded. Go. Duke Tong's brows were still tightly furrowed. After returning to Celestial Court, Duke Mei and I will enter the longest hibernation to recuperate. The era of the Celestial Court's 3 dukes will never return. Duke Long, you will lead the Celestial Court and lead the Celestial Court to continue bringing glory to this great world. Yes. Duke Long restrained the surging emotions in his heart as he stepped on a cloud and slowly descended. His sleeves fluttered and with a wave of his hand, chi currents surged, vast and boundless. Dragon roars resounded incessantly, attracting the attention of heaven and earth and shocking everyone. Under this boundless aura, he slowly descended and landed in Maple Leaf City Lord's manor. Including Maple Leaf City Lord, all the guards were already kneeling on the ground, many of them shivering. Maple Leaf City Lord was a knowledgeable person after all, he knew about the existence of Gu Immortals and also knew that his strength could not resist even a finger of a Gu Immortal. He forcefully calmed himself down and greeted, I am Hongzhu, greetings to Lord Immortal. I wonder why Lord Immortal has descended to the mortal world. Duke Long smiled, Hongzhu, your son is the child of luck, a peerless genius that appears once in a million years. His aptitude is superb and rarely seen in the world. As long as he is nurtured properly, he will definitely become a great person in the future. But if he lacks guidance, there is the danger of slaughtering living beings and creating chaos in the universe. So I am very happy to see this talent, and for the sake of the common people of humanity, I have specially come to take this child as my disciple. In the future, I will nurture and guide him carefully, making him the leader of the righteous path and a Gu Immortal who seeks for the welfare of the whole of humanity. Ah! Hearing this, Maple Leaf City Lord Hongzhu was pleasantly surprised. He was shocked by Duke Long's words, but he had seen the phenomenon of heaven and earth with his own eyes, so he was somewhat mentally prepared. He was naturally happy that his son had a Gu Immortal master, his future achievements would be limitless and he would absolutely surpass his father. Although he was the lord of a city and had a high status and authority, compared to a Gu Immortal, it was like a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning. But other than joy, Hongzhu was also a little disappointed. He had a son at an old age, but before he could even see his son, he was going to be taken in as a disciple by a Lord Immortal. The chances of them meeting each other in the future would be extremely limited. Duke Long took a look at Hongzhu and immediately knew what he was thinking. He consoled, "Don't worry, I am only here today to explain this matter and not to take your son away. When he is 10 years old, it will be the right time for me to bring him up the mountain and teach him some skills." Hongzhu heard this and was extremely excited, he quickly thanked him. At this time, the door opened, the city lord's wife had already packed up and was carrying the newborn baby. She walked out of the room with the 3 midwives and quickly knelt on the ground, paying respects to Duke Long. Duke Long's gaze was immediately attracted by the baby. He laughed heartily and took a step forward, arriving in front of the city lord's wife at the next moment. He carefully carried the baby and observed it. This baby did not have the ugly appearance of a newborn baby. He had a head of black hair, red lips, and white teeth, and looked very cute. His eyes were as bright as stars, shining brightly. His skin was fair and tender, and his chubby face was extremely lovable. At this time, the red lotus that was hovering in mid-air slowly descended and kept shrinking. Under Duke Long's gaze, it finally landed on the baby's forehead and condensed into a 9-petaled red lotus birthmark. A trace of shock flashed in Duke Long's eyes. He thought to himself, this fate condenses into a birthmark, engraved between the brows. This is a phenomenon that none of the previous venerable ones have. This disciple of mine will probably be very special when he becomes a venerable one in the future. At this thought, the child that was light as a feather in Duke Long's arms felt as heavy as a mountain. A strong sense of mission and responsibility filled Duke Long's heart. There's no need to kneel, get up. After looking at it for a while, Duke Long solemnly returned the baby to the city lord's wife. He opened his mouth and exhaled. 3 streams of aura flashed. One of them landed on the baby, while the other 2 entered the city lord's wife's body. The baby immediately fell into a deep sleep with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, the city lord's wife felt a boundless power filling their limbs and bones. The city lord's wife exclaimed, the weakness from just giving birth had already disappeared. She was brimming with energy and had returned to her youthful state. Meanwhile, City Lord Hongzhu was shocked to find that all his old injuries had healed. The primeval essence in his aperture had actually surpassed common sense and had a trace of green luster. His strength that could not increase anymore seemed to have risen by a huge chunk. Hongzhu was not in a hurry to sense the changes in his body. He immediately thanked Duke Long together with his wife. Duke Long waved his hand. There's no need to thank me, because I still need your help. One's parents and one's master could not replace one another. I like the fact that you 2 love each other, and more importantly, care deeply for your son. Let him feel the love and warmth of the world. This will be of great help to his growth. 10 years later, I will come again. Saying so, Duke Long slowly floated up into the sky. Along the way, air currents surged and dragon roars resounded in a rhythmic manner, like a formless dragon tide surging. The mortals in the city looked up at the sky, watching as Duke Long flew away until his figure was concealed by the clouds. After a moment of silence, there was a loud explosion and the entire city went into an uproar. For the fastest novel reading without errors, please visit Chapter 1689. The clear blue sky was cloudless. Maple Leaf City was bustling with people. It had been 6 years since the birth of the city lord's son, Hong Ting. In these 6 years, Maple Leaf City had no disasters. The weather was good and the city's scale kept expanding. It had already grown more than 10 times its original size. It was the first human city in the entire plains. Chirp 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 chirp, a flock of spiritual sparrows flew over from nowhere. Their bodies shone with golden light as they flew over in large groups. They had extraordinary intelligence. When they flew to the sky above the city lord's mansion, they suddenly exploded and turned into specks of golden light that fell down. In the city lord's mansion, Hong Ting was waving the small treasure sword in his hand. He moved quickly among the rockery and danced with the sword. For a moment, Hong Ting's figure was nowhere to be seen. Only a ball of sword light could be seen, shining like silver. Good. Amazing. Young master is really talented. This sword technique has only been taught for 3 months and he has already mastered it. It's really hard to imagine. The surrounding guards praised him from the bottom of their hearts. City Lord Hongzhu stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. He was full of pride for his son. As for the shock, it had already disappeared. In these years, Hong Ting's aptitude and performance had repeatedly refreshed his understanding. It made him understand how shallow his understanding of the word genius was. Because he had been shocked too many times, Hongzhu had already become numb. In the following years, it became a matter of course. Clang! At this moment, there was a crisp sound. The silver sword light suddenly disappeared and Hong Ting's figure appeared again. He held the small treasure sword and cut off a corner of a mountain rock. Immediately, cheers and praises were heard. "Father, I always feel that this sword technique is not enough. There is a lot of room for improvement." Hong Ting's lips were red and his teeth were white. His eyes were like stars. He walked out of the rockery with a smile on his face. Father Hongzhu laughed. "This sword technique of yours is the secret manual of the famous sword cultivator Zhao Sansi. I exchanged for it with a rare treasure. You have only practiced for 3 months and you don't like it?" Hong Ting blinked his eyes. Acute slyness flashed in his eyes. "Father, I just said it out of feeling. To be honest, this sword technique is just so. I have practiced for 3 months and have already grasped the essence." Hongzhu nodded and felt a headache again. Her son's aptitude was too high. He learned everything quickly, and he learned everything to the end. This was a good point, but there was also a bad point. A few years ago, Hong Ting had already hollowed out Hongzhu's foundation. He tried every possible way to find other people's secret manuals to teach Hong Ting, but it still could not stop Hong Ting's black hole-like learning ability. In the long run, what should they do? Right at this moment, a flock of spirit sparrows flew over their heads and exploded into golden specks of light. The specks of light sprinkled down and quickly merged into everyone's minds. Most of them were absorbed by Hong Ting alone. For a moment, everyone's faces were filled with joy. They had all been imparted and mastered all kinds of strange secret manuals. It's another immortal imparting technique. I wonder which immortal did this. We still have to thank the young master. It's all thanks to him. All the guards looked at Hong Ting fervently. Even Hongzhu's gaze had a trace of complexity. Hong Ting shut his eyes and immersed himself in the rich knowledge that had suddenly appeared. Hongzhu and the rest were already used to it. Even the people outside the city lord's manor were only slightly surprised before returning to their normal lives, busying themselves with their own matters. Phenomena and immortal traces were fascinating, but when such things happened many times, they became normal. The immortal traces that happened to Hong Ting were no longer a simple concept, they were so numerous that people were numb to it. Ever since he was born and was taken in as a disciple by Duke Long, he would often appear in immortal traces. Duke Long was the leader of Celestial Court. Not mentioning the rank 8 Gu immortals of Celestial Court, just the 10 great ancient sects of Celestial Court were all colossal forces, overlords of their own regions with deep foundations. Duke Long took in a disciple with great fanfare without concealment, everyone understood his intentions. Thus, be it Central Continent's righteous path, demonic path, or lone immortals, they were all very concerned about Hong Ting's growth. Hong Ting was a luck seed, he would be nurtured by Celestial Court to become a future immortal venerable, this was no secret. Thus, every once in a while, Gu immortals or descendants of Gu immortals would secretly help Hong Ting, forming good karma and becoming familiar with him. Thus, golden sparrow imparting techniques were no longer rare. There were also spirit crane imparting techniques, auspicious clouds delivering fruits, sacred wind cleansing marrow, and other immortal traces and phenomena. After a long while, Hong Ting completely absorbed the knowledge in his mind, but he frowned. Although there are 18 types of weapon training techniques in here, each of them is exquisite, there is still no method to awaken the aperture in advance. Father, when can I open my aperture and control Gu worms? These techniques, no matter how high they are only mortal techniques. Only manipulating Gu worms is the proper way. My son, don't be anxious. Have you forgotten what your master instructed me in the letter he sent? Hongzhu said in a pleasant tone. Hong Ting impatiently waved his hand. Father, I know. Master said that although I can awaken the aperture in advance, I can only do it when I am 12 years old. If the time is not right and the opportunity is not here, I cannot advance it. I am very curious, Master is so powerful, why can't he help me awaken my aperture now? Hongzhu's expression sank. Son, your master is an upper immortal, you cannot understand what he is thinking, but you have to listen to him. You have to understand that he will absolutely not harm you, just like how our parents love and protect you. Yes, Father. I said something wrong, Father, please don't be angry, okay? Hong Ting quickly cupped his fists, he was very filial towards his parents. Time passed, several years passed in the blink of an eye. Duke Long appeared again and officially took Hong Ting as his disciple, personally teaching him as he traveled around the world. When Hong Ting was 12 years old, Duke Long helped him awaken his aperture. He officially stepped on the path of Gu cultivation, and because of his peerless aptitude and solid foundation, his cultivation advanced rapidly. It wasn't just his cultivation base that had improved. His experience had also been enriched along the way. He met many people, from mortals to immortals, from kind people to evil people. His understanding of life and heaven and earth continued to deepen. He was chivalrous, he abhorred evil, he was handsome and confident, he was resourceful and resourceful. Master, I found out that villainous Xue Tu Dao who slaughtered the village, he is on a nearby mountain. On this day, Hong Ting returned from hunting and returned to the cave, excitedly saying to Duke Long. Duke Long nodded and smiled. Sit down, my soup is almost done. This is the bone soup of an ancient desolate beast, it will be very beneficial to your growth. Hong Ting threw the prey in his hand to the ground and gritted his teeth. Master, over a year ago, I wanted to attack Xue Tu Dao and exterminate evil. You said I only had rank 3 cultivation while he was rank 5, I could not fight him, I could not go. Half a year ago, I already had rank 4 cultivation and had 8 killer moves, I had a high chance of taking Xue Tu Dao's life, but you said I did not have 100% chance and should not make a move. 3 months ago, I already had rank 5 cultivation and could deal with Xue Tu Dao in 2 or 3 moves, but you said it was not time for him to die, it was not time to kill him. Master, if we continue to let such an evil person live, who knows how many innocent lives will be lost. Now, it is time for me to make a move. Duke Long put down the ladle in his hand and stopped stirring the bone soup in the pot, sighing, Disciple, the opportunity has not come. I don't care about the opportunity, I only know that if I do not make a move now, I will have missed the opportunity. Hong Ting's attitude was very firm. Duke Long shook his head. At this time, Xue Tu Dao's life is not time. If you forcibly kill him, not only will it be futile, there will also be unexpected twists and turns, resulting in a tragedy. I don't believe it. I only need one move to take his life. Hong Ting raised a finger, his eyes fixed on Duke Long, his gaze burning as if his eyes were burning with fire. Duke Long was silent for a moment. Then go, young man, try it. Thank you for your permission, Master. Hong Ting was overjoyed. Master only hopes that you will not be disappointed when the time comes. How could I be disappointed? Master, please wait for a moment, disciple will return in 30 minutes with Xue Tu Dao's head. Hong Ting turned and left. But after the time it took for 1 incense stick to burn, 2 incense sticks to burn, 3 incense sticks to burn, Hong Ting was still nowhere to be seen. Everything was in Duke Long's eyes, he knew the time was ripe. He left the cave, crossed a sea of trees and flew to Hong Ting's side. Hong Ting knelt on the ground, his face filled with anger and regret. He stared blankly at the foot of the mountain. There used to be a small village there, the villagers lived peacefully and peacefully. His eyes were red, filled with veins of blood. When he saw Duke Long, he raised his head, there were clear traces of tears on his face. Master, I had never expected that there would be a Gu immortal inheritance here. That Xue Tu Dao wanted to inherit this inheritance, so he secretly came here. I broke his plan, so he used the power of the inheritance to stop me. I fought with all my strength, but the aftermath of the battle caused the mountain to collapse and actually buried the small village. Master. It was me, I caused the deaths of these villagers at the foot of the mountain. Hong Ting sobbed. Duke Long did not console him, he was silent for a moment before suddenly saying, "Disciple, do you want to take revenge? Do you want to get rid of Xue Tu Dao? The time has come." "Is that so? Where is he?" Hong Ting's body shook as he asked. "On that mountain." Duke Long pointed. Hong Ting immediately rushed over and easily killed Xue Tu Dao. "I can't accept this, I have clearly inherited the true inheritance, but I have not digested the results yet. Just now, I narrowly escaped death, I was weak and powerless, but you saw me. If I had more time, I would not be afraid of me, I could still become a Gu immortal." These were Xue Tu Dao's last words. Hong Ting stood in front of Xue Tu Dao's corpse in silence. Duke Long's figure appeared behind Hong Ting again, he was silent. After a while, Hong Ting retracted his dazed gaze from Xue Tu Dao's body and asked in a hoarse voice, "Master, you said that if I listened to your arrangements, I could easily kill him. That village's people would not be implicated, right?" Duke Long did not speak, he only stretched out his hand and lightly patted Hong Ting's shoulder. Chapter 1690. Fate. Duke Long sighed, his expression was solemn and complicated. He walked a few steps and sat on a rock, then patted the spot next to him, indicating for Hong Ting to sit down. Hong Ting copied Duke Long and sat down cross-legged. "Look." Duke Long pointed at the foot of the rock he was sitting on. Hong Ting immediately looked over and saw a small group of ants next to the rock. They were in a line, carrying food and returning it to their nest. "This is fate." Duke Long continued. Look again." Duke Long pointed at the sky again. Hong Ting looked up at the sky and saw white clouds of all shapes and sizes floating in the sky. "This is also fate." Duke Long continued. Hong Ting's heart moved as if he understood something. "Master, you mean?" He could not continue. He understood something in his heart, but he could not express it in words. Ants move food, bees gather honey, the wind blows, the clouds float, all living things have their own paths. From our perspective, they may not have any rules, but they actually all move according to the rules of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Look at the sun and moon, every day, the sun rises and the moon sets, the moon rises and the sun sets. Look at a person's life and death, no matter what kind of person, even if they are an immortal venerable or a demon venerable, they all have to die, from life to death. All of this is fate. Every person, every life, even every rock, every drop of water, every ball of fire, since they exist in this world, they must have their own meaning and value. Good and evil are the same. Without good, where would evil come from? Without evil, what need is there for good? You were in a hurry to get rid of Xue Tu Dao because you did not see his value. Since the great Tao of heaven and earth wanted him to exist, there must be a reason for him to live. This is fate. Fate has already arranged everything in the world, it is just that we can only feel the way of this arrangement, we cannot see it clearly. It is normal to not see clearly. The rules of the great Tao of the universe, even immortals cannot fully understand them in their entire lives. We are too weak, and the world is too vast. We should revere the heavens and the earth and follow the arrangements of fate. Only then can we follow the will of the heavens and benefit the world. The reason why your parents got together was fate's arrangement. The greatest meaning was to bring you into this world. You will become an immortal sovereign in the future. This is also fate's arrangement. You have to accept it and climb to the peak step by step. In the end, you will become the leader of the celestial court and dedicate your life to the righteous path of the world. As for me, the greatest meaning of my life is to guide you onto the correct path. I am your Dao protector. You have to believe in fate and acknowledge it. Everything it does has its own reasons. If we forcefully interfere and change it, we will inevitably get tragedy and regret. Just like how you wanted to take Xue Tudao's life in advance, did you kill him in the end? Duke Long shook his head, no. Although your strength far exceeds his, you will encounter all sorts of unexpected situations. So in the end, not only did you fail to eliminate him, you even implicated the innocent. Now think about it, if you listened to fate's arrangement and killed Xue Tudao when he was at his weakest, would you still encounter these accidents? Now, let me tell you, the meaning of Xue Tudao's existence is to open this Gu immortal inheritance, to be a pioneer and bring this inheritance to you. Hong Ting was stupefied. He was motionless like a statue. 2 streams of tears flowed down from his eyes as he choked with sobs. Master, I was wrong. Knowing your mistakes and being able to correct them is the greatest virtue. Actually, your wrong choice earlier was also fate's arrangement. Duke Long said. Master, what do you mean? We are all under fate's arrangements. You think you are going to break fate, but your thoughts are actually fate's arrangements. You don't need to feel guilty, you should understand fate's intentions. Do you think your wrong choice is worthless? Wrong. Every mistake has a measurable value to a youngster's growth. If you can learn from this mistake and recognize the existence of fate, accepting and acknowledging it, then this mistake will have value. The destruction of that mountain village has the meaning of destruction. Saying so, Duke Long gazed deeply at Hong Ting. My disciple, you are a talented and intelligent child, a good and obedient child, but I have a worry, you are too emotional. Now that you have rank 5 cultivation, when I ask you to consider which path to immortal ascension, I'm afraid you will choose wisdom path, right? Master, you have great insight, disciple indeed thinks so, disciple feels that wisdom path is very suitable for me. Hong Ting said honestly. Duke Long shook his head. Wisdom path pays attention to thoughts, will, and emotions. You are too emotional, studying emotions will do you more harm than good. Listen to me, choose time path. When you look at the past and present, all sorts of ups and downs, glory and disgrace, you will understand that all emotions and romantic relationships will be washed away by time. I have obtained a revelation from Fate Gu, time path is the most suitable path for you. Hong Ting opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but finally nodded. Disciple will listen to Master's teachings, I will choose time path. Duke Long nodded in relief, that's good. Master is your Dao protector, guiding you onto the correct path. This is the meaning of Master's existence. Time continued to flow. Hong Ting chose time path, and under Duke Long's protection, he successfully passed the immortal ascension tribulation and became a time path Gu immortal. Exalted immortal Hong Ting, that demon has threatened to slaughter the entire city unless I marry my daughter to him as a concubine. He is a high and mighty Gu immortal, we are just mortals. We have no other choice, please consider my relationship with your father and exterminate the demon. An old city lord came and knelt on the ground, begging Hong Ting to help. Hong Ting recognized that this city lord's city was very close to Maple Leaf City, they had frequent dealings, they indeed had a deep relationship. He had even seen this city lord's daughter, they had played together in their childhood. Old man, quickly get up. I will definitely help you, but... Hong Ting paused, the time is not right yet. The old city lord was overjoyed, since Upper Immortal has agreed, I can rest assured. I believe Upper Immortal will not go back on your words. Hong Ting had been waiting for a good opportunity, he finally reached the moment when that demon Gu immortal should die. He decisively took action and easily eradicated the demon. However, the old city lord knelt on the ground, looking at the ruins and corpses in the city, he cried in sorrow, this wretched demon, you are finally dead. Sob, 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 my obedient daughter, my citizens, you can rest in peace, your revenge has been avenged. Disciple greets master. I wonder what matter does master summon disciple for? Hong Ting arrived in front of Duke Long. Disciple, master has sensed fate, floating flower river is about to flood at this moment, the river has changed its course. I want you to go and save people. Remember, you cannot act in advance, you can only act after 3 days and 3 nights. Duke Long instructed. Yes, master. Hong Ting came to the bank of floating flower river and looked at the spreading river water. Countless living beings were destitute, drowned corpses were floating on the surface of the river. He forcibly restrained his emotions and waited for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, he found that he did not need to do anything, the river water had already retreated by itself, many places had already exposed muddy ground. The aura of a wild immortal gu rose up, it was actually not far away from Hong Ting. Hong Ting easily subdued this wild immortal gu. Good gu, it is actually a rank 7-time path gu, it is suitable for me. Howl. 2 ancient desolate beasts were attracted by the aura of the wild immortal gu. Hong Ting's expression was solemn, he hid himself and waited for these 2 ancient desolate beasts to kill each other, one dead and one injured, before he made his move and captured these 2 ancient desolate beasts. Amazing, amazing. Looking at the traces of the battlefield, Hong Ting came to a realization. So this is the ingenious arrangement of fate. After the intense battle between these 2 ancient desolate beasts, floating flower river has expanded by several times, at the same time, the river has been soaked in the blood of the ancient desolate beasts, becoming thick and solid. From now on, floating flower river's flood will not happen again. Also, the land beside floating flower river has been soaked in the river water and the blood essence of countless living beings' corpses, it will become extremely fertile. The mortals who will migrate here in the future will truly be blessed. Bull-headed demon brute, quickly release my parents, otherwise I will make you wish you were dead. Hong Ting stared at bull-headed demon immortal, his eyes were almost spewing fire. Bull-headed demon immortal grabbed Hong Ting's parents with each hand, laughing loudly. Lad, who asked you to be so arrogant, you want to get rid of me? When I became a gu immortal, who knows where you were suckling milk? Are you afraid now? Hong Ting was afraid of harming the innocent, he shouted in anger. Bull-headed demon immortal gu quickly shouted, don't come over, don't be rash. Don't you want your parents' lives? If you come over, I will directly crush your parents' heads. What do you want? Hong Ting shouted. Bull-headed demon immortal gu laughed sinisterly, all right. As long as you return my lifespan gu to me, I will return your parents. Otherwise, I don't have many days left to live, I will take your parents along with me. Hong Ting was stunned on the spot. According to fate's arrangement, those 2 wild lifespan gu should belong to bull-headed demon immortal gu. But Hong Ting thought of his parents' old age and near the end of their lifespan, so he hid it from Duke Long and took these 2 lifespan gu. He had not expected bull-headed demon immortal gu to find him and bring disaster to his parents. At once, Hong Ting's face was deathly pale, his forehead full of cold sweat. I have already used your 2 lifespan gu. I know, you gave them to your parents. Bull-headed demon immortal gu was not surprised, but you are Duke Long's disciple, a future immortal venerable who will enter the celestial court. I don't believe that celestial court does not have lifespan gu. Bring me 300 years, no, 3,000 years of lifespan gu, and I will let your parents go. This. Hong Ting immediately fell into a dilemma. Finally, after some twists and turns, he finally chased bull-headed demon immortal gu away. But his parents were heavily injured, even with immortal methods, they could not be healed. Father, mother, I have harmed you. If not for me finding lifespan gu for my parents, they would still have a few more years to live according to their age. Hong Ting wept, kneeling on the ground, feeling extremely helpless. Hong Zhu, however, smiled, "My son, life and death are determined by fate, riches and honor are determined by heaven. Humans have to die eventually, there is longevity in this world, but who can live forever? No one. We are fated to die, there is no need to grieve for us. On the contrary, you should be happy for us. For us to have a son like you, a future immortal venerable, this is such a great honor, our names will definitely go down in history because of you." Madame Hong followed, "My son, listen to your master, be a good person, and be righteous." The two elders held each other's hands, and stopped breathing. "Father, mother." Hong Ting raised his head and cried, his voice hoarse. Time accumulated brilliance in Hong Ting's eyes, the vicissitudes of life and maturity made him even more charismatic as a man. Green mountains, the afterglow of the setting sun. Under the sunset, he and Lu Xianxia met for the first time. Their eyes met, both of them felt their hearts palpitate, an indescribable atmosphere quickly spread around the two. Love at first sight. Lu Xianxia had a strange expression, she asked, "Who are you?" Hong Ting was not surprised, he smiled and replied, "I am your destined husband, my name is Hong Ting." Lu Xianxia was shocked, "You are the future immortal venerable? Don't be surprised, our meeting here is fate." Love, Hong Ting felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and happiness. He and Lu Xianxia were together, they were in love with each other. It was as if they were born for each other, like a lock and a key, they were a match made in heaven. They traveled all over the world, they chatted and drank under the moon. They had a tacit understanding, they could express their innermost feelings with just a glance, they even transmitted their thoughts to each other. They were a true immortal couple, they had lived together for hundreds and thousands of years, they supported each other on the path of cultivation, they did not quarrel or get angry once. Lu Xianxia accompanied Hong Ting all the way to rank 8, to the peak of rank 8, and finally to the realm of rank 9 sovereign. The calamities and tribulations were unimaginable, but Hong Ting still succeeded in the end. Duke Long was heavily injured because of this, several celestial court Gu immortals died. Hong Ting hugged Lu Xianxia's cold body as tears flowed down his face. He hugged Lu Xianxia tightly, saying, don't leave me, I beg you to live. It is useless, I was struck by the calamity and tribulation, it is already a great fortune for me to have left a trace of my soul to see you for the last time. How can I ask for more? Lu Xianxia smiled. I am useless. I came to undergo tribulation, but I implicated you. Hong Ting lowered his head, tears rolling down his face. No, Hong Ting. That kind of calamity and tribulation, only someone with my special physique can block it. Even if you give up your lives, there would only be failure. I was born with one of the 10 extreme physiques, and met you, it was all fate's arrangement. At the moment when you were on the brink of death, I suddenly understood that the greatest meaning of my life was to protect you, to block the calamities and tribulations for you, to help you ascend to the position of an immortal venerable. Now, I have done it. No. Xian would rather not be an immortal venerable, I only want you to live. Hong Ting screamed helplessly, his face was covered in tears as his body trembled. All living beings have their own destinies, they all have their own destinies. Hong Ting, you cannot think like this, you need to live on, your destiny is to become an immortal venerable, to lead the celestial court, to shine the light of the righteous path over the 5 regions. Do you know, I have always been looking forward to such a scene, looking forward to standing by your side, accompanying you to be invincible in the world, bringing blessings to the world. It is a pity that I cannot see it. Lu Xianxia's aura dissipated, she died completely. Hong Ting's head was lowered, his back was bent like a bow, like an old man, a heavy shadow shrouded his face. At this moment, he seemed to have lost all signs of life. He was like a statue, not moving at all. In his immortal aperture, the remaining heaven and earth chi continued to gather, refining a rank 8 immortal goo according to his current mental state. This goo was shaped like a centipede, its body was pale like paper. A centipede had 100 legs, but its legs were replaced by 100 feelers. Every feeler was translucent, they floated in the air, scratching people's hearts and inciting the deepest regret in their hearts. Rank 8 Regret Goo. Cough, cough, cough. Duke Long coughed out some blood. He got up with difficulty and went to Hong Ting's side. Lu Shu Xian died a worthy death, so put away your sorrow, my disciple. This is all fate's arrangement. You are already an immortal venerable now. Rank 9 venerables are rare even in the long river of history. You still have a long life ahead of you, your mission has just begun. I will abdicate, the celestial court and the 5 regions and 2 heavens need you. Hong Ting, Hong Ting. Duke Long called out softly. Hong Ting slowly raised his head, he did not look at Duke Long, his gaze was still fixed on Lu Shu Xian's cold face. He said softly, I regret it. For the fastest novel reading without mistakes, please visit. Chapter 1691. What did you say? Duke Long did not hear it clearly. I said, I regret it. Hong Ting said again. Duke Long's brows furrowed tightly, he stared at this disciple he was the proudest of in his life with a strict gaze. Regret? Oh Hong Ting, don't speak nonsense. Do you know in your heart how many people contributed and sacrificed themselves to nurture you and support you to your current cultivation level? If you say such words, how can you face those people who supported you since you were young? How can you face your parents? How can you face the recently deceased Lu Shu Xian? How can you face the immortals who helped you pass the tribulation and perished? Duke Long berated Hong Ting sternly. All right, Lord Duke Long, Fairy Shu Xian's death is a great sorrow, we can completely understand Red Lotus Immortal Venerable's feelings. He was just emotional for a moment. The other Celestial Court Gu Immortals tried to persuade him. Red Lotus Immortal Venerable, hee. Hong Ting laughed in disdain, he looked at Duke Long with bloodshot eyes. If I have to sacrifice like this, and there might be even more sacrifices in the future to exchange for the position of an Immortal Venerable, I would rather not have this Immortal Venerable position. Enough. Duke Long flew into a rage, even if you speak nonsense, you have to stop, Hong Ting. Do you think your Immortal Venerable position is something that you can get and give up whenever you want? This is all fate's arrangement, this is the mission you were born with, you have to carry it out. Hong Ting raised his head and laughed loudly, his hair was disheveled and he was in a sorry state. He then looked down at Duke Long, a grand Immortal Venerable, invincible in the world, you can't even do as you please, you can't even give up this Immortal Venerable position? Duke Long snorted coldly, tell me, Hong Ting, who in this world can do as they please? Your thinking is too childish, you think becoming an Immortal Venerable, you think leading the righteous path means there are no sacrifices? Which thing in this world does not require you to pay? Do you think the word righteous path is so shallow? Wrong. Upholding the righteousness of the celestial court required the most effort and sacrifice. If you don't even have the spirit to sacrifice yourself, then let me tell you, you don't even have the right to join the celestial court. Hong Ting's body trembled. Lord Duke Long, Lord Immortal Venerable, calm down, you are still recuperating, it is not time to quarrel. The other Gu Immortals quickly persuaded. Hong Ting slowly lowered his head, but his fists were tightly clenched. He said with an incomparably firm tone, I want to revive them. Duke Long raised his eyebrows, his expression as cold as ice. Who do you want to resurrect? Everyone who sacrificed their lives for my position as the immortal sovereign. My parents, Lu Shu Xian, and many others. Impudent. Duke Long suddenly roared and pointed at Hong Ting. How could you have such a rebellious thought? You clearly know, and I have warned you more than once, that life and death are predestined. The life and death of a person is the law of the great Tao, and the life and death of any life is the ingenious arrangement of fate. You want to resurrect the dead? Do you want the whole universe to fall into chaos? Have you not learned your lesson? The more you act recklessly, the more disastrous tragedies will happen to you. Even if it is a disastrous tragedy, I will choose to endure it. Master, disciple has a question, why? Why must we accept fate's arrangement? If there is no fate, will this world really fall into chaos? Is there no possibility of it becoming better? Hong Ting's tone was anxious as he asked questions. Duke Long was shaking with anger. This time, even the persuading celestial court Gu immortals slowly retreated, looking at Hong Ting with a strange gaze. Lord Immortal Venerable, your idea is too dangerous. That's right, if there is no fate, there will be no prosperity for our human race. Fate Gu is Celestial Court's supreme treasure. Lord Immortal Venerable actually wants to destroy it? This. You. Hong Ting looked at the surrounding Gu immortals. At this moment, he felt an indescribable deep loneliness. Time passed, an unknown amount of time had passed. In the river of time, a lonely figure appeared. His hair was disheveled, his face was filled with vicissitudes of life, he was like a wanderer who wandered the world without a home. His face still had the shadow of the past Hong Ting, but his expression had completely changed. Red Lotus Demon Venerable looked at the unceasing river of time, sighing faintly, it is time to leave behind my inheritance. He slowly descended. When his feet were about to touch the surface of the river of time, he slowly stopped. This first Stone Lotus Island, and also the most important Stone Lotus Island, will use Regret Gu as the core. It will be left to the otherworldly demon, the person who has the greatest hope of destroying fate in the future. Thereupon, a Stone Lotus Island gradually formed. Red Lotus Demon Venerable left behind rank 8 Regret Gu here. He also left behind a large number of Time Path immortal materials, immortal killer moves, a portion of true meaning that contained his truest memories, and a powerful immortal killer move. After completing it, Red Lotus Demon Venerable dragged his extremely tired body and flew away. Time passed quickly, a long time passed. An outsider entered this Stone Lotus Island. He wore coarse hemp clothes, his body was thin, he was bald and had an ordinary face. He was barefooted, there was some mud on his legs and soles, he looked like a farmer who had just returned from working in the fields. But his face was very young, his eyes were shining brightly, filled with compassion and benevolence. Red Lotus True Meaning appeared, condensing into the illusory appearance of Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He smiled at the muddle-footed youngster. An esteemed guest has finally arrived. I am Paradise Earth. After much effort, I finally found this place. This person was Paradise Earth, who had become an immortal venerable. Red Lotus True Meaning asked directly, what is the purpose of Immortal Venerable's visit? Paradise Earth smiled, Senior Red Lotus, why do you ask when you already know the answer? Red Lotus True Meaning also smiled, you are right, fate is only damaged and not completely destroyed, everything can still be traced, we can observe it from the river of time. After pausing for a moment, Red Lotus True Meaning continued, I can lend you Regret Gu, as for you wanting to snatch my inheritor, that will depend on your own ability. A solemn expression emerged on Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's face, even though he is an otherworldly demon, he is not a heartless person. Put down the butcher's knife and repent, who does not want redemption? I am willing to try. Red Lotus True Meaning laughed loudly, all right. When my main body created this island, I was still a little worried. After all, with the existence of the Celestial Court, I was not completely confident. But now that you have made a move, everything is settled. This is Regret Gu, take it. Regret Gu slowly flew out. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable stretched out his hands that were covered in light, carefully receiving it. As expected of Regret Gu, it can spread and draw out endless feelings of regret. Only those who do not have any regret in their hearts can be immune to this greatest flaw. Other than that, any Gu immortal who gets close to it will feel unparalleled pain of regret. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable smiled bitterly, if not for my rank 9 cultivation level, I might not be able to suppress it. It seems that you also have regret in your heart. Red Lotus True Meaning sighed. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable laughed lightly. Who doesn't have any regrets in their life? After keeping regret goo in his immortal aperture, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable bowed towards Red Lotus True Meaning. I will take my leave, I will definitely bring him here. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, the dazed expression in his eyes slowly dissipated. He had read through the memories left behind by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, he understood the cause and effect of everything. To think that I actually arrived at Red Lotus Island. Even though Red Lotus Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died, the arrangements of these two rank 9 great experts are still effective. Fang Yuan sighed as he looked at Red Lotus True Meaning, as well as the rank 8 regret goo that was floating in front of him. Red Lotus True Meaning smiled, "Oh Fang Yuan, you have finally arrived. There is no need for me to explain, I believe that you will do your best to destroy Fate Goo. So, accept my true inheritance, it has already been waiting for you for over 1,000,000 years." Fang Yuan nodded, he stretched out his hand and was about to grab regret goo. Red Lotus True Meaning quickly said, "Be careful, regret goo cannot be touched directly, otherwise, even if you refine it, you will be drowned in endless feelings of regret. I have already prepared a method for you, you only need to." "There is no need." Fang Yuan had an indifferent expression as he grabbed regret goo and refined it. Red Lotus True Meaning was shocked, "You." Chapter 1692. The great river surged, coming from where it came and going. Fang Yuan stood at the edge of the Red Lotus Stone Island, looking at the river of time in front of him with a tranquil expression and eerie eyes. The river of time could be said to be the most special secluded domain of heaven and earth. Because it ran through the whole world, without its existence and operation, the whole Goo Master world would turn into a still image, without any changes or vitality. Fang Yuan seized Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley, these two secluded domains of heaven and earth belonged to him, but he absolutely could not take away the whole river of time. This secluded domain of heaven and earth was shared by all living beings in the world. Every beast, every blade of grass, every piece of rock, every drop of water vapor enjoyed the benefits of the river of time. Even Goo immortals would at most have a tributary of the river of time in their immortal aperture. The river of time was the shared wealth of the whole world. Every drop of the water of time was pale white and transparent. Trillions of water droplets collided, intertwined, and rotated, bursting out with the most dazzling light and overflowing colors. Thus, the whole river of time was always shrouded in a layer of fragmented and constantly changing 7-colored halos. This was the place with the densest time path Dao marks in the whole world, it was the greatest hotbed of time path. Fang Yuan stood at the edge of the island and only looked for a while before seeing several year beasts, a one-finger flow shark, and large numbers of wild time path Goo worms. The river of time was full of vitality. Several days had passed since Fang Yuan arrived at this Red Lotus Stone Island. During this period, he had already completely devoured and digested Red Lotus True Meaning, his time path attainment soared to an unimaginably supreme height, time path quasi-supreme grandmaster. With this attainment level, when Fang Yuan looked at the river of time again, he had many new thoughts and feelings. These feelings were not superficial, but the deeper he delved into the essence of the river of time, the more Fang Yuan looked at it, the more fascinated he became. The extreme profundity of the great Tao was in front of him, silently lifting a corner of its mysterious veil, allowing him to understand this world and the principles behind its operation. Although he had also had refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment before, his feelings at that time were far from as deep as now. After all, Fang Yuan was now facing the river of time, a pocket dimension of heaven and earth. Quasi-supreme time path realm gave Fang Yuan an all-round improvement. For example, the mystical immortal killer move time cutting edge, Fang Yuan had the ability to understand its essence and change the Goo worms within to restore the killer move's power. Or like Xia Cha's time path immortal Goo and immortal killer moves, Fang Yuan could modify them and make them more suitable for himself. The greatest improvement was in the Time Path Immortal Gu recipes. Time Path and Refinement Path were both quasi-supreme. Fang Yuan could modify any Time Path Immortal Gu recipe in the world. His confidence in refining Time Path Immortal Gu rose sharply. Without a doubt, the Red Lotus True Meaning was the most valuable treasure. Below it was Rank 8 Immortal Gu, Regret. Not to mention the legendary nature of this Gu worm, just the fact that it was a Rank 8 Gu worm was already very valuable. After obtaining this Gu worm, Fang Yuan now had 5 Rank 8 Gu worms in his possession. They were Attitude Gu, Wisdom Sword Gu, Years Flow Like Water Gu, Soul Beast Token, and Regret Gu. With Regret Gu, Fang Yuan did not have to face any obstacles in constructing Regret Pool. Of course, there were still difficulties, but the greatest difficulty was gone because he had Regret Gu. When Red Lotus Demon Venerable set up this true inheritance, he had deduced Fang Yuan's situation, thus he had prepared a large number of Time Path Immortal materials. With Regret Gu and Time Path Immortal materials, Fang Yuan only needed to spend some time to construct Regret Pool. In fact, he could build an Immortal Gu house that was superior to Regret Pool. This way, Fang Yuan could refine Gu on a large scale. On one hand, he could refine more Time Path Immortal Gu, on the other hand, he could raise the ranks of the Immortal Gu around him. The Time Path Immortal materials left behind by Red Lotus Demon Venerable were all of extremely high ranks. The lowest was rank 7, and there were a large number of rank 8 immortal materials. If the Celestial Court saw this, they might vomit a mouthful of blood. They had tried all sorts of methods to obstruct Fang Yuan and prevent Fang Yuan from purchasing Time Path Immortal materials. They did not hesitate to pay a huge price. This had indeed caused a lot of trouble for Fang Yuan, but now, all of their efforts were in vain. Other than Red Lotus True Meaning, Rank 8 Immortal Gu Regret, and a large number of Time Path Immortal materials, there were also immortal killer moves. Among them, the greatest gains were the immortal killer moves that use Spring-Autumn Cicada as the core. What Fang Yuan cared about the most was Spring-Autumn Success Killer Move. This move had several supplementary immortal Gu. It allowed Spring-Autumn Cicada to have a 100% success rate when activated. Using Spring-Autumn Cicada alone had a high chance of failure, and it also had the disadvantage of decreasing one's luck. But Spring-Autumn Success Immortal Killer Move, although it did not change the disadvantage, it suppressed the failure rate to 0. This way, Spring-Autumn Cicada's practicality was greatly increased. Fang Yuan had already made up his mind to prepare this killer move. Almost all of the immortal killer moves were only information. Fang Yuan had to prepare them himself. But there was a Time Path killer move that Red Lotus Demon Venerable had specially used for Fang Yuan. Thus, after over 1,000,000 years, it had once been at rank 9 level, and although its power had greatly decreased, it was still effective. This Time Path killer move was called Future Self. This move relied on the River of Time and Red Lotus Stone Island to temporarily borrow a Gu Immortal's future state. For example, a Gu Master who was only rank 5 could have rank 6 cultivation level after passing their tribulation in the future. Under the effect of Future Self, he could borrow his future Gu Immortal body to temporarily raise his Gu Immortal cultivation level. This move was so profound and terrifying that even Fang Yuan was tongue-tied. But unfortunately, this move had already weakened to rank 7 level. It was useless against Fang Yuan. In Red Lotus Demon Venerable's deductions, when Fang Yuan found this stone island, his cultivation level would be rank 7. But Red Lotus Demon Venerable was not a Wisdom Path Immortal Venerable. Even a Wisdom Path Immortal Venerable would make mistakes sometimes. Especially when Fate Gu was injured and Luck Path appeared out of nowhere, everything in the world was becoming more and more difficult to predict. My cultivation level is already rank 8, I can only leave this future self-killer move for his subordinates. This can make up for their lack of strength, they will be qualified to fight. It is a pity that I lost many people earlier. This was the entire content of Red Lotus True Inheritance. As expected of the true inheritance that Red Lotus Demon Venerable left behind, it was extremely rich. But Fang Yuan was still somewhat disappointed. What he was looking forward to the most was some method or shortcut that could allow him to destroy Fate Gu. But Red Lotus Demon Venerable did not leave it behind. Even in the memories that Red Lotus Demon Venerable left behind, it only described his regretful life experience after becoming an immortal venerable. There were no records of how he refined Spring-Autumn Cicada, or how he attacked the Celestial Court and harmed Fate Gu. After becoming a venerable, the memories jumped to the Red Lotus Stone Island that Red Lotus Demon Venerable set up. What was the deep meaning behind this arrangement? Before Fang Yuan devoured Red Lotus True Meaning, he had asked about this. Red Lotus True Meaning's answer was that there was no shortcut to destroy Fate Gu. Even if Red Lotus Demon Venerable used some shortcut back then, it was definitely gone now. Don't look down on the Celestial Court. If any shortcut existed, be careful. This should be a trap set up by the Celestial Court. As for why Red Lotus Demon Venerable did not leave behind more memories, Red Lotus True Meaning did not have an answer. He only speculated, I don't want to give you any guidance, Fang Yuan, because this can easily lead to misunderstandings. Whether you want to destroy Fate Gu or not is your own choice. Fang Yuan asked again, where are the other Red Lotus Stone Islands? Red Lotus True Meaning did not know. But this answer was within Fang Yuan's expectations. If every Red Lotus Stone Island could mark each other's location, they would have been destroyed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable or the Celestial Court long ago. To prevent such a situation from happening, Red Lotus Demon Venerable specially set up each Red Lotus Stone Island separately, so that they could not sense each other. Fate Gu must be destroyed. The Celestial Court without Fate Gu was a completely different concept. If Fate Gu was really repaired by the Celestial Court, although Fang Yuan would not be bound by fate, everyone in the world would be affected, or even controlled. At that time, Fang Yuan's enemies would be everyone and everything other than himself. Of course, this was a bit exaggerated, but the nature was absolutely serious. There was another more crucial point. Fate Gu's existence was the biggest obstacle to Fang Yuan's pursuit of eternal life. This point was clear, Fate Gu did not allow resurrection, it stipulated that the living must die. Thus, no matter what, Fang Yuan had to destroy Fate Gu. Chapter 1693. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Central Continent. Dark clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Fang Yuan's time path clone was in the sky, his gaze was solemn and his expression solemn, he was monitoring the entire Gu refinement process to prevent any accidents. Under the dark clouds, there was originally a vast plain, but now it was filled with deep pits. Bolts of lightning struck the ground, creating hemispherical pits. The soil in the pits was baked like porcelain, smoke rising in spirals. It is about time, my main body should make a move. The Time Path clone had just thought of this when countless bolts of lightning gathered into a huge wave. Boom! The blue lightning that was like a heavenly pillar fiercely crashed into a white boulder at the center of the plain. At once, the white boulder was blasted into pieces by the lightning, countless broken rocks flew in all directions. The lightning was extremely fast, suddenly converging and attacking, but suddenly vanishing without a trace. The white rock that was as big as a hill was also blown up, but there was a small goo worm floating in the air. The goo worm was shaped like a butterfly, it was colorful, it was man as before immortal goo. After 6 failures, I finally succeeded, not bad, not bad. Fang Yuan's time path clone saw this and was overjoyed. Man as before immortal Gu originated from Tai by Yunsheng, its origin could also be traced back to Zishan Makoto. Man as before immortal Gu was rank 6, it had obvious effects in healing rank 6 Gu immortals, but it was barely effective in healing rank 7 Gu immortals, it often failed to activate. When healing rank 8 Gu, the effect was even worse. Fang Yuan could use it effectively because of his sovereign immortal body's characteristic. Different Dao marks did not repel each other. But with his current rank 8 cultivation, rank 6 man as before was clearly too low. But now, man as before Immortal Gu was successfully refined, it rose from rank 6 to rank 7. Fang Yuan's time path clone observed carefully. He soon discovered the difference between rank 7 man as before and rank 6 Immortal Gu. Although they both looked like butterflies, rank 7 man as before was more dazzling. Moreover, the butterfly's body had undergone a huge transformation. It looked like a naked, white and tender human. Although rank 8 man as before Immortal Gu was more suitable for Fang Yuan, raising it to rank 7, Fang Yuan was satisfied for now. To refine a rank 8 Immortal Gu would expend a vast amount of cultivation resources. Fang Yuan currently did not have the ability to afford it. Back then, in order to refine the rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, old ancestor Shui who had almost used up all his foundation, causing snowy mountain-blessed land to be filled with complaints. Old ancestor Shui who had cultivated for much longer than Fang Yuan in this life. Unless Fang Yuan sold everything he had, like Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, Reverse Flow River, or Wisdom Gu, he would be able to exchange for a vast amount of resources. But the losses outweighed the gains. Man as before Immortal Gu might be of top quality, but it was not a crucial Gu worm like Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan did not have the extravagant hope of refining a rank 8 Immortal Gu. He intended to raise most of his rank 6 Immortal Gu to rank 7. Because there were too many, the difficulty of refining Gu was high, and the failure rate was high. Fang Yuan's current resources were still not enough. Fang Yuan obtained batches of cultivation resources from 5 Xiang's Grotto Heaven, Qi Clan Grotto Heaven, Blue Whale Grotto Heaven, and Red Lotus Stone Island. But Gu refinement was truly a bottomless pit. No matter how much he invested, it would never be too much. This was all thanks to Fang Yuan obtaining Regret Gu and setting up the refinement path Immortal Formation. He could undo the small process of the Gu refinement and start over. When Fang Yuan's time path clone stored the rank 7 man as before Immortal Gu, the dark clouds in the sky had already dispersed. The refinement path formation slowly activated. This formation combined with the killer move self-cleansing, cleansing the remaining Dao marks in the field. Next is landscape as before Gu. The time path clone thought to himself. The Gu refinement was in full swing. Man as before and landscape as before were the first 2 time path Immortal Gu, but there were still many more. For example, Day Gu, self-strength, pulling mountain, strength chi, Vajra thought, star eyes, star thought, unravel mystery Immortal Gu was also an important point. After it was refined, the killer move Unravel Dream's power would rise greatly. It was very beneficial to Fang Yuan's dream path cultivation. There were also dog shit luck, chi luck, luck inspection, connect luck, and time luck. These luck path Immortal Gu would also be of great help to Fang Yuan after being refined. In terms of luck path, Fang Yuan lacked offensive methods, but its supplementary effect could not be ignored. Before this, Fang Yuan had used his advantage in luck path to escape from the pursuit of many time path Immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court, escaping with his life. Advanced refinement Immortal Gu was mostly controlled by Fang Yuan's main body. The time path clone's cultivation level was too low. He was not qualified. After receiving Red Lotus True Inheritance, Fang Yuan was still on Red Lotus Stone Island. Other than him refining Gu continuously, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and the rest were also moving around on the island. They sparred with each other, trying their best to adapt to Future Self. Under the effect of Future Self, their battle strength rose to rank 7 upper stage or even the peak of rank 7. This was already the limit of the killer move's effect. With the increase in strength of his subordinates, a lot of the awkwardness from before was gone. In the next battle with Fang Yuan, these people would at least be qualified to participate. Regrettably, Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, and Sixth Hare were already dead. Even though Fang Yuan still had some slave Gu immortals who were inferior to Qi Clan's Gu immortals, they were not as reliable as the former. The slave restrictions on them would likely disappear due to the strength of Future Self. Thus, Fang Yuan did not intend to promote these people, even though Future Self still had a few slots left. Advanced refinement immortal goo became Fang Yuan's main task. It took up almost all of his time. Occasionally, he would use fixed immortal travel to teleport to 5 Xiang's grotto heaven to continue refining heaven form. Fang Yuan had already inherited the true inheritance. He was the ruler of this red lotus stone island, thus, he could use fixed immortal travel to travel back and forth. Before this red lotus stone island was protected by red lotus demon venerable's power. It was immune to methods like fixed immortal travel. This was the same as the blue dragon whale's grotto heaven. Fang Yuan had already tried, but fixed immortal travel could not return to the dragon whale grotto heaven. Even though spring-autumn cicada was rank 7 and could expand its range of investigation, Fang Yuan did not search the other red lotus stone islands. Firstly, his strength had not risen by much, he still needed time to digest it. Secondly, Celestial Court was also searching in the River of Time. If they encountered this force, Fang Yuan would have to avoid them. Thirdly, Fang Yuan had been accumulating rank 8 immortal essence. Advancing immortal goo also consumed a lot of immortal essence. Time passed quickly, several months went by. Southern border. Boom! The earth shook, rocks flew everywhere, an earth trench appeared, the aura of wild immortal goo spread everywhere. This wild immortal goo has finally appeared. In the clouds, 3 goo immortals looked down with smiles. Alright, let's fight according to the method we discussed earlier. The earth veins are moving more intensely, wild immortal goo will appear from time to time, let's end this quickly. The 3 goo immortals fought fairly, the atmosphere was harmonious. The influence of Southern Border's Righteous Path Super Alliance was growing. Earlier, Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance but could not deal with Fang Yuan. Instead, he was schemed against by Fang Yuan in the name of undergoing tribulation in 5 regional mountain range. But the Southern Alliance did not have no gains, for example, Tao Zhu's true inheritance. After Lu Wei-yin saved many Southern Border rank 7 goo immortals from Fang Yuan, he represented Paradise Earth's force and joined the Southern Alliance. Perhaps because of their relationship with Fang Yuan, the Righteous Path goo immortals of the Southern Alliance had a common enemy. They were much more restrained. They had one worry in their hearts: Southern Border's earth veins were moving, cultivation resources were appearing one after another. It was hard to guarantee that Fang Yuan would not suddenly appear to fight for them. Thus, the Southern Alliance's goo immortals did not fight to the death, they were instead amiable. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle had just heard the report. She raised her eyebrows, her eyes showing clear joy. Dragon Palace was found. This is good news. Lord Duke Long had been looking out for it. Now, the immortal goo house Dragon Palace has finally been found by our Celestial Court. Dragon Palace was an extremely powerful immortal goo house. Even the Celestial Court attached great importance to it. This immortal goo house has a deep connection with Lord Duke Long. We should tell him this news first. Duke Long received this news and immediately set off. Before leaving, he brought Feng Kim Hong to the Celestial Court and handed him over to Fairy Myrtle. Several days later, Duke Long returned in low spirits. Fairy Myrtle was surprised. Duke Long was extremely powerful. What methods could stop him now? Dragon Palace is actually protected by a layer of dream realms. I cannot enter. Duke Long sighed. Hearing this, Fairy Myrtle came to a realization. She consoled Duke Long. Lord Duke Long, don't worry, our formation has already been set up. We can use the power of the entire Celestial Court's grotto heaven to suppress Spectral Soul. Not long later, we will obtain Spectral Soul's dream path research results. Duke Long heard this news and laughed heartily, saying, "Good," 3 times. Spectral Soul's dream path research results were naturally pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. With this method, the Celestial Court could condense the dream realms and turn them into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. This way, the dream realms around Dragon Palace would be easily solved. Has that demon Fang Yuan made any movements recently? Duke Long asked. Fairy Myrtle shook her head. ever since he escaped from the River of Time, there has been no news of him. Right now, all 5 regions have earth veins moving, southern border is the most active, there is a vast amount of cultivation resources being produced. I actually hope that he will appear and plunder these resources, giving us a chance to take advantage of him. But unfortunately, he has vanished without a trace. I have been using wisdom path methods to analyze all the information but have not found any traces of him. Duke Long nodded, continue to pay attention to him. But even though this demon has reached rank 8, he will have to face even stronger tribulations. This will definitely be a headache for him. Even though he has the sovereign immortal body to annex apertures, he still needs rank 8 grotto heavens to pass the grand tribulations. There is still the even more terrifying myriad tribulation. Once myriad tribulation was mentioned, Fairy Myrtle's heart jumped, she nodded with a smile. Lord Duke Long is right, even though Feng Yuan is rank 8, how can there be so many rank 8 grotto heavens for him to annex? His cultivation level will not change much in the near future. Right now, Feng Yuan lacks resources, especially time path resources. He cannot resist our arrangements in the River of Time. He basically has no fate with Red Lotus True Inheritance. Even though he escaped last time, he expended a lot of immortal essence, almost all of his trump cards were exposed. He needs to quickly accumulate rank 8 immortal essence. The efficiency of relying on immortal yuan stones is too low, he can only rely on his immortal apertures production. But immortal aperture production takes time. If he accelerates the flow of time, the calamities and tribulations will arrive faster. Once he lacks an immortal aperture to annex, he will not be able to avoid the calamities and tribulations, he will have to undergo tribulation directly. Once he truly undergoes tribulation, it will be time for my celestial court to take his life. Fairy Myrtle's eyes were shining brightly as she said this. Chapter 1694. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Central Continent. Feng Yuan's time path clone slowly flew in the air, planting the final flower bud in his hand. The terrain here had already been modified by him, forming a shallow beach with large amounts of high-quality silt. It was very fertile. There was also clear river water that was knee-high in the silt. The time path clone clapped his hands, inspecting the flower bud one last time before flying to the sky leisurely. Looking down from a different height, the entire man-made swamp was within his field of vision. This swamp was extremely vast. Feng Yuan's time path clone could not see the entire swamp clearly, he could not see the entire swamp in his vision. Every few li, there would be a flower bud as large as a house. These flower buds were not simple, they were the flower buds of the desolate plant extreme marsh flower. A small portion of the extreme marsh flowers were obtained by Feng Yuan from the blue dragon whale's immortal aperture, while the rest were purchased from jewel yellow skies. Next, Feng Yuan's time path clone breathed in deeply and activated Summer Goo. Summer Goo originated from southern borders rank 8 Goo Immortal Xianxia, she was rank 8 herself. Feng Yuan's time path clone only had rank 6 cultivation level, he could not use Summer Goo alone. However, Feng Yuan's main body had white lychee immortal essence, he lent Summer Goo to the time path clone. By lending it to himself, Feng Yuan's time path clone could use almost all of his main body's immortal goo. After Summer Goo was activated, other supplementary goo worms followed. After a while, an immortal killer move was activated. Xia Cha had developed a set of time path killer moves that were specially used to manage the immortal aperture. They were spring planting, summer plowing, autumn harvest, and winter storage. The killer move that Feng Yuan's time path clone activated was not one of them, it was modified from summer plowing, it was specially used to nurture extreme marsh flowers. Extreme marsh flowers bloomed in midsummer and bore fruit in autumn. Feng Yuan's time path attainment level was already at quasi-supreme grandmaster, it was at the peak of the world. Together with the light of wisdom, it was very simple to deduce and modify time path killer moves, it was not strenuous at all. As the killer move continued to be activated, the surrounding 10,000 li entered midsummer. The light became brighter, the temperature of the air rose sharply, and at the same time, it became drier. The height of summer had arrived, and the extreme marsh flowers, which had an exuberant vitality, sensed all of this. They began to absorb the nutrients from the water and soil, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye before slowly blooming. Each of the extreme marsh flowers was extremely large, and their petals were connected as one. They were shaped like trumpets, and they were mostly white, with a few having a hint of pink. The river, which was originally as deep as a person's calf, had already reached the bottom. The muddy soil had also become dry, and the fertility of the fertile soil had been greatly depleted. Fang Yuan's time path clone had a calm expression, everything was within his expectations. The cultivation method of the extreme marsh flower was recorded in detail in both the true teachings of Red Lotus and the Shadow sect. These changes were all part of Fang Yuan's plan. Very quickly, wisps of white mist gradually emanated from the heart of the extreme marsh flower. The mist gradually spread and gradually merged into one. Fang Yuan's time path clone stopped his killer move, the air immediately became very moist. The mist nourished the soil, gradually transforming this man-made swamp. Let's name this swamp flower Mist Extreme Marsh. The first step is complete. Fang Yuan's time path clone looked at it with a pleased expression. With this scale of extreme marsh flower mist, it is not a problem to feed Regret Goo. Rank 8 Regret Goo had a huge appetite, and its food was the mist produced by the extreme marsh flower. The problem was that this mist had to be kept fresh at all times. Thus, it was not practical to purchase it from outside, and it was very unstable. Next, when the mist thickens to a certain degree, a layer of water will accumulate at the bottom. After that, I will introduce water plants, as well as small creatures like ducks and flying fish. After that, I will continue to expand the scale of the extreme marsh flower mist and increase the quantity. When Regret Goo is hungry, the accumulated extreme marsh flower mist in the immortal aperture will be enough for it to have a full meal. The feeding of rank 8 Immortal Goo was a huge project. Including this flower mist extreme marsh, the sovereign immortal aperture's development is already at 18%. Currently, the immortal aperture's time flow has already slowed down by a lot, the production of resources and the accumulation of white lychee immortal essence have also fallen. Fang Yuan calculated inwardly. This time, he slowed down the immortal aperture's time flow. He did not rely on time path immortal moves, but directly controlled the year essence pool. It was very convenient. There was no immortal essence expenditure, and at the same time, some of the drawbacks of time path killer moves were eliminated. Fang Yuan could adjust the immortal aperture's time at any time, it was very flexible. Even though immortal essence needs to be accumulated, I cannot blindly speed up time, otherwise, the calamities and tribulations will come quickly. Currently, Fang Yuan had already reached rank 8, but his battle strength had not increased by much. Earlier, he was ambushed by the celestial court in the River of Time, almost all of his trump cards were exposed. Thus, it was not wise to undergo tribulation now. Once he placed his immortal aperture to undergo tribulation, Fang Yuan would become a fixed target. Because at this time, his immortal aperture would be discovered by Providence, and it would be easier for the Celestial Court and other forces to find his location and encircle him. The flow of time has slowed down, but I can still manage my immortal aperture, strengthening my immortal aperture's foundation and strengthening my immortal aperture origin core to produce more white lychee immortal essence. The better the immortal aperture's management, the more immortal essence could be produced. Long ago, Fang Yuan managed his immortal aperture to feed his immortal goo. Afterwards, he managed his immortal aperture to increase its production and earn cultivation resources like immortal yuan stones. Now, his main goal was to accumulate white lychee immortal essence. Simply using immortal yuan stones to condense white lychee immortal essence was too inefficient. 10,000 immortal yuan stones needed to condense one bead of white lychee immortal essence. And Fang Yuan's immortal aperture could produce 100 beads of white lychee immortal essence every year. According to the current flow of time in his immortal aperture, it would take more than half a month in the outside world. Time continued to pass as Fang Yuan cultivated. Summer arrived in the 5 regions. Even though there were no traces of Fang Yuan, the entire 5 regions' Gu immortal world was in a state of excitement. Be it righteous path, demonic path, or lone immortals, they were all in an uproar. The reason for this situation was the shaking of the 5 regions' earth veins. New earth trenches were constantly appearing. They first appeared in southern border, but now, this situation was occurring frequently in the other 4 regions. Rumble, dust rose. Hong Yi was exhausted. He sat on the ground and looked at the huge trench in front of him. His face was pale, he gasped for breath and did not move. When the earth veins shook, he and the other Gu masters had started to run. This was an extremely dangerous escape route. There were quite a few times where Hong Yi's luck was good. Only then did he manage to escape with his life. Eventually, he almost fell in, but at the crucial moment, he exerted his strength and jumped up the cliff. He did not fall into the unfathomably deep earth trench. Since when did we have earthquakes here? So dangerous, I almost lost my life here. After a long while, Hong Yi stood up with difficulty while gasping for breath. He looked down at the earth trench. He only saw darkness. The wind was blowing in the earth trench. The dust was still very thick and had not dissipated. During this period of time, it seems that there are earthquakes all over central continent, creating this kind of earth trench. As a mortal, Hong Yi also felt the changes in the world. What is that? From the dust, a wild immortal Gu flew out. An injured wild immortal Gu flew with difficulty. It swayed and fell beside Hong Yi's feet after expending its strength. Hong Yi was dumbfounded. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle shouted, her body emitted a dazzling purple light. Next, the entire celestial court started to shake. An incomparably huge formless force poured into the huge immortal formation. The immortal formation rumbled. It started to grind at Spectral Soul, who was locked up at the center. Spectral Soul resisted with all his might, but he could not stop it. His deepest memories were dug out. Wonderful, I finally obtained the profundity of the pure dream reality seeker physique body, ha ha ha. Fairy Myrtle had a pale and haggard expression, but she was very excited. She had been working very hard these days. On one hand, she had to deal with the earth vein tremors and the unexpected situations that occurred all over central continent. On the other hand, she had to put in more effort to deal with Spectral Soul. In order to obtain Shadow Sect's Dream Path research results as soon as possible, she put in a lot of effort. She activated the power of the entire Celestial Court Grotto Heaven and used it on the immortal formation. Hard work paid off. Fairy Myrtle finally obtained a breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, it was midsummer. The sunlight was hot, but it could not compare to the passion in the Gu immortals' hearts. The tremors of the earth vein did not stop or slow down, they were getting more intense. Immortal materials, wild immortal Gu, and all sorts of cultivation resources appeared from time to time. It caused a huge celebration in the Gu immortal world of the 5 regions. Within the 5 Xiang's Grotto Heaven, Fang Yuan's laughter suddenly resounded. Finally, heaven form is under my complete control. Beside Fang Yuan, the rank 9 killer move in the form of a white crane was extremely obedient. It stood quietly, listening to Fang Yuan's thoughts. To think that heaven form's effect is actually this. With it, my cultivation level might rise rapidly. The problem of calamities and tribulations might also be resolved. Fang Yuan stroked the white crane's wings, his eyes shining with bright light. Chapter 1695. Immemorial White Heaven. With a melodious cry, an elegant white crane that was as white as snow flew around Fang Yuan. With Fang Yuan's will, this white crane danced along with him. It could be said that he could control it freely. This rank 9 immortal killer move is finally mine to use. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He said softly, "Go." The white crane's wide wings immediately flapped, bringing its entire body forward with extreme agility. Before it could fly far, the white crane circled around a certain spot in the sky, flying in circles, occasionally letting out a crane cry. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. Information was transmitted from the white crane, showing the scene inside 5 Xiang's grotto heaven. Rank 9 Immortal Killer Move Heaven form was not used for offense or defense, but for investigation. Its target was all the existences in immemorial white heaven. Its investigation range was extremely wide, far beyond the limits of Fang Yuan's abilities, thus it was extremely convenient for Fang Yuan to plunder all kinds of natural resources in immemorial white heaven. On the other hand, its investigation ability was also very strong. How strong was it? It could actually find hidden grotto heavens. Any grotto heaven that was placed in immemorial white heaven would be detected by heaven form even if the immortal aperture's entrance was not opened. Once it started to fly around, it would start to investigate the immortal aperture's internal information. Of course, the investigation range of grotto heavens was far smaller than that of ordinary targets. There was another advantage: during the investigation process, Fang Yuan did not need to expend a single bead of immortal essence. Rank 9 Immortal Killer Move Heaven form originated from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It was very extraordinary. It was as if the investigation ability was an innate ability of heaven form white crane. But now, if I want to forcefully enter the grotto heaven, I will need to inject immortal essence. Fang Yuan's lips curled up as he slowly instilled white lychee immortal essence that was unique to rank 8 Gu immortals. As immortal essence was instilled, heaven form white crane's body started to emit a gentle light. Fang Yuan slowly flew closer, letting the gentle white light cover his body. At the same time, a lump of hazy white light appeared in 5 Xiang's grotto heaven. Fang Yuan flew forward along the white light. There was no resistance in the whole process. After a few breaths, he officially entered the 5 Xiang's cave. Even though 5 Xiang's grotto heaven was already controlled by Fang Yuan, he relied on heaven form alone to infiltrate 5 Xiang's grotto heaven. The white lychee immortal essence consumption is quite high, but thinking about it, I am a rank 8 Gu immortal, and the killer move itself is at rank 9, it is not a shortcoming to expend so much white lychee immortal essence. Although there was some white light, the entire process was silent. Not bad, not bad. Fang Yuan nodded to himself. He was quite satisfied with the performance of the audition. One had to know that it was extremely difficult to barge into an unfamiliar paradise. Thinking about how Crane Gate attacked to Immortal Blessed Land, and thinking about how Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu attacked Heifan Grotto Heaven back then, heaven form's value could be seen. In the long river of history, how many Gu immortals have appeared? Even though it is not easy to reach rank 8, millions of years of accumulation is definitely not small. Especially after Ren Zhu's son destroyed the other 7 immemorial heavens, only immemorial white heaven and immemorial black heaven were left. After that, rank 8 Gu immortals and rank 9 Gu immortals would only have these 2 choices if they wanted to create a grotto heaven in their immemorial aperture. Ignoring rank 9 Gu venerables, when these rank 8 Gu immortals die, their immortal apertures would often land in immemorial black and white heavens, turning into a grotto heaven. These grotto heavens would fall and get destroyed due to calamities and tribulations, but at the same time, new rank 8 geniuses would emerge. Thus, there must still be a portion of these grotto heavens in immemorial black and white heavens. These grotto heavens were great nourishment for Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Annexing any one of them would allow him to transcend calamities and tribulations, thus it would resolve a huge problem for Fang Yuan. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to find a grotto heaven and have the ability to annex it. At the same time, this grotto heaven had not annexed any immemorial 9 heavens fragments. Grotto heavens that annexed immemorial 9 heavens fragments would not face any calamities and tribulations. But at the same time, the grotto heaven contained providence that could not be cleansed. Fang Yuan could not annex these grotto heavens, thus, 5 Xiang's grotto heaven and Heifan grotto heaven were not within his consideration. As for Qi Clan's Qi Sea Grotto Heaven, even though it had not annexed any fragments and had been relying on unlimited Qi Sea Immortal Killer move to resist calamities and tribulations, Fang Yuan's Qi Path attainment level had become a bottleneck for devouring. He could not get past it immediately. As for the Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven, Fang Yuan had considered it. Not to mention that he had already used fixed immortal travel and could not find the blue dragon whale, it was already far away from its original location. Just the Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven itself had Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables arrangements. Even if Fang Yuan had the ability to annex it, he would not dare to act rashly. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable might have other methods hidden in the Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven, waiting for Fang Yuan. Any Gu Venerable could not be underestimated. There will definitely be a Grotto Heaven that suits my needs. Fang Yuan was very confident about this. Not only because he had heaven form, but also because in the 500 years of his previous life's memories, there were many Grotto Heavens that appeared during the 5 regions' chaotic war and interfered with this huge era change. Among them, the one that left the deepest impression on Fang Yuan was 9 Void Grotto Heaven. Almost all the Gu immortals in this Grotto Heaven cultivated Phantom Path. The entire Grotto Heaven could turn into Phantom, causing calamities and tribulations to be ineffective. Dao Formation Grotto Heaven. This Grotto Heaven specialized in Formation Path. It had layers of formations that protected the entire Grotto Heaven. There was also Holy Deceive Grotto Heaven. This Grotto Heaven had an even greater origin. Its original owner had a good relationship with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. After he died, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable personally made arrangements in Holy Deceive Grotto Heaven. This caused Providence to make misjudgments about this Grotto Heaven. The might of many calamities and tribulations were greatly reduced, they were easily passed. These Grotto Heavens had been living in seclusion for many years, nurturing Gu immortals. Each Grotto Heaven had many Gu immortals, they were all true super forces. However, there were very few rank 8 Gu immortals. With just the resources of a Grotto Heaven, it was hard to nurture a rank 8 Gu immortal. Thus, the strong super forces were all rooted in the 5 regions. They had abundant resources. At the same time, they had a huge population, and they competed intensely with each other. All these factors would cause the birth of rank 8 Gu immortals from time to time. Summer passed and autumn arrived, the earth veins moved even more frequently. It was time for Gu immortals to harvest. Western Desert. A beautiful female immortal lightly shot an arrow. The arrow tore through the sky, leaving behind a faint pink trail as it hit the ancient desolate beast. This ancient desolate beast was still rampaging in Earth Trench a moment ago, but at the next moment, flowers of all colors burst out of its body as it fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Intense winds mixed with yellow sand blew past. The entire ancient desolate beast's body turned into flower petals that drifted away, vanishing completely. It's actually her. Gong Clan's second daughter, Gong Wuhua. Let's go. Western Desert's Gu immortals looked at this newly formed earth trench reluctantly, but they quickly retreated. Southern border. Rumble. The collapse of a mountain caused dust to rise for hundreds of li, rumbling endlessly. The earth shook, an earth trench tore forward, swallowing mountains and ridges. It was extremely domineering. Ba Clan's 2 Gu immortals saw this and were shocked. This is a famous mountain, Clear Sky Mountain. It was destroyed by the earth trench, it is such a pity. Ba Da's gaze shined with cold light. Hee, what is there to pity about? The old famous mountain is destroyed, new famous mountains will appear. Didn't we find a large number of brand new spirit springs along the way? That's right, the earth veins are rumbling. Not only are wild Gu and Gu materials being brought out, more and more spirit springs are also being produced. Not just these. Ba Da looked down expressionlessly, but his expression revealed his yearning. The whole Gu immortal world is producing experts one after another. Didn't Western Desert have Gong Wuhua recently? Lord Ba Da, how can that Gong Wuhua compare to you? Humph, how can you underestimate the heroes of the world? But when I advance to rank 8, Gong Wuhua will indeed not be a threat. Ba Da said proudly. The Ba clan Gu immortals beside him were overjoyed. "Lord, you are finally going to advance to rank 8? I was worried about the consequences earlier, but now that the Southern Alliance has been established, the Alliance leader position is still vacant. Most importantly, a vast amount of cultivation resources are emerging from the ground. It is enough for me to cultivate to rank 8. Chapter 1696. Chirp chirp chirp. A large group of blinking birds chirped, flying and circling around a 7-colored cloud, warning the invading enemies. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, but there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. The warning of the blinking birds was nothing to him. Although these birds were desolate beasts, their battle strength was very low. They were not a threat even if there was such a large group. Their true strength lay in speed. Blinking birds were the fastest desolate beasts. Once they unleashed their speed, they could escape from a Gu immortal's vision in the blink of an eye. That was why they were called blinking birds. Fang Yuan's aura was concealed, he was like a mortal. But these blinking birds did not attack at all. Looking at the harmless Fang Yuan, they instinctively felt a kind of pressure on their souls. Suddenly, a trace of aura leaked out from Fang Yuan's body. Swoosh! At the next moment, the blinking bird's speed burst out, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Originally, there was a dense flock of birds surrounding the rainbow-colored cloud, but now, only this cloud was left floating quietly. Fang Yuan sighed slightly. He had planned to capture these blinking birds alive. But these blinking birds were too sensitive, and Fang Yuan was not good at concealing the aura of killer moves. But they were gone. Even if he subdued the blinking birds, they were not easy to raise. Its food was the white heaven flying dust unique to immemorial white heaven. This thing was not easy to collect, even a Gu immortal's immortal aperture could not produce it. Fang Yuan slowly flew towards the 7-colored cloud. I did not expect to encounter a 7-colored cloud soil. Fang Yuan sighed. This cloud was actually a type of soil, cloud soil. In Langya Blessed Land, the land spirit of Langya condensed a large amount of cloud soil into cloud cover continent, which was always floating in the sky of Langya Blessed Land. The largest production area of cloud soil was the immemorial 9 heavens. Of course, there were also very few resource points in the 5 regions that produced it. Single-colored cloud soil was the most common Gu material, for example, immemorial yellow heavens yellow cloud soil, immemorial red heavens red cloud soil. Currently, the most common single-colored cloud mud on the market was white cloud mud, and most of them were produced in the immemorial white heaven. There was actually quite a lot of black cloud mud in the immemorial onyx sky, but it was even more dangerous. After all, there were many soul beasts in onyx sky. Once the multicolored cloud soil had 6 colors, it would be a rank 6 immortal material. The 7-colored cloud soil in front of Fang Yuan was a rank 7 immortal material. Such a large amount of 7-colored cloud soil was very valuable. After inspecting this large patch of rainbow-colored cloud mud, Fang Yuan also discovered that there were many bird nests in this cloud mud. There were many eggs hidden in the nest. These were all the eggs of the blinking bird. Fang Yuan was not surprised. From the performance of those blinking birds just now, it seemed that they were guarding something. In fact, blinking bird's temperament was very timid. Even if it was a wild beast, once there was any movement, it would immediately fly away with its maximum speed. With these eggs, Fang Yuan can hatch blinking birds. It was not easy to hatch desolate beasts, but it was not difficult for Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan did not want to hatch them. He wanted to use these eggs as an immortal material to refine Gu. Blinking birds had a simple diet. They were not easy to raise. If he wanted to raise them, he would have to release them into the immemorial white heaven from time to time. That would be too troublesome. Fang Yuan was rich and overbearing. He no longer cared about the profits of the blinking birds. Ever since heaven form was refined, Fang Yuan had been moving around in the immemorial white heaven for over a month. He searched for immortal materials in the immemorial white heaven while refining Gu in his sovereign immortal aperture. Over a month in the outside world, the time inside the sovereign immortal aperture was even longer. Fang Yuan's Gu refinement had huge results. Man as before, landscape as before, self-strength, pulling mountain, pulling water, dog shit luck, time luck, and so on had all been raised to rank 7. He slightly changed his original Gu refinement plan and advanced the luck path immortal Gu in advance. These last days, he had also made huge gains in the immemorial white heaven. He obtained many immortal materials. Among them was the contribution of these rank 7 luck path immortal Gu. Other than advancing the refinement, Fang Yuan also improved his Gu refinement methods. He knew too many Gu recipes and a vast number of Gu refinement methods. His refinement path attainment level was at quasi-supreme grandmaster, but his refinement path experience was still lacking. Especially when it came to refining immortal Gu, he did not have much experience at all. True knowledge comes from practice. During this period of time, he continuously advanced his immortal Gu. He discovered many of his inadequacies and made up for them. At the same time, he also discovered more Gu refinement methods that were suitable for him. Right now, Fang Yuan had many new ideas and inspirations regarding Gu refinement. The success rate of advancing immortal Gu had also increased by a lot. Even though the earth veins of the 5 regions were still shaking, the Gu immortals were joyfully harvesting immortal materials and immortal Gu like a raging fire. But after careful consideration, Fang Yuan still chose to explore the immemorial white heaven. If he fought with the 5 regions Gu immortals for the resources in the earth trench, he would definitely have to show up and fight. Every time an immortal Gu advanced, Fang Yuan's strength would rise slightly. But the increase in strength could not offset the disadvantage of exposing his trump cards in the river of time. He needed time to quietly digest his gains during this period. Once he fought, the rank 8 white lychee immortal essence that he had just accumulated would be expended intensely. Fighting with Gu immortals was far more dangerous than fighting with fierce beasts. Even though Fang Yuan needed to expend immortal essence to explore the earth trench in immemorial white heaven, he had also fought many battles. But he relied on heaven form. His investigation was very accurate. If there were fierce beasts that were too troublesome or too strong, he would not provoke them, he would avoid them in advance. Heaven form's investigative range in immemorial white heaven was simply too wide. It could easily discover many fierce beasts and plants that were skilled in concealment. But after regaining his senses, Spectral Soul used the tactic of sacrificing the pawns to save the king. He continued to resist. But all of this is pointless. We have the advantage of time. The Refinement Path Convention has already started preparations. Fate Immortal Gu is about to be completely repaired. By then, Spectral Soul will be dragged into the path of fate. He will not be able to escape. The future of the Great Era is also in our celestial court. Fairy Myrtle thought of Feng Kim Hong. After obtaining the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Body's research results, Duke Long taught it to Feng Kim Hong. It was finally a proper teaching. Even though this research result belonged to someone else. Because they needed to use Feng Kim Hong's Immortal Gu, they had to modify an Immortal Killer move to unravel the dream realms around Dragon Palace. While Fairy Myrtle was deducing the killer move with all her might, she also brought Feng Kim Hong with her to deduce it together. Initially, her and Duke Long's goal was to help Feng Kim Hong grow faster. But to think that after the deduction succeeded, Feng Kim Hong came up with a method to modify the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Body. The new Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Body would not have the previous flaws. It could exist for a long time. Heaven form slowly let out a bright light, entering profound literature grotto heaven. Fang Yuan slowly flew into the white light, about to enter profound literature grotto heaven. Such guts! Which evildoer dares to invade my homeland? A righteous voice was heard. Next, an old man with the appearance of a white-robed scholar appeared in front of Fang Yuan with rank 8 aura. Fang Yuan was still in the white light, he could not attack casually. But the old man did not hesitate, he pushed with his hand as countless words appeared, raining down like a storm. Heaven form was not an offensive killer move, as the storm of words rained down, the white light collapsed. Fang Yuan was in an awkward situation, he could not move up or down, he could only take the initiative to retreat. There is actually a rank 8 Gu immortal guarding this place. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. Under normal circumstances, it was rare for a rank 8 Gu immortal to appear in a grotto heaven, because the grotto heaven itself did not have the resources to support a rank 8 Gu immortal. This profound literature grotto heaven's heavenly spirit was also muddle-headed, it did not know how to open the immortal aperture, it was hard for Gu immortals to leave. Even if this rank 8 Gu immortal had methods to sneak out of immemorial white heaven to collect immortal materials, the risk was too high. There were many immemorial desolate beasts and immemorial desolate plants in immemorial white heaven, there were also all sorts of strange and dangerous places that could threaten rank 8 Gu immortals. This was not the backyard of a rank 8 Gu immortal, they not only needed luck to collect resources here, they also needed to take risks. Let's try somewhere else. Fang Yuan rested for a while before instilling white lychee immortal essence into heaven form for the second time. Heaven form was rank 9, it could connect to almost any grotto heaven in any immortal aperture. The first time was in the sky, the second time, Fang Yuan chose to go deep underground. However, when he stepped into the white light again and wanted to sneak into profound literature grotto heaven, that rank 8 Gu immortal actually appeared in time again. You still dare to come here? With me here, you have no chance. The rank 8 Gu immortal said as he immediately attacked. Fang Yuan was inside the white light, he felt very helpless, because he could not use any other methods. Without a choice, he could only let the white light scatter as he retreated outside. Fang Yuan's expression could not help but turn grim. He pondered in his heart, the two locations before and after were more than 108,000 li apart. They are simply worlds apart, but I was still detected and obstructed in time. What defensive method is this? It was very likely that he was detected. After all, this profound literature grotto heaven was an information path grotto heaven, and information path was most proficient in investigation, gathering information, and spreading information. But the rank 8 Gu immortal could actually move rapidly and appear in front of Fang Yuan. What method was this? Next, Fang Yuan tried to attack a few more times, not only using heaven form, he even used fixed immortal travel, but he was quickly discovered and obstructed by the other party. Fang Yuan needed a very short time to pass through the white light, but under the obstruction of the rank 8 Gu immortal, this time seemed extremely long. At this moment, Fang Yuan fully experienced Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's feeling when he attacked Heifan Grotto Heaven. His strength was clearly higher than the enemy, but it was very difficult to enter the Grotto Heaven, it was extremely uncomfortable to be blocked by the enemy. Profound literature Grotto Heaven, I will return one day. Fang Yuan chose to retreat. In any case, he had already found out the location of profound literature Grotto Heaven. It was a grotto heaven that had annexed an immemorial 9 heavens fragment, it could not be moved anymore. When Fang Yuan returned in defeat, Duke Long brought Feng Kim Hong to a certain seabed in Eastern Sea. The dragons roared in the seabed, creating undercurrents and raging waves, but they could do nothing to Duke Long. Within a few hundred steps of Duke Long, there was tranquility. Feng Kim Hong stood quietly beside him. Duke Long brought Feng Kim Hong down slowly. After a while, Feng Kim Hong's vision suddenly rippled, as if she had broken through an invisible barrier. Next, her pupils shrunk as she saw a grand palace quietly sitting at the bottom of the sea. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House, Dragon Palace. Its whole body was emitting a faint orange gold light, it was richly ornamented and had magnificent pavilions. But around Dragon Palace, there was a large area of dream realms. These dream realms were constantly moving and moving at a very fast speed. Dragon Palace was covered by the dream realms at times, enticing visitors. The dream realms were ever-changing, even though there would be some gaps that could allow outsiders to enter Dragon Palace. Duke Long was very cautious. He would rather wait for a while and not take unnecessary risks. Now, he had a method to deal with this dream realm. Immortal Killer Move, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. He borrowed Feng Kim Huang's Dream Wings Immortal Goo, while the Immortal Killer Move itself was the result of Fairy Myrtle's deductions. Under the effect of the Killer Move, a small piece of the dream realm quickly turned into a human body. Its eyes were shut as it fell into deep sleep. This is the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body, and it is also a perfect physique without any flaws. Duke Long's eyes shined with bright light as he sized it up. He had once been cheated by this Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body, thus he felt some nostalgia. Huang Er, your modification is truly amazing. From now on, this Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body can be considered the 11th extreme physique. Duke Long praised. Feng Kim Hong blinked. Master, I won't hide it from you, Disciple only had a fortuitous encounter. Because some time ago, Disciple created the killer move Shatter Dream, and this modification is the result of Shatter Dream. Disciple just wanted to give it a try, to think that it would actually succeed. Duke Long smiled. No need to be uneasy, my good disciple. Do you think it was a coincidence that you created Shatter Dream? This should be fate's arrangement. It is fate that made you. Feng Kim Hong pouted. Master, can you stop saying such things? Disciple doesn't want to hear it anymore. If all of this is fate's arrangement, then what use do I have? Chapter 1698. Central Continent, Earth Trench. Roar, a desolate beast giant monkey let out its final roar. It wanted to stand up, but facing the tiny human goo immortal in front of it, it felt its body turning cold. This cold penetrated its heart, even its boiling blood froze. Immortal Killer Move, Blood Turns Cold. The one who attacked was none other than Fang Yuan's younger brother, Guiyue Fangzheng. Congratulations Fangzheng, after these days of battle, your cold blood light killer move is already very familiar with it. Zhao Lianyun flew closer with a smile. Guiyue Fangzheng looked at the cold giant monkey's corpse. The red light in his eyes faded, but his expression was still calm. He looked at Zhao Lianyun calmly, showing a grateful expression. You flatter me. It was all thanks to Fairy Lian Yun's protection these days, otherwise, how could I have had so many opportunities to practice my killer moves? Central Continent's earth veins moved frequently, accidents happened frequently, any super force was in a predicament of lacking manpower. Crane Gate had no choice but to send Fangzheng to suppress their own situation. Of course, Fangzheng's actions were constantly monitored by Celestial Court. As long as there were no accidents, Celestial Court was happy to see Fangzheng's strength rise. After Fangzheng was saved by Feng Jioge, he returned to Central Continent and received the support of Celestial Court. Not only did he obtain Blood Feud Immortal Goo, he even obtained Cold Blood Immortal Goo during his immortal ascension. Fairy Myrtle had already arranged everything. Blood Turns Cold and other immortal killer moves were handed to Fangzheng. Right now, he had already grasped the killer move Blood Turns Cold and could use it proficiently in battle. He was improving by leaps and bounds. Eastern Sea, at a certain seabed. Duke Long and Feng Kim Hong had been refining the Dream Realm for several days. There were far more Dream Realms surrounding Dragon Palace than expected. Duke Long had been using Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation to transform dozens of Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies, but there were still new Dream Realms coming out of Dragon Palace to replenish the outside world's losses. Comparing the two, Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation was only a rank 6 killer move. Its power was limited because its core Immortal Goo, Dream Wings, was only rank 6. Actually, after condensing the first Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique, Duke Long could use this unique body to freely traverse the Dream Realm and enter the depths of the Dragon Palace. But Duke Long's goal was this rank 8 immortal goo house. If he did not get rid of these dream realms, he would not be able to take this immortal goo house safely. While Duke Long was condensing the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, Feng Kim Hong had been cultivating diligently. She was mainly researching the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Sometimes, her soul would leave her body and enter the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Sometimes, her soul would return to the main body and research the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. The pure dream reality seeker physique that Shadow Sect researched could not last long because it pursued stability too much. Dream realms change constantly, their specialty is the word change. So I simply walked on the path of Shattered Dream and made it even more unstable. In the end, under Lady Z Wei's deduction, I obtained the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique bodies instead. Every time Feng Kim Hong thought about it, she felt that this was a fluke. Could this be the effect of fate? It wants to use me to make the complete pure dream reality seeker physique appear in the world? Feng Kim Hong shook her head, getting rid of this thought. Rank 8 cultivation level is not a big deal, although I have white lychee immortal essence, it will take some time to accumulate. I do not have enough wealth to raise my core immortal goo to rank 8. Even if I have the wealth, I will need others to help me refine goo. Maybe I can rely on the celestial court for this step. Feng Jioga thought of his identity as a Dao guardian, there was a lot of room for him to use. But most importantly, I got inspiration from the legends of Renzu when I was undergoing tribulation. Perhaps I can create a song of destiny from it. There is fate in heaven and earth, everything has its own arrangements. But after Luck Path was born, there was room for change. Everything in the world will become brilliant and colorful. Destiny Song describes this kind of excitement, it talks about the changes and unchanging of life in heaven and earth. Time passed, another period of time passed. Immemorial white heaven. Fang Yuan looked at the heaven-form crane that was flying in circles with excitement on his face. Found it, I finally found my second immortal aperture grotto heaven. This is Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Chapter 1699. After searching for so many days, Fang Yuan found an immortal aperture grotto heaven that had not annexed any 9 heavens fragment. But this is a transformation path grotto heaven, my transformation path attainment level is slightly lacking. Master, Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, Supreme Grandmaster, in terms of transformation path attainment level, Fang Yuan was at Grandmaster level, he was indeed lacking by 1 level. The difference in attainment level was not a problem, he could use dream realms to make up for it. Southern Border had enough transformation path dream realms to support Fang Yuan's breakthrough to transformation path Great Grandmaster attainment level, it was just that he needed to spend some effort. Other than dream realms, Fang Yuan had a second method for his transformation path attainment level. That was to use Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo, the Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture method, and the true meaning of Reckless Savage in the northern icy plain of northern plains. The original owner of this grotto heaven was a rank 8 goo immortal who cultivated transformation path, he had passed 1 myriad tribulation. After rank 8 goo immortals passed 3 myriad tribulations, they would be rank 9. Myriad tribulations had terrifying power, they were said to be beyond redemption, for rank 8 goo immortals, they were in great danger of dying, but it was also an opportunity for their cultivation level to rise rapidly. First myriad tribulation and second myriad tribulation were the dividing lines between rank 8 goo immortals. If Fang Yuan annexed this grotto heaven, his cultivation level would rise to 1 myriad tribulation level, such a terrifying progress would definitely cause Celestial Court to make a mistake. In history, Duke Long and Bo Qing were only rank 8 goo immortals who had passed 2 myriad tribulations, they would be rank 9 after passing 3. But Duke Long knew he was not made for this, he merged his immortal aperture with Celestial Court to exchange for a phantom aperture. On the other hand, Bo Qing's charge ended in his death. Then, since this beast calamity grotto heaven did not annex any immemorial nine heavens fragment, how did it pass its own tribulations? It was not easy to rely on one's own strength to pass calamities and tribulations. Back then, Langya Grotto Heaven was afraid of calamities and tribulations. It fell from Grotto Heaven to Blessed Land. This was a wise move. Of course, methods to fall from a Grotto Heaven to a Blessed Land were extremely rare. Not any Grotto Heaven could do it. Heaven form was flying in the air, continuously transmitting the information it obtained. Fang Yuan then discovered a strange phenomenon. It turned out that the calamities and tribulations in this Grotto Heaven were all unified, and they were all disasters of beasts. Beast calamities were a type of calamity. Some were caused by desolate beasts, while others were caused by ancient desolate beasts. In this Grotto Heaven, the heavenly tribulation was a desolate beast horde disaster, the calamity was an ancient desolate beast, and the 10,000 tribulation was a primordial desolate beast. What kind of trick is this? It could actually limit the types of calamities? If they were all beast disasters, then it would be very easy to target them. After all, desolate beasts have physical bodies, unlike rain, wind, and fog that are hard to resist. As the celestial phenomenon continued to probe deeper, Fang Yuan discovered something deeper. He couldn't help but sigh, so this Grotto Heaven doesn't restrict calamities and tribulations. Instead, it transforms any kind of calamity and tribulations into a beast calamity. What an amazing technique! There were many kinds of calamities and tribulations. However, in the process of the calamities and tribulations forming in the Grotto Heaven, they would be affected by the beast calamity Grotto Heaven. In the end, they would all transform into ferocious monsters. Other than calamity beckoning immortal goo and immortal tribulation tempering aperture methods to deal with calamities and tribulations, Fang Yuan finally encountered a third method, beast calamity transformation. Any Grotto Heaven in an immortal aperture is not simple as long as it exists. The profound literature Grotto Heaven I encountered earlier was like this. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven is even more so. This is truly an unexpected surprise. This Grotto Heaven contains a vast number of people and resources, it even has a method to create a beast calamity. I need to grasp this method, it will be very useful when I undergo tribulation in the future. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan instilled white lychee immortal essence into the heaven form crane. A lump of white light spread out as Fang Yuan flew in. This time, he was not obstructed by any rank 8 goo immortals, because this beast calamity Grotto Heaven did not have any rank 8 goo immortals. However, the moment he entered, the entire Grotto Heaven started to shake. A mysterious and majestic force came from all directions. Not only did it affect the white light lump, it even affected Fang Yuan's body. What is this? At first, Fang Yuan was slightly bewildered, but soon, he realized. He showed a slightly strange expression. So that's it, I am not someone from this Grotto Heaven, I came from the outside world, and because I am too strong, I was rejected by the entire Grotto Heaven, it treated me as a calamity and tribulation. This beast calamity Grotto Heaven could transform calamities and tribulations into monsters of all levels and numbers, and now, this force was affecting Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan thought to himself, it is not impossible to resist this force, but if the two fight, this method will be destroyed. Even though Heaven Form had found several inheritance lands left behind by the original owner, it was not enough to deal with them. But what if there is no method to transform into a beast calamity inside? Thus, to be safe, he had to keep Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven in its original state, and not destroy the current arrangements. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan boldly let go of his defenses. He sensed that a vast number of temporary transformation path Dao marks were added to his body. At the same time, all of his Dao marks were transformed into transformation path Dao marks. Amazing, amazing. Transformation path uses one path to reflect countless paths. Transformation path Dao marks can transform into any path's Dao marks. But now, this transformation is reversed, the Dao marks of other paths are transformed into transformation path Dao marks. Fang Yuan praised endlessly, gasping in surprise. This method is extraordinary, it seems to involve the highest profundity of transformation path. It seems that as long as I enter and exit it a few times and allow this influence to affect me, I will be able to comprehend some of the essence of this method. Of course, the fastest way is to attack those inheritance lands and snatch the true inheritances inside, to see if there are any original copies of the Beast Calamity transformation method. Fang Yuan's body was transforming, other than expanding, his entire body was changing beyond recognition, he was turning into a wild beast. If not for the fact that Heaven Form had investigated clearly that this transformation did not have any repercussions, Fang Yuan would not dare to allow this influence to affect him. Roar! A moment later, Fang Yuan turned into a bull-headed human-bodied monster. His body was huge like a mountain, his bull skin was tough like iron, his bull hair was thick, his bull nose breathed out coarse air, he stood on the ground and supported the sky. The whole of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was shaken. Countless people looked at the sky, looking at Fang Yuan. After being stunned for a moment, they screamed and shouted loudly. Monster! Another monster appeared. This monster is huge, its aura is completely different from before. Quickly summon our combat beast warrior. Amidst the anxious anticipation of countless people, a beast warrior appeared on the stage. This was a middle-aged man with rank 7 Gu Immortal Cultivation level, but his aura was somewhat strange. He had a plain appearance and a solemn expression. He flipped his body and appeared on the city wall. Such a huge monster has only been recorded once in history. Just one look and I can feel the incomparable deterrence. He sighed inwardly, he clenched his fists, battle intent surged in his eyes. But for our homeland, to protect love and justice, I must defeat this monster. Come, my combat beast, transformation. The middle-aged man shouted, his body started to shine. Next, with an eagle cry, a silver-white giant eagle flew over from afar. This was an ancient desolate beast. The silver-white giant eagle's body also started to shine. The middle-aged man jumped up, the silver-white giant eagle swooped down, the two's light became brighter and brighter. Finally, the two met in the sky, two lumps of light collided and fused together. Boom! The light scattered, an eagle-headed, human-bodied warrior with wings on his back, he was as large as a city wall. The crowd cheered. He appeared, it is our eagle warrior. Go! Eagle warrior, kill this monster in front of us. We support you, you can definitely do it. Under the cheers of the crowd, Eagle Warrior flew into the sky, charging towards Fang Yuan. He shouted in his heart, I will not let you down. Come, let us fight for 300 rounds. Slap. With a crisp sound, the silent Fang Yuan slapped Eagle Warrior down. Boom. The giant Eagle Warrior's body was like a falling meteor, shooting through the air in a perfectly straight line. Then, it fiercely smashed into the ground, immediately creating a deep pit. Smoke and dust billowed. The crowd was speechless. The intense dizziness almost caused Eagle Warrior to faint on the spot. He tried his best to endure it, finally overcoming it with difficulty. Next, he propped his arms up, slowly standing up from the deep crater. What's going on? I was actually slapped down by this monster. After a long while, Eagle Warrior finally reacted. His eyes were filled with fear as he recalled the scene just now. If there was little interaction with the outside world of the 5 regions, it would form a different social structure and perception, having a unique style. Secondly, the battles and cultivation of Gu Masters and Gu Immortals here were also interesting. For example, Fang Yuan's opponent was a fusion of an ancient desolate beast, the silver giant eagle, forming a human beast form. This was clearly a transformation path method, its advantages were very obvious. Normal Gu Immortals needed to expend Immortal Essence to activate Immortal Gu or Immortal Killer moves to battle. But the Gu Immortals here only needed to fuse with a Desolate Beast to obtain battle skills. The so-called battle skills were the innate abilities of Desolate Beasts and Ancient Desolate Beasts. Like the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle that Fang Yuan once possessed, it could freely enter and exit immortal apertures. This innate ability was called a battle skill here. It did not need to expend Immortal Essence, but would greatly expend stamina, and even pay some other price, like a part of the body or lifespan. Be it battle skills, Immortal Gu, or Immortal Killer moves, if one were to look at the root, they were all Dao. Desolate Beasts and Ancient Desolate Beasts had a dense accumulation of Dao marks on their bodies, as well as a specific division of Dao marks, thus they had innate abilities, which were battle skills. Immortal Gu themselves were fragments of the Great Tao. They represented a certain point in the laws of heaven and earth. Not to mention Immortal Killer moves, they often used a small number of Immortal Gu and a large number of Mortal Gu. They were the combination of Tao marks and fragments of the Great Tao. Then through a certain mystical process, they would achieve a certain level of power and effect. In fact, the earliest Immortal Killer moves were developed by Gu Immortals by referring to the Tao marks on Desolate Beasts, gradually imitating and experimenting with them. The Gu Immortals here, after fusing with Desolate Beasts and Ancient Desolate Beasts, can use the innate abilities of Desolate Beasts. They do not need to painstakingly refine Immortal Gu, they can also avoid the risks and costs of cultivating Immortal Killer moves. This advantage was very obvious. Because Immortal Gu were too rare, Immortal Gu were unique, every Immortal Gu was unique. But there were many Desolate Beasts and Ancient Desolate Beasts, even immemorial Desolate Beasts like the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle could form groups. Desolate Beasts and Ancient Desolate Beasts with innate abilities often lacked intelligence and intelligence, they were very stupid. But when they fused with Gu Immortals, the Gu Immortals would obtain their innate abilities, while they would also obtain the Gu Immortals' intelligence. The combination of the two was a stable win-win situation. It ingeniously made up for the shortcomings of both sides. But this method is not flexible enough to cultivate. No matter how he played, there was only one card. Innate abilities are too monotonous, they can be easily countered, there are many shortcomings. Fang Yuan also saw the disadvantages. But overall, this method is too good, it far exceeds the disadvantages. Once it is promoted, it will definitely be popular in the 5 regions. Thankfully, I did not have this method in my previous life, otherwise, my memories would have changed completely. Because this method was simply the best method to mass-produce Gu Immortals, although it could not change the battle between higher-level experts, it could change the situation to a certain extent. There were many rank 6 Gu Immortals in the 5 regions who did not have an Immortal Gu. And these people happened to be the group of people with the highest number of Gu Immortals in each region. Think about it, one region did not have this method, while another region had this method. Once an all-out war broke out, in terms of the battle between middle and lower-level Gu Immortals, the region with this method had a higher chance of winning. Fusion is not a new method, it is just that it has always been difficult to use. The biggest difficulty is the conflict between Dao marks. But in this grotto heaven, there is a method that can turn other Dao marks into transformation Dao marks. Thus, Gu Immortals and Desolate Beasts can freely fuse with each other. In the end, this fusion method is the same as the Beast Calamity method. After deducing this, Fang Yuan wanted to obtain this transformation path method even more. I still have proper matters to attend to, stop buzzing around like flies. After muttering to himself, Fang Yuan activated his time path method. His current time path killer move was no longer the same as before. Eagle Warrior was still probing when he suddenly realized that the surrounding time had become extremely slow. This time has actually become so slow. How can this be? Eagle Warrior was completely shocked. He was actually quite confident in his speed, but the problem was that time was affected, his speed specialty could not be used at all. Let's end this. Fang Yuan slowly stretched out his hand, his 10 fingers spread out as he slowly reached out, firmly grabbing onto Eagle Warrior's 2 eagle wings. Damn it, damn it! Move, move, move! Eagle Warrior roared in his mind, but he used all his strength to fly, but he could only fly an extremely small distance. Puchi! At the next moment, Fang Yuan exerted strength in his arms, directly tearing off Eagle Warrior's 2 wings. Ah! Eagle Warrior's face twisted as he screamed in pain. Blood spurted out crazily from the wound on his back like a fountain. Eagle Warrior! No! Countless people in the city screamed, fear and shock replaced their surging battle intent, some people fainted on the spot, some directly closed their eyes and covered their faces. Fang Yuan slowly placed his 2 hands on Eagle Warrior's head. Eagle Warrior's heart jumped wildly. At this moment, he could fully sense the dense aura of death. So this is its battle technique? Slowing down time, what a terrifying battle technique. However, even if I were to die here, it would still be of some value. At least, I have investigated its background. Thinking of this, Eagle Warrior suddenly shouted, "Monster! Even if you kill me, what can you do? There are still many war beast warriors coming to kill you, you will definitely die." Pa! Fang Yuan's hands suddenly exerted strength in the middle, and Eagle Warrior's head fell to the ground like a watermelon, shattering into pieces, white and red mixed with the skull fragments. Fang Yuan released his hands. Thump! The headless Eagle Warrior's corpse fell to the ground, raising a small cloud of dust. Fang Yuan looked at the city. His body was too large, the towering city walls only reached below his knees. His expression was calm, but his bull-headed face made countless people afraid. White clouds were on his shoulders, it was a sunny day, the bright sun shone down, but his huge shadow deeply covered everyone's hearts. Chapter 1702. Immemorial White Heaven, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Ox Head, take this. A golden-haired violent ape roared and charged at Fang Yuan. Ox-head demonic god Fang Yuan stood still and watched the golden-haired violent ape approach him. He only raised his hand slightly when the other party was in front of him. Whoosh! In the next moment, the right hand that was just raised from his knee suddenly appeared in front of his chest. He waved his fist and struck. It was a very ordinary action, but in Fang Yuan's current state, it had terrifying might. Before the golden-haired violent ape could react, it felt an incomparably powerful force that sent it flying. Rumble. After drawing a thick and short arc in the air, the golden-haired violent ape smashed into a mountain peak. Immediately, soil and rocks rolled and a large amount of mountain rocks fell, burying it. What kind of terrifying strength is this? Even the golden-haired violent ape is no match for it. I have never seen this kind of strength paired with this kind of speed. As expected of a big monster comparable to a star sea snail. Other than the buried golden ape, there were still some combat beast warriors lying on the battlefield. When they saw the golden ape's fate, they all felt a chill in their hearts. Everyone, pull yourself together. This is obviously a kind of combat skill. If used too much, it will consume a lot of energy, one of the combat beast warriors, Thunder Lion, roared. Most of the combat beast warriors that were teleported here by the combat beast king had already been defeated by Fang Yuan. However, there were still 5 that maintained a certain amount of battle power. They were the 5 strongest combat beast warriors. The 2 lions were Thunder Lion and Doro Lion. The former had a lion head and a human body and could control the power of thunder and lightning. The latter had a lion body and a human head and had an extremely strong recovery ability. There was a river clam that was as huge as a mountain. It was called Stone Clam. When its two huge shells were opened, it could spit out countless meteor-like flying stones. There was a similarly huge rhinoceros that looked like it was made of steel. It was called Steel Rush. Finally, there was a rare pocket-sized frost butterfly that was only the size of an adult's fist. It had human-shaped butterfly wings and could release extremely intense cold air. He, stupid bull, you fell into a trap. Unknowingly, the exquisite frost butterfly had arrived on top of Fang Yuan's head. Freezing air gushed out, enveloping Fang Yuan's head and shoulders, and then quickly spreading downwards. Roar! Steel Ben let out a howl and charged towards Fang Yuan. For a moment, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Have a taste of my new battle technique. All of a sudden, the stone muscle spun rapidly and burst out with a terrifying speed, catching up to Fang Yuan. The two shells opened up, and the stone clam firmly wrapped around Fang Yuan's entire lower body. At the next moment, Gang Ben ruthlessly knocked Fang Yuan to the ground. The cold air froze both of Fang Yuan's arms, covering them with a large piece of dark blue ice. Now! The Thunder Lion and Duo Luo Lion attacked Fang Yuan's head from both sides. Die! The five of them roared in unison. Their battle intent soared to the peak. Boom! The violent explosion set off an incomparable wave of air. The five war-beast warriors were like small wooden planks in a hurricane. Each of them vomited blood and was blown away by the wave of air. Amidst the smoke and dust, a black silhouette as large as a mountain gradually appeared. Fang Yuan stood quietly on the spot. He looked at the five war-beast warriors who were struggling on the ground and continued to move forward. Bang, 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 every step he took caused the surrounding ground to tremble violently, leaving behind a large footprint and deep pit. Damn it! Don't go, stop it, stop it. The war-beast warriors tried to stand up, but in the end, only the Thunder Lion managed to stand up. It's the Thunder Lion. Do your best, you must stop this monster. The Thunder Lion fearlessly charged towards Fang Yuan again. His eyes were filled with determination. If you want to kill another life, you have to step over my corpse first. Boom! No one saw how Fang Yuan made his move. They only saw the Thunder Lion being sent flying back at an even faster speed. The huge lion's body plowed through the ground, creating a 10-zhang-wide ravine before stopping. The Thunder Lion fainted and no longer moved. Fang Yuan continued to move forward. He knew his limits and spared these people's lives. Different from when he first invaded this place, after receiving so many inheritances consecutively, his mentality had already changed. From his point of view, everything in this beast calamity grotto heaven would be his property. Of course, this included the war-beast warriors. There's still one last inheritance ground left. As long as I receive this inheritance, I will be able to combine all the contents of the inheritance together and obtain the complete contents. Soon, Fang Yuan arrived in front of the Star Sea Snail. The Star Sea Snail was an immemorial desolate beast, but in front of Fang Yuan, it was just a corpse of a Star Sea Snail. Previously, the beast Calamity Immortal was severely injured when he fought against the Star Sea Snail. This was a fatal injury that was difficult to heal. On his deathbed, he left behind his inheritance and made this Star Sea Snail the final inheritance ground. Ox-headed demonic god, I have been waiting for you for a long time. This generation's war-beast king stood at the top of the Star Sea Snail and looked at Fang Yuan. He was already very old and compared to Fang Yuan, he was like an ant. But in the ant's eyes, there was a fire burning. Starlight suddenly flashed and enveloped the elder from the Star Sea Snail. A few breaths later, the starlight shone brightly and was so dazzling that one could not even open one's eyes. After the starlight dissipated, a heavily armored giant stood in front of Fang Yuan. He was only slightly shorter than Fang Yuan. Oh. So this method is not only limited to living beings, it can even be used on immemorial desolate beast corpses. Fang Yuan was shocked. No matter what, he immediately understood. This transformation path method was based on Dao marks and not the difference between life and death. Although the star sea snail was dead, its shell still had a large number of star path Dao marks. This was something that the elder could make use of. This should be the greatest trump card of this grotto heaven. Unfortunately, even a living star sea snail would have to suffer a grievance in front of me. Let alone a corpse that has been dead for a long time and lost a lot of star path Dao marks. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart as he charged towards the star-armored giant. Even though the four immortals tried their best, they could not change the situation. By now, they were already on the losing side. He already has quasi-rank 9 strength, unless an immortal venerable or demon venerable appears, they cannot deal with him. Such strength, as expected of the celestial court, as expected of Duke Long, Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, and the rest's morale had already fallen to rock bottom. Damn it, we schemed for Dragon Palace for so long, but in the end, it was still taken by the celestial court. Sigh, let's go. We are not Duke Long's match, we are also on guard against each other, we cannot work together, what is the point of staying here? Seeing that the situation was hopeless, they retreated immediately. The 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s retreated, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Duke Long did not chase them. His target had always been the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace, it had never changed. Dragon Palace was corroded by the Dream Realm, it has already collapsed, who knows how many Gu are left. How many core immortal Gu were lost? Duke Long sighed internally, he started to take Dragon Palace. At the next moment, a shocking change occurred. Dragon Palace suddenly shined brightly, it flew into the sky. Duke Long stood on the spot, he could not stop it in time. He looked at the flying Dragon Palace as blood leaked out of his mouth, shock could be seen in his eyes. Dragon Palace is actually intact, not just that, its core immortal Gu has a dream path immortal Gu. Ha, Duke Long, let's see how you fight us this time. The 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s returned. Duke Long's expression turned grim. Things had become troublesome. Chapter 1703. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. Fang Yuan muttered to himself. He sat on the auspicious cloud, immemorial white heaven was empty and boundless. After leaving Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, he had been actively digesting his gains from this operation. Beast Calamity Immortal Supreme Method was the Immortal Killer Move Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. After using this move, he could gain a vast number of transformation path Dao marks, at the same time, he could turn the Dao marks of other paths on the target's body into transformation path Dao marks. This move expended a lot of immortal essence, it also required rich emotions. These emotions had to be positive and bright. From this point, Fang Yuan finally understood the nature of the combat beast warriors in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan did not lack immortal essence. Over this period of time, even though the scale of advancing immortal Gu was huge, Fang Yuan's gains were also huge. Especially towards the later stages of Gu refinement, Fang Yuan's progress was huge, the expenditure of Gu refinement was constantly decreasing. Thus, Fang Yuan had a lot of rank 8 immortal essence left, he could fight 2 regular battles of rank 8 Gu immortals. Fang Yuan also had rich emotions. Positive and bright emotions, Fang Yuan could easily achieve them through wisdom path methods. His wisdom path attainment was also quite high. What Fang Yuan lacked were immortal Gu. This move consisted of 4 immortal Gu, among which the core was rank 8 immortal Gu, adaptation. Undeniably, this was a transformation path immortal Gu, it was also Beast Calamity Immortal's vital Gu. The other 3 immortal Gu were all rank 7. Even if the heavenly spirit does not contribute these immortal goo, I can snatch them. Great Thief Ghost Hand has already been modified by me, it is more reliable. Now, I only need heaven form to investigate and find the hiding places of these immortal goo. I can use theft path methods to obtain them. However, it will be slightly troublesome to obtain the entire Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. For Feng Yuan, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven itself had huge value. But the heavenly spirit had the ability to destroy Grotto Heaven. If he used force, he would lose more than he gained. In fact, from this immortal killer move Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation, the goo immortals in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven might have another trump card. Desolate Beasts and Ancient Desolate Beasts could use Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation, the Star Sea Snail's body could do the same. These goo immortals did not have Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. The reason was that Beast Calamity Immortal used this move on the whole of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. That was to say, the whole of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven could use Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation to fuse with the goo immortals. This could create a temporary rank 8 battle strength. Of course, it was not that Feng Yuan did not have the confidence to defeat this rank 8, but Feng Yuan would still suffer losses in the end. Even if he won, the Beast Calamity Immortal Aperture that had gone through Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation would suffer heavy losses. Therefore, I need to calculate how to restrain them from using the All Things Assimilation Transformation to implicate the entire Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. At the same time, I will use Familiar Face to attack again. The Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit had said that everyone only had one chance to inherit, but what about its investigative abilities? Could he identify Feng Yuan's true identity? According to Feng Yuan's deductions, the possibility of this was very small. However, just as Feng Yuan retreated and tried to deduce a way to restrain it, he unexpectedly obtained a piece of information. She had relied on her tenacious willpower and the help of the other 3 goo immortals to persist until now. Duke Long circled around Granny Rong. It was the wisest tactic. Granny Rong could only look at Duke Long with a bitter expression. There was no way she could catch up to him. Among the 4 rank 8s, the other 2 were several li away. Boom! Duke Long flew above Dragon Palace and attacked fiercely, sending this rank 8 immortal goo house down with a heavy blow. Bam! The immortal goo house fell into the seawater, creating huge waves. Dragon Palace was very intelligent. It did not fly into the sky, instead diving deeper into the seawater. Duke Long was about to chase, but his body suddenly froze as he attacked towards his left. There was nothing on his left, but his attack suddenly stopped. It was blocked by a goo immortal. The goo immortal revealed himself and smiled at Duke Long. As expected of Senior Duke Long, you can see through my disguise. Duke Long frowned and smiled coldly. Song Chi Yuan, you are the first Supreme Elder of Song Clan, you have rank 8 cultivation level, you actually sneak attacked? It was Song Chi Yuan. It seems that Eastern Sea's righteous path has finally made their move. Who else is there? Come out. Duke Long looked at the seawater below him. Dragon Palace was gradually vanishing, but he did not chase, he hovered in the sky with intense battle intent. At the next moment, 2 more goo immortals appeared. One was a middle-aged man in a green robe. He was Qing Yu clan's first Supreme Elder, Qing Yuan. The other was a young girl with bright eyes. A miniature rainbow cloud was coiling around her. She was Hua clan's first Supreme Elder, Hua Kai-yun. Lord Duke Long. Hua Kai-yun was about to speak. Too much nonsense. Duke Long shouted, taking the initiative to attack. Bam bam bam. After several immortal killer moves, the 3 righteous path rank 8s were at a disadvantage. Duke Long is truly amazing. He can easily suppress Eastern Sea's righteous path rank 8s even when fighting against 3 of them. Feng Yuan had transformed into a sea snake and was swimming in the sea, his heart shaking. Righteous Path rank 8s and Lone Cultivator rank 8s were usually stronger. Because they had more complete immortal killer moves and abundant cultivation resources. If these three righteous path rank 8s worked together, they could definitely defeat Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, Zhang Yin, and Shi Miao. But they were still not Duke Long's match. Duke Long was too ferocious. Even now, he was only using transformation path methods, he had not used his most proficient chi path killer moves. From this aspect, Zishan Makoto was able to force Duke Long to use his chi path killer move. It showed how strong he was. It is not that Zishan Makoto is too weak, but Duke Long is stronger. Fang Yuan followed Dragon Palace from afar, gradually leaving the battlefield. Since Song Chi Yuan and Qing Yuan appeared, it meant that Eastern Sea's righteous path had already finished their discussion. Among the 5 regions, Eastern Sea had the most resources and the highest number of rank 8 Gu immortals. Only 3 righteous path rank 8s have appeared now, there must be more people. Fang Yuan decided to bide his time. Sure enough, as he expected, 2 more righteous path rank 8s appeared and blocked Dragon Palace. Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, and the rest also followed, shouting and fighting fiercely as they faced the 2 righteous path rank 8s. The battle at the bottom of the sea also erupted. Such a shocking change attracted the attention of 5 Elements Grandmaster, Bull Demon, and Flower Lady. 5 Elements Grandmaster was a lone cultivator in Northern Plains, but after being trapped after invading Longevity Heaven, he felt hopeless after struggling for a while. He surrendered to Longevity Heaven and was stationed in Longevity Heaven for a long time now. The combination of Bull Demon and Flower Lady was the North Desolation Immortal. Bull Demon was a boorish man with a full beard, he had a thunderous voice, he was 8 feet tall and had a stocky build, he had an aggressive aura. Flower Lady was a girl with a huge pink flower on her head, she sat on the boorish man's shoulder and giggled, she had a tender face, she was innocent and had bright eyes. What is going on? 5 Elements Grandmaster was shocked and uncertain. Bull Demon and Flower Lady looked at each other, the latter giggled. West Desolation Immortal Bing Sai Chuan has awakened. Longevity Heaven was different from Celestial Court, it had 4 Desolation Immortals and 8 extremities, 12 high positions. Among them, 4 Desolation Immortals had to be rank 8 Gu Immortals, while the 8 extremities had at least rank 7 cultivation level, and they were elites among rank 7s. Bing Sai Chuan. 5 Elements Grandmaster's brows rose, he felt this name was familiar, but he could not think of any more information after thinking about it. Right at this time, there was a loud roar, light rippled in the sky, rainbows flowed like rivers, piercing through the sky. A figure stepped on the river, he was tall and had a gentle expression, but his gaze was sharp and cold, emitting a cold light. From his right ear to the left corner of his mouth, there was an ugly scar, it was shining with white light, emitting the coldness of 1,000-year frost. Seeing this face, 5 Elements Grandmaster's eyes shined with bright light, he was deeply shocked. I remember now, Bing Sai Chuan was from the same generation as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, he was a rank 8 legend, a time path great expert. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had to make 3 moves to subdue him. He did not die, he is West Desolation Immortal of Longevity Heaven. West Desolation Immortal was from the same generation as Giant Sun Immortal. Even though he lost to Giant Sun Immortal, it was not a humiliation. After all, Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables were invincible in the world, they were the number 1 in their generation. In contrast, Giant Sun Immortal had to attack 3 times to subdue West Desolation Immortal, it showed his incredible strength. Greetings to Senior West Desolation. Bull Demon and Flower Lady greeted, 5 Elements Grandmaster also followed with a respectful attitude. West Desolation Immortal Bing Sai Chuan's seniority was simply too high. Bing Sai Chuan came to the 3 immortals and looked around, nodding slightly. I am awake, but I do not have much lifespan left, my time is limited. Chapter 1706. Ever since rebirth, Fang Yuan's strength had been rising rapidly, his speed was shocking. Especially during this period of time, his cultivation level rose to rank 8, his immortal goo were extremely abundant, they were rare in the world. However, his current strength was not enough to take Dragon Palace. The ones fighting for the rank 8 immortal goo house Dragon Palace were Duke Long, who had pseudo-immortal venerable strength, as well as many Eastern Sea rank 8 goo immortals. They could be said to be the strongest goo immortal experts in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan had risen up too recently, in front of the peak experts of a region, in front of Duke Long. Fang Yuan could not snatch the immortal goo house, especially when this immortal goo house had the ability to retaliate. But Fang Yuan knew that he could not stand by and watch. If the Celestial Court obtained Dragon Palace, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Especially that mysterious dream path immortal goo, it was not simple. It was likely created by the luck of heaven and earth, it was the catalyst for the dream path era that the heavenly Tao gave to Eastern Sea. At this time, if the power of longevity heaven was drawn in, the situation would become even more chaotic. But only with more chaos could Fang Yuan take advantage of the situation. Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 8 now, but against any rank 8 goo immortal in Eastern Sea, he did not dare to be careless. Rank 8 goo immortals had deep foundations, they could be hit by their killer moves if they were careless. As for Duke Long, Fang Yuan knew that his battle strength could not compare to him. After all, Fang Yuan had personally witnessed how Duke Long defeated Zishan Makoto. In order to protect Feng Kim Hong, Duke Long did not use his full strength. I have never seen him use chi path methods. Even so, with just his transformation path methods, he is still the strongest expert here. He is constantly being attacked by the combined forces of others. Bai Ningbing and the rest are still cultivating on Red Lotus Island, even with future self, they have peak rank 7 battle strength. It is a pity that I lost the incomplete immortal goo house. If I had it, after this period of development, it would definitely have rank 8 battle strength, it would be of great help to me. If I can steal adaptation immortal goo from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, I can use myriad beings assimilation transformation, it will also temporarily increase my battle strength. Unfortunately, the timing is too late, heaven form is still being investigated. Fang Yuan felt regretful. However, this was the reality. Not everything could go smoothly and be just right. Dragon Palace did not show any signs of fatigue, Eastern Sea's rank 8 goo immortals were not all out yet, Duke Long was clearly waiting for reinforcements from the Celestial Court. Thus, the final contest for the immortal goo house would take some time. Naturally, Fang Yuan's attitude toward longevity heaven had changed drastically. However, even if they harbored ill intentions towards him, luring them into this battle would do more good than harm to Fang Yuan. This would help him obtain Dragon Palace, deal a blow to the Celestial Court, and even probe longevity heaven. It was killing many birds with one stone. But a few days later, Fang Yuan did not wait for Bing Sai Chuan, he only received a crucial piece of information. Celestial Court found a stone lotus island in the River of Time, it was now under their control. Bing Sai Chuan suggested to Fang Yuan, you have spring-autumn cicada, you are the legitimate inheritor of Red Lotus true inheritance. If the Celestial Court takes away your fortuitous encounter, it would be detrimental to you, but it would also be a huge boost to them. Red Lotus Demon Venerable damaged Fate Goo, it is likely that his true inheritance contains a shortcut that can help us destroy Fate. Bing Sai Chuan's words were not wrong, he did not know that Fang Yuan had already obtained a Red Lotus true inheritance. Fang Yuan did not obtain any shortcut, but what if another Red Lotus true inheritance had it? That was hard to say. Of course, this could also be fake information from Bing Sai Chuan, it was a trap for Fang Yuan. Right now, Fang Yuan had two choices, one was to continue paying attention to Dragon Palace, the other was to go to the River of Time and fight for Red Lotus' true inheritance with the Celestial Court. The former was chaotic and filled with danger. The latter was the same, it was risky. Fang Yuan acutely sensed that this was a crucial choice. He could not help but think, in this situation, what should he choose? Southern border. Moral paradise. Two rank 8 Gu immortals ascended the mountain side by side, their auras were concealed, they were like mortals. The one on the left wore a grey hemp robe, it was very simple, he had a strong physique like a bear. He wore a conical hat, it was wide and large, it covered his face, only his chin was exposed. He was famous in Southern Border's Gu immortal world, the current generation inheritor of Paradise Earth, Lu Wei-yin. The one on the right was a woman, her skin was white as snow, her hair extended to her waist, her eyes were like deep pools, her brows were filled with sorrow. She wore a purple silk dress, she was beautiful and mysterious. It was the leader of the Celestial Court, the person in charge of Star Constellation chessboard, she was probably the #1 Wisdom Path great expert in the world, Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle actually appeared in Southern Border silently, she even interacted with Lu Wei-yin, why? Along the way, Lu Wei-yin and Fairy Myrtle conversed, even though they did not speak much, the atmosphere was harmonious. After a turn on the mountain path, a red pavilion appeared in the lush greenery. Lu Wei-yin pointed at the red pavilion and said, "Lady Ziwei, we have climbed the mountain all the way here, why don't we rest in the pavilion before setting off?" Good suggestion. Fairy Myrtle smiled, moving forward happily. The two entered the red pavilion, there were stone stools in the pavilion, but Fairy Myrtle did not sit on them, she stood at the side of the pavilion, looking at the vast mountains and rivers. This pavilion was built at the edge of the mountain, it had a good view. Fairy Myrtle looked over at this moment, she saw that Virtue Paradise was filled with green mountains and clear waters, there were treehouses and villages at the foot and waist of the mountains, there was smoke coming from chimneys, chickens were crowing and dogs were barking, it was a peaceful atmosphere. And in the sky, there were many small mountains floating. These mountains were made from floating soil, they could float in the sky naturally, they had their own unique characteristics and environments. Some were intertwined with vines that hung down like hair. Some were drizzling, reflecting rainbow-colored red lights. There were also waterfalls that poured down, water flowed down until it merged into a wide river on the ground. White cranes flew, spirit apes cried, it was full of vitality, all kinds of immortal materials were dazzling, desolate plants and desolate beasts could be seen everywhere. But what made Fairy Myrtle the most concerned was the harmonious coexistence of the mushroom men and humans in the villages, the children played with each other, the husbands and wives took care of each other, the elders were kind and filial. This is truly a paradise in the mortal world. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wants such a world, but unfortunately, humans are the orthodox race, how can variant humans be on equal footing with humans? But even so, I still admire Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Because for this dream of his, he has completely dedicated himself, he has never had any desire for benefits. Fairy Myrtle said slowly. The Celestial Court had humans as the main race, they were superior to the other variant human races. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, however, wanted equality for everyone. In his opinion, not just variant humans and variant humans, all lifeforms in the world should be equal. Precisely because of this difference in ideals, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not stay in the Celestial Court, he created a paradise in the 5 regions, creating his ideal homeland. Lu Wei-yin nodded, even though we have different ideals, we have the same attitude towards the demonic path that is wreaking havoc in the world. Lord Ziwei is here to borrow Gu, it would be fine if it were other immortal Gu, but to borrow benevolence Gu to benefit the world, why would we stop you? But if outsiders want to borrow Gu, according to the rules left behind by the Immortal Venerable, they need to climb the mountain and reach the peak to have the qualifications to borrow Gu. Climbing the mountain is tough, the higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it is, I hope Lord Ziwei can understand. This mountain is not easy to climb, but this is also because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's good intentions. Reaching the peak is also very beneficial to me. Fairy Myrtle smiled lightly, her eyes shining with rippling light. All right, let's continue. The River of Time. The 4 immortal goo houses of the Celestial Court were in different directions, surrounding the immortal formation. The atmosphere among the goo immortals was very lively. Lord Fengjiuge, we have already trapped this Red Lotus Island, we only need to explore it. Shang Xianzi reported. Fengjiuge nodded. He had wanted to use the River of Time to consolidate and strengthen his inspiration towards Destiny Song. But not long after he entered, a stone Lotus Island appeared and was trapped by the Celestial Court. The Red Lotus Island was personally created by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. I should go personally and see the methods of this world-shocking Demon Venerable. Fengjiuge was about to enter the immortal formation. Boom! With a loud sound, the immortal goo house he was in shook intensely. Enemy! Who is so daring to attack our celestial court? The immortals were shocked and furious. The newcomer appeared. Who else could it be but Feng Yuan? The heavenly court side was stunned. Someone immediately shouted, "What a demon! You escaped last time, but you still dare to come back this time. Then come and die." Feng Yuan smiled lightly. After thinking about it, he decided to come to the River of Time and stop the Celestial Court from getting Red Lotus true inheritance. After all, Dragon Palace's situation was very chaotic. Everyone was not using their full strength, there were too many variables. As for the Red Lotus Island, if he did not stop them, the Celestial Court would definitely succeed. Feng Yuan had Spring Autumn Cicada, he had a huge advantage in inheriting the Red Lotus Island. Not just that, Feng Yuan had also made many deductions about the 4 immortal goo houses. The fact that he had easily dealt with the shark flow lever and forced the 3 autumn yellow crane platform to retreat was proof of this. Feng Yuan's wisdom path attainment was high, and most importantly, he had wisdom goo's secret help. Celestial Court side had not deduced this. Feng Yuan, who had the light of wisdom, used his information to deduce the background of Celestial Court's 4 time path immortal goo houses. He made great progress. In the previous battle, Feng Yuan exposed his trump cards, but at the same time, Celestial Court's trump cards were also exposed. Feng Yuan understood all of them. It was not easy for goo immortals to create immortal killer moves, modifying them was even harder. And what were immortal goo houses? Immortal goo houses were the combination of countless immortal killer moves. Thus, modifying immortal goo houses was even harder. Feng Yuan could modify immortal killer moves because he had wisdom goo. Celestial Court's modification of immortal goo houses did not have wisdom goo, it was even harder. Thus, these 4 immortal goo houses did not have many changes, they maintained their current state. Feng Yuan had gained a lot from his previous defeat, he now had a way to deal with these immortal goo houses. This was also one of the reasons why he gave up on Dragon Palace and chose to attack the River of Time. Northern corner is destroyed, we cannot retrieve the goo worms. 3 layers of Autumn Light shield have been broken, only 1 layer is left. Immortal goo Autumn Light has cracks on its surface. Several goo immortals in 3 autumn yellow crane platform reported, they had anxious expressions. Fengjiuge was sitting at the main seat, but his expression was calm. He did not show any signs of taking action personally, because he knew that his sound path cultivation was useless in the River of Time. Only by relying on time path immortal goo houses could he resist Feng Yuan. Fengjiuge thought, Feng Yuan can suppress 2 immortal goo houses, but Celestial Court still has 2 more. This battle has just begun. Feng Yuan's barrage of attacks caused him to pant heavily. Even though 3 autumn yellow crane platforms' exterior was damaged, its base was undamaged, it only lost a large number of mortal goo. Moreover, the rank 7 goo immortals inside the immortal goo house were trying their best to repair it. After the initial burst of energy, 3 autumn yellow crane platform got through the early stages, Fang Yuan's fierce attacks weakened rapidly. Xing Yi Wang, who was on shark flow lever, had already dealt with Spring Scissors killer move, he rushed over again. At the same time, Present and Past Pavilion and Eternal Yacht formed a net from the left and right. Fang Yuan, I want to see how you deal with the alliance of 4 immortal goo houses. Xing Yi Wang shouted. Fang Yuan saw that he was surrounded, his eyes shined with bright light as he suddenly laughed. Bing Sai Chuan, are you still not going to make a move? Before he finished speaking, Bing Sai Chuan's figure appeared behind Present and Past Pavilion. Who is it? The 3 Xuanzi were shocked, because Present and Past Pavilion was most proficient in investigative methods, they still found Fang Yuan but not Bing Sai Chuan. Bing Sai Chuan shouted lightly as he pushed with both palms, cold winds blew as frost energy surged, enveloping Present and Past Pavilion. At the next moment, the entire Present and Past Pavilion was sealed in a huge piece of profound ice. The 3 Xuanzi did not move in the ice, their expressions were frozen with fear, they looked extremely lifelike. On the deck of Eternal Yacht, the calm rank 8 goo immortal Qing Ye's expression finally changed. This immortal killer move is instant freeze. You are the time path great expert of Giant Sun Immortals era, Bing Sai Chuan. Bing Sai Chuan cultivated time path, he was most proficient in stopping time, his time path killer moves could imitate the power of ice path. He was a rank 8 legend, his battle strength was at the peak of rank 1, on par with Li Huang. But now that Li Huang was sent away, he was replaced by the newly advanced rank 8 Feng Jioga. And most importantly, this was the River of Time, even if Li Huang was here, he would not be Bing Sai Chuan's match in a one-on-one battle without using a time path immortal goo house. Bing Sai Chuan had been preparing for a long time, his first move was earth-shattering. He attacked the weakest enemy, sealing a time path immortal goo house and eliminating the battle. Good moves. Fang Yuan could not help but praise. Bing Sai Chuan looked at Qing Yi. I am Bing Sai Chuan of Longevity Heaven, to think that someone in this era can recognize me. He said this with a smile on his face, but he did not hold back as he attacked the rank 8 goo immortal Qing Yi on Eternal Yacht. With Bing Sai Chuan's help, Fang Yuan suppressed the remaining 3 immortal goo houses of Celestial Court. At the next moment, the 5th time path immortal goo house appeared. This was a gatehouse, it had a simple structure but was beautiful, the pillars were red in color, it was very festive. The plaque on the door had 2 shining golden words, New Year's End. Not just them, even the immortal killer moves that they activated, even the surrounding tens of thousands of li of sky and sea were under immense pressure. Many killer moves broke apart, the rank 8 goo immortals and Dragon Palace fell into the water like dumplings in a pot. All living beings turned silent, heaven and earth became silent. Only Duke Long was left, he stood proudly in the sky, using his indifferent dragon eyes to look at the pathetic figures of the immortals. At this point in the fight for Dragon Palace, he finally displayed his true strength. Pseudo-immortal venerable battle strength suppressed his opponents, he had the upper hand. Kill. Duke Long, I will kill you. I don't believe you can defeat all of us. A few breaths of time later, huge waves rose in the sea, the rank 8 goo immortals who were humiliated by Duke Long had ruthless expressions, they attacked Duke Long together. Duke Long snorted coldly, a dragon tail grew out from his back, his body was covered in dragon scales, the dragon horns on his head were as sharp as swords. He roared, it was the immortal killer move Dragon Roaring Wave. Next, his figure flickered around his opponents, his dragon fists smashed their faces one by one, his dragon claws tore through their defenses, causing a storm of blood. Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals were not his match, they were furious and shocked, their immortal killer moves were constantly interrupted, even if they succeeded, they could not do anything to Duke Long. After fighting for so long, other than protecting Feng Kim Hong, Duke Long had also been collecting information. He had already grasped most of the details of Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals. Old scoundrel, you are going too far. Take my killer move. Restrain him, I have even more powerful methods. Eastern Sea's rank 8s were furious, they were about to use even more powerful methods. Immortal killer move, Chi engulfing mountains and rivers. Puff puff puff. At the next moment, Eastern Sea's rank 8s were pushed into the depths of the sea again. Chapter 1709. Withdraw. Duke Long suddenly appeared above the roof of Dragon Palace. A huge suction force was exerted, the rank 8 Immortal Gu house resisted it as it was dragged into Duke Long's phantom aperture inch by inch. The other rank 8 Gu immortals saw this and quickly rushed over, attacking Duke Long with all sorts of killer moves. Duke Long sighed as he suddenly vanished on the spot. Dragon Palace lost its restraints and shot out from the bottom of the sea, flying into the sky again. Eastern Sea's rank 8s were about to give chase when Duke Long suddenly appeared in the sky, blocking their path. Dragon roars resounded again, Duke Long moved like lightning, weaving through the Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortals. The rumbling of the fierce battle was like a ceaseless thunderclap. A myriad of innocent lives suffered calamity, and enormous waves that were hundreds of meters tall and over 1,000 meters tall arose on the surface of the sea. Without Feng Kim Hong burdening him, Duke Long displayed astonishing battle strength. None of the rank 8 Gu immortals present were his match. However, these Eastern Sea Gu immortals could cultivate to rank 8, they had deep foundations and some skills. Even though they could not defeat Duke Long and were showing signs of losing, their lives were not in danger for the time being. Even though they were wary of each other, against Duke Long, they cooperated when they could. At once, Eastern Sea's Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and Lone Cultivators worked together to deal with Duke Long. Duke Long felt increasing pressure. Earlier, when he erupted and suppressed everyone, it was because he had been enduring and did not make a big move, thus, Eastern Sea's rank 8s were caught unprepared. As the battle continued, Duke Long's methods were gradually familiarized by Eastern Sea's Gu immortals. They quickly found the correct methods to counter or deal with him. In this world, there were no invincible immortal Gu or invincible immortal killer moves, there were only invincible Gu immortals. Any immortal killer move, no matter how complex and mysterious, had its traces, it had advantages and weaknesses. Duke Long was indeed strong, none of the Eastern Sea rank 8s present were his match. But the current situation was special, everyone was fighting for the Immortal Gu house, nobody wanted to fight to the death with Duke Long. The Immortal Gu house continued to fly, the battlefield was moving around, Duke Long could not set up a battlefield to restrain the enemy. Dragon claws swept out, forcing back many Eastern Sea rank 8s, Duke Long crashed into Dragon Palace and grabbed with his hand. In an instant, a pair of giant dragon claws appeared and held onto the Dragon Palace tightly. The Dragon Palace's body shook violently. It shattered the illusory dragon claw and broke free. Duke Long sighed. This situation had happened many times. It was not easy to take the Dragon Palace. He had to fight for a while and temporarily defeat all the competitors. Then, he would have a good opportunity to try to take the Dragon Palace. But Dragon Palace was a rank 8 Immortal Gu house with great strength, it was very difficult to take it. Duke Long had tried many times, but all of them had ended in failure. Duke Long is too strong, what do we do? When he attacks, we will not have a chance to get close to Dragon Palace, not to mention taking it. Duke Long is the only one attacking, thankfully, this Immortal Gu house is strong enough. We can't let this go on, Dragon Palace's resistance is getting weaker, it will be subdued by Duke Long sooner or later. Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals were all injured, they communicated with each other, they wanted others to use their trump cards to deal with Duke Long. At rank 8 level, who did not have trump cards? These immortal killer moves were definitely powerful or mysterious, but no one was willing to expose them. No one could guarantee that in this complicated battle environment, these immortal killer moves would not fail. The stronger the killer move, the greater the backlash. Duke Long was also holding on to triple chi retraction, he did not use it. It was not that he did not want to use it, but it was very risky, he might injure himself. Earlier, when he fought against Zishan Makoto, he tried all ways to probe him. After feeling that the other party did not have any special methods, he found a chance to use triple chi retraction. In this situation, if Duke Long rashly used triple chi retraction and was countered by the enemy, what would happen? These Eastern Sea rank 8s had a lot of people, they had deep foundations, who knew what methods they were hiding. It was like an arrow on a bow, hanging in the air without being shot, it was very worrying. When Gu immortals hid their killer moves, they were often a form of deterrence. River of Time. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Fang Yuan was still in the immemorial year monkey form, he successfully used his killer move, grabbing at the air with both hands. A huge palm leaf fan with a long handle suddenly appeared out of thin air and was grasped in his hand. Bing Sai Chuan, move aside. Fang Yuan twisted his waist, his arm muscles bulged as he fanned. Whoosh! Winds blew, sweeping forward. The intense wind swept 3 autumn yellow crane platform and even shark flow lever into it, binding them and sending them out of the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. But at the crucial moment, Feng Jioge and Xing Yi Wang flew out of the immortal Gu house, pouncing towards Fang Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan. Even though they did not cultivate time path, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation did not collapse. Inside the formation, time path was suppressed while other paths were strengthened. The rank 7 Gu immortals sent by the Celestial Court were all elites. During this period of time, they had worked together to repair the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. Even though the hole was still there, it had shrunk by a lot. 5 Elements Grandmaster, quickly use your profound light. Fang Yuan shouted. 5 Elements Grandmaster's voice came from the Year's End Tower. I won't be able to use the Dongxian light again in a short amount of time. This formation has changed a lot. Using the Dongxian light again won't be as effective. Immortal killer move, Song Warrior. Feng Jioge's body flickered as 4 Song Warriors appeared, surrounding Fang Yuan. Xing Yi Wang's body shined with starlight as he pounced towards Bing Sai Chuan like a porcupine. Bing Sai Chuan and Fang Yuan looked at each other before flying into the sky, abandoning their opponents and attacking the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. This was the wisest tactic. As long as the river suppression lotus ceiling formation broke, be it Feng Jioge or Xing Yi Wang, they would have to hide in their immortal Gu houses. Chapter 1710. The winds of assimilation rampaged in the river of time. When Feng Jioge used the Song of Gale, it would cause the sound of howling winds. But when the true winds of assimilation blew, it was very calm, there was no sound at all. The silent winds of assimilation made all of the Gu immortals present feel a bone-chilling coldness. The stone Lotus Island was continuously eroded by the winds of assimilation, before vanishing completely. The winds of assimilation got stronger. Initially, it was quite large. After destroying the stone Lotus Island, it expanded by several times, it was like a pillar that supported heaven and earth. However, it could not display its might in the river of time. Even though a lot of river water was turned into the winds, the entire river of time was still unaffected. The amount of river water that was lost was negligible. Even though the winds of assimilation were powerful, compared to the entire river of time, it was too small. It was like a bug on an old cow. All of the Gu immortals and immortal Gu houses carefully distanced themselves from the winds of assimilation. Even Feng Jiuge was not an exception. The Stone Lotus Island was really destroyed. Feng Yuan was deeply shocked. He wanted to enter the island earlier but was repelled by the defensive force of the Stone Lotus Island. To think that the Stone Lotus Island could not resist the winds of assimilation at all. Don't tell me, this formation played a crucial role in suppressing the Stone Lotus Island? Or is the Stone Lotus Island already at the end of its tether? It could not resist the might of the winds of assimilation? Feng Yuan looked at the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. It was still collapsing. Feng Jiuge had a heavy mood. Even though he destroyed the Stone Lotus Island, in his opinion, he had failed. In order to find Red Lotus True Inheritance, the Celestial Court had expended unimaginable resources and manpower. They finally found a Stone Lotus Island and used the river suppression lotus ceiling formation to trap it. But to think that Feng Yuan and Longevity Heaven's power would obstruct it. Feng Jiuge had no choice but to destroy the Stone Lotus Island. All of his previous efforts went to waste. With regards to his actions, no one could reprimand him. Because the situation was clear. The river suppression lotus ceiling grand array had suffered a blow from Feng Yuan's Luopa seal. It was destined to collapse. Once the formation broke, Feng Jiuge, Xing Yi Wang, and the rest could only return to the immortal Gu house obediently. In this way, the Celestial Court's battle prowess would definitely plummet. On the other hand, Feng Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan were like fish in water in the river of time. Without the restriction of the formation, their battle strength rose once again. The enemy was strong while he was weak. Feng Jiuge wasn't confident that the Stone Lotus Island would be taken away by Feng Yuan's side sooner or later. So, Feng Jiuge seized the opportunity to cut his losses and brazenly destroy the Stone Lotus Isle. Good decision. A sharp light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes as he praised. Bing Sai Chuan heaved a long sigh, showing a dejected expression. He had placed his hopes on Red Lotus True Inheritance. He wanted to find a shortcut to destroy Fate Gu. But now, Feng Yuan only had the key to Spring Autumn Cicada, while the Stone Lotus Island was destroyed by Feng Jiuge. He was greatly disappointed. He did not know that Feng Yuan had already obtained a true inheritance in secret. Feng Yuan naturally would not tell Longevity Heaven about this secret. The Celestial Court was also kept in the dark. Rumble. With a series of explosions, the damaged river suppression lotus ceiling formation broke apart. Most of the immortal Gu were destroyed. The Gu immortals controlling it died one after another. The river flowed in reverse, creating huge waves. The river of time was restored to its former state. Let's retreat. Feng Jiuge gritted his teeth as he spoke. The situation was very disadvantageous to the Celestial Court. Even though they had 3 rank 8 Gu immortals, in this situation, even if Duke Long came, he would not be able to do anything. Feng Jiuge and the rest were not Time Path Gu immortals. They could only hide in their immortal Gu houses and fight using the Time Path immortal Gu houses. And these Time Path immortal Gu houses were only rank 7, if they had a rank 8 Time Path immortal Gu house, the Celestial Court would have a chance of winning. Even though the Celestial Court had an extremely deep foundation, it was not without limits. Firstly, after Lord Huangshi died, the Celestial Court could not take out a Time Path rank 8 Gu immortal Gu house. Even though they created 4 Time Path immortal Gu houses, they were only at rank 7 level. To create a rank 8 Time Path immortal Gu house in a short period of time, the Celestial Court could not do anything about it. Actually, there was no problem with Fairy Myrtle's arrangements. Even though Feng Yuan obtained Red Lotus True Inheritance, his killer moves were mostly modified. A large number of immortal Gu were also refined. His battle strength rose by a lot. But it was very difficult for Feng Yuan to obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance alone. The Celestial Court did not expect that Longevity Heaven would suddenly cooperate with Feng Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. There was deep hatred between Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan. This hatred was not simple. Fang Yuan did not just destroy a rank 8 Immortal Gu house, he also destroyed Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements, the symbol of the Golden Tribe's glory. Longevity Heaven actually gave up on hatred and cooperated with Fang Yuan. Is this a change brought by Bing Sai Chuan? Feng Jioge returned to 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform and looked at Bing Sai Chuan with a frown. The 3 Immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court were retreating rapidly. Fang Yuan roared as he turned into the immemorial Year Monkey, chasing after them. Bing Sai Chuan fought alongside him. The two attacked fiercely, attacking the 3 Immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court. Even though Heaven's Stairway had 3 rank 8s, they could only defend themselves now, enduring the enemy's attacks as they escaped. Present and past pavilion finally broke free from Bing Sai Chuan's killer move. It flew out of the river of time, leaving the river. The 3 Xuanzi were holding their breaths. They wanted to teach Fang Yuan a lesson, but they saw their 3 Immortal Gu houses escaping in panic. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation broke apart. The rank 7 Gu immortals controlling the formation were all dead. Only a few were struggling in the river of time. They were not far from death. Retreat. Feng Jioge transmitted. The 3 Xuanzi gulped. They quickly joined the escaping group. Chapter 1713. Fang Yuan floated in the air, as if he had been standing in a snowstorm for several minutes. His body was covered in a layer of white snow. From afar, it looked like he was wearing a thick fox fur sweater. This was the modified time path killer move, Winter Coat. Fang Yuan had many defensive killer moves. The strongest was Reverse Flow Protection Seal, but because Reverse Flow River was almost dried up, this move could not be used anymore. Other than that, Fang Yuan also had defensive methods like Yama Emperor, Winter Coat, Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe, Purple Thought Light Protection, Hair Armor, Lion Fur Armor, Divination Tortoise Transformation, Ghost Official Garment, and so on. Hair Armor and Lion Fur Armor were mortal killer moves. Even though Fang Yuan had used them for a period of time, they were no longer useful. Purple Thought Light Protection was Zishan Makoto's method. It had once blocked Duke Long's fist during the battle. Its power was not to be underestimated. But Fang Yuan only had this killer move. He did not cultivate it. He lacked the crucial Immortal Gu. Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe was Fang Yuan's method. He had used it before. Even though the core Immortal Gu were rank 7 killer moves were still too weak. Divination Tortoise Transformation was also a defensive method, but similarly, it was an ancient desolate beast Divination Tortoise. It could not participate in battles between rank 8s. Ghost Official Garment had a huge origin. It was designed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to defend against Wisdom Path deductions. With Ghost Official Garment, Soul Beast Token, and Ghostly Concealment, Yama Emperor had incredible defense. It could be used to fight against rank 8s. But its defensive power could not compare to Winter Coat. Yama Emperor was a comprehensive method. It had both offense and defense. Together with Yama Children, it had incredible power in group battles. Winter Coat was focused on defense. Fang Yuan devoured Xia Cha's Immortal Aperture, causing his time path Dao marks to increase sharply. He had the most Dao marks. It greatly increased the power of Winter Coat. And most importantly, after some modifications, Winter Coat's defensive power was even more outstanding than before. Without reverse flow protection seal, Winter Coat Killer move became Fang Yuan's substitute. Boom boom boom, 3 Central Continent rank 8s attacked Fang Yuan one after another, but Fang Yuan did not dodge. He used Winter Coat to block all of their attacks. What killer move is this? It looks like Xia Cha's Winter Coat. How is this possible? Xia Cha's Winter Coat isn't like this. The 3 rank 8s had different expressions. They conversed secretly. They were shocked by the defensive power of Winter Coat. Then, they all turned their attention to Zhou Xiongxin. These 3 rank 8s came from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, but Zhou Xiongxian was different. He was a member of Celestial Court who had just woken up. Zhou Xiongxian had already activated the Immortal Battlefield Rumor Cage. In this battle environment, all other paths were suppressed, only information path was amplified. Fang Yuan's Winter Coat Killer move was suppressed, the 3 rank 8s offensive methods were also suppressed. While the 3 rank 8s looked at Zhou Xiongxian, Fang Yuan was observing this Immortal Battlefield Rumor Cage. Rumor Cage was made of countless silver words. Some were as large as horses and carriages, some were as small as ants. They weaved together to form a huge sphere that covered Fang Yuan and the other 4 rank 8s. Because there were gaps between the words, the entire sphere seemed to be connected to the outside world. It was not completely closed. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, his time path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom, deducing the profundities of this immortal battlefield. Maybe his time path attainment level is quite high. After all, this is a rank 8 killer move. It is not easy to modify it. Zhou Xiongxian was inwardly shocked. Right now, under the suppression of Rumor Cage, Spring Scissors Killer move was still unstoppable. Countless silver tigers were cut by it. However, Zhou Xiongxian was not flustered. The situation is still under my control. Slowly, you will experience my power, Fang Yuan. Zhou Xiongxian sneered in his mind. A moment later, Fang Yuan's brows furrowed imperceptibly. The silver tigers are endless. They are clearly one with this Rumor Cage battlefield. No matter how many are killed, they will regenerate. And most importantly, these silver tigers are getting stronger. Strange. Normally speaking, methods like the silver tigers relied on numbers to fight a battle of attrition against the enemy. But the silver tigers were getting stronger and stronger at a shocking speed. It surpassed the limits of such methods. Earlier, Spring Scissors Killer move was unstoppable, but now, it seemed to be very tired. The silver tigers were not only tougher, they were also much more agile. They often escaped from Spring Scissors and missed. At this time, the time path clone finally deduced some results. Fang Yuan looked at Zhou Xiongxian as he said, "So that's it, this is the combination of information path and human path methods. You used the resentment of the people in Central Continent to use this move, right? Just like the previous people's accusation killer move." Zhou Xiongxian's eyebrows twitched. Fang Yuan discovered the profundity so quickly, his heart shook. "Since you saw it, there is no need to hide it. Indeed, the foundation of this killer move is primordial origin Immortal Venerable's method. He mobilized the will of the people in Central Continent. Fang Yuan, you slaughtered so many people, the will of the people is in a frenzy. Even though a mortal's strength is small, what if millions of people have their strength stacked together? This strength is unimaginable to you. Thus, struggle as much as you want, you cannot defeat the united will of the people. This is the result of your actions, you reap what you sow." Fang Yuan was silent. He started to bombard the Rumor Cage. But this immortal battlefield, before he understood the profundity of its operation, even if he used Luopa Seal, it would have little effect. It would be a waste of rank 8 immortal essence. At the same time, somewhere in Central Continent, Fang Yuan is trapped. He is likely trapped in an immortal formation or an immortal battlefield. My connection to him has already become very vague. It is about to be cut off. Shen Tsongsheng muttered. He was an Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortal, the first supreme elder of a super force, Shen clan. He cultivated sound path. When Fang Yuan went to Dragon Palace in Eastern Sea, he unknowingly fell into his investigative method. Now, even though he was trapped in rumor cage, Shen Zongsheng could sense some of Fang Yuan's movements. Brother Zongsheng's investigative method is truly admirable. At the side, Song Qi Yuan sighed. Back then, I was targeted by Brother Zongsheng relentlessly. I suffered a lot. Ha! Shen Zongsheng laughed. That was when we were young. Who asked you to sneak away and steal the inheritance? We spent so much effort but ended up empty-handed. Fang Yuan taking action and obstructing the refinement path convention is within expectations. After all, he and the Celestial Court have a deep grudge. That's right, several years ago, he and the Celestial Court exposed each other in jewel yellow skies. The Celestial Court wants to restore fate. Even if he is an otherworldly demon, he will not let the Celestial Court succeed. If that happens, the Celestial Court will have too much of an advantage. The surrounding Gu Immortals agreed. Some had cold expressions, they were unmoved. Chapter 1714. A group of Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortals were flying in Central Continent's mountain range at a low altitude. After Duke Long snatched the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace, Eastern Sea's Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and even lone immortal rank 8s allied together. It should be here. Shen Zongsheng suddenly stopped. He looked at the green mountain below him with a puzzled expression. This green mountain was very ordinary. It was inconspicuous among the surrounding mountains. Here? Hua Kaiyun frowned, shaking her head. I did not find anything strange. I feel that this mountain is different. Qing Yuan said. This is the place. Granny Rong said with certainty. The surrounding Gu Immortals took a look at her. Granny Rong was a poison path Gu Immortal. How could she have such high attainment in investigative methods? There is an illusion formation here. Song Qi Yuan's eyes shined with a crystal light. He said solemnly. But we do not have anyone who cultivates formation path. Hua Kaiyun said. Zhang Yin sneered. What are you hesitating for? Break the formation and enter. Earlier in Eastern Sea, because we were on guard and hindered each other, Duke Long succeeded. Now that we have an agreement, we will advance and retreat together. So what if Duke Long is lured out? Ha ha ha, that's right. Let's charge in. Song Qi Yuan laughed loudly, attacking immediately. Boom boom boom. A rank 8 Gu Immortal's methods were extraordinary. After a series of explosions, the illusion formation shattered like glass, revealing the real scene. At the foot of the Green Mountain, there was a huge cave. There were natural dragon patterns in the cave. It was like a group of dragons dancing around, entangling with each other. The Eastern Sea Immortals only took a glance before losing interest in the cave's dragon patterns. They flew into the cave and found a huge hole in the ground. They followed the hole and flew down. After passing a long underground tunnel, the Immortals' vision cleared up. There is a natural earth trench below this cave. This is not a new earth trench, it should have existed for tens of thousands of years. Is Dragon Palace at the deepest part of this earth trench? Duke Long took the immortal Gu House. Why did he place it here? The Eastern Sea Immortals discussed among themselves. The earth trench was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Compared to the earth trench, they were as small as mosquitoes, completely inconspicuous. Roar! Suddenly, a strong hurricane swept up from the depths of the earth trench. At the same time, the entire earth trench shook violently, and rocks fell from the cliffs of the earth trench. The expressions of the Eastern Sea Immortals changed. They all felt a strong sense of threat. The tremor left as quickly as it came. After a dozen breaths, the entire earth trench became peaceful again. What's down there? No matter what it is, to be able to make so many of us sense danger, it's definitely not simple. I want to see what Duke Long is up to. The Eastern Sea Immortals were about to move deeper into Earth Trench, but suddenly, Earth Trench flickered with bright lights, a super immortal formation appeared and enveloped all the Gu Immortals. So there was an ambush. What a powerful immortal array. Who is it? An old Central Continent rank 8 Gu Immortal appeared in front of the Eastern Sea Immortals. He wore a grey robe, his entire body was shrouded in a deep sense of sorrow. Eastern Sea's rank 8s were very knowledgeable, they immediately recognized this old Central Continent rank 8. Oh. You are Wind Cloud Manor's Old Man Beifeng? Old Man Beifeng sighed, that is me. Fellow immortals coming together to attack the Hidden Dragon Cave is not a wise move. With me here, no matter what you want, you will not be able to succeed. Hidden Dragon Cave. This is Hidden Dragon Cave? Many Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were shocked. Hidden Dragon Cave imprisoned the legendary immemorial desolate beast Di Zongsheng, it was known to everyone. But its exact location was not exposed. Old Man Beifeng could have become a member of the Celestial Court, but because of his grandson Feng Chanzi's mistake, Old Man Beifeng took the blame. The two of them guarded Di Zongsheng together in Hidden Dragon Cave. Because of some reason, Duke Long placed the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace here. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals searched for clues and found their way to Hidden Dragon Cave. Boom! Old Man Beifeng's body shook as he activated the Super Immortal Formation. This Super Immortal Formation could imprison Di Zongsheng, it naturally had great power. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were swept away by the Immortal Formation's power, their vision blurred. When they looked again, they saw that the Immortals were separated and sent to a certain formation space. At the next moment, the Eastern Sea Immortals attacked the surrounding battle. A battle between rank 8s unfolded. At the same time, Immortals appeared all over Central Continent. Mountain Tortoise Valley. The valley was huge, the mountain walls were steep and almost vertical. Demonic Path Gu Immortal 9 Ghost Finger snuck here. He looked at the mountain tortoises in the valley with a greedy gaze. There were many mountain tortoises, they covered the entire mountain. Among them were many huge desolate beast mountain tortoises. Mountain tortoises are rare in Eastern Sea, but they are common in Southern Border and Central Continent. This Mountain Tortoise Valley is the largest mountain tortoise breeding ground in Central Continent. He he he. 9 Ghost Finger laughed smugly. This was originally a resource point controlled by Spirit Butterfly Valley, one of the 10 great ancient sections. But now, the Gu Immortals guarding this place were sent away to protect the venue of a refinement path convention. However, even though they left behind a warning method. 9 Ghost Finger did not enter rashly, he investigated for a while and found some clues. This was an immortal killer move, it was of Earth Path. Let me deduce how to break this. 9 Ghost Finger's eyes shined with bright light, his 10 fingers moved rapidly as he deduced. The shadows of his fingers flew about, both real and fake. Originally, there were 10 shadows of fingers, but they gradually shrank to 9 shadows of fingers. 9 Ghost Fingers' wisdom path inheritance was such a unique sight. The missing finger was one of them, it represented the vague heavenly secret. 9 Ghost Finger only cultivated wisdom path on the side, he mainly cultivated soul path. As his fingers danced in the air, he muttered something under his breath. As he deduced, the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. Meanwhile, on the Moonlight Mound that was 108,000 kilometers away, a fierce battle had already begun. Rank 7 Lone Immortal Xia Baoshu floated in the air with an imposing aura, he bombarded Moonlight Mound continuously. He wore a blue robe, he had a handsome face and was gentle like jade, he had the appearance of a noble young master. Meanwhile, his opponent, the female immortal guarding Moonlight Mound, was in a sorry state, she said angrily, Xia Baoshu, you are a famous lone immortal in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world, you actually dare to commit such a demonic act and rob my moonlight mound. If you have the ability, go rob the 10 great ancient sects. We are both lone cultivators, yet you are making things difficult for each other. Back then, I bought your year Gu and took care of your business. Xia Bao Shu sighed, Fairy Moonlight, unless it is absolutely necessary, I do not want to use such a method. My year Gu business exists only in name, the only way is to change it. If you can give me half of the moonlight mushrooms, I will leave without a second word. The Central Continent female immortal was about to cough blood from anger. These moonlight mushrooms are the result of my hard work and effort. I nurtured them for 30 years. You want to take half of them right away, wishful thinking. Even if I cannot defeat you today, I will not give the moonlight mushrooms to you. Before I escape, I will destroy this entire moonlight mound. Can you destroy it? Suddenly, a soft voice resounded behind the Central Continent female immortal. An ambush. The female immortal was shocked. Someone had actually snuck up behind her without her noticing. Who is it? The female immortal wanted to turn around, but at the next moment, her vision turned black as she fainted. Yu Xianxia stood at the top of Moonlight Mound, looking at the fainted Central Continent female immortal before looking at Xia Bao Shu in the air. He grinned. Yu Xianxia cultivated theft path. He was the Gu immortal most skilled in collecting earth trench black oil in Eastern Sea. He had an ugly appearance and a wretched aura, but he was very close to Xia Bao Shu. They were good friends. Xia Bao Shu came to Central Continent to obtain resources. Yu Xianxia had to help him. Inside Rumor Cage. Fang Yuan shouted as he used the immortal killer move Myriad Dragon. The flood dragon soared into the sky and tangled together with the thousands of silver-white tigers. At once, dragons and tigers fought. Silver light shone in the eyes as killing intent surged. After a few breaths of time, the dragon group shrunk. They were not the tiger's match. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He continued to use Myriad Dragon to support the situation. Lord Zhou Xianxia's methods are truly amazing. The most amazing thing is that these 3 moves can be used together. Rumor Cage, rumors are fearsome, and 3 people become tigers. They get stronger as they fight. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it is for Fang Yuan. But unfortunately, he is in a desperate situation now. He cannot escape. The 3 Central Continent rank 8s had been watching from the sidelines, watching from a corner. Just Zhou Xianxia alone was able to suppress Fang Yuan. Any one of Heavenly Court's Gu immortals was an expert with outstanding talent and shocking talent. Honestly speaking, my battle strength is only at rank 8 upper stage. I am inferior to Li Huang. But with the advantage of Information Path and Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's killer move as a foundation, I can borrow the power of Central Continent's millions of people. My battle strength will continue to grow. As long as the situation continues, Fang Yuan will definitely be exhausted to death. Even though Zhou Xianxia had the upper hand, he was not careless for a moment. Even though he had just woken up, his abundant information gave him a deep understanding of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's strength, Fang Yuan's craftiness, and Fang Yuan's threat were deeply engraved in Zhou Xianxia's mind. Information Path, and Human Path. Celestial Court truly has deep foundations. Just by restraining themselves a little, they are already making things difficult for me. Fang Yuan looked at Zhou Xianxia as he sighed internally. The enemy in front of him did not have any flaws. He was extremely vigilant against Fang Yuan, he was extremely skilled in investigation, he was extremely sensitive to even the slightest movement. This caused many of Fang Yuan's tactical plans to fail. Even though Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 8 for a short period of time, he relied on Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Luopa Seal, and other profound methods to stabilize his battle strength at rank 8 upper stage. Previously, in the 5 regional walls, in the 5 regional mountain range, or in the River of Time, Fang Yuan made use of geographical advantages or borrowed the strength of others to greatly reduce the difference in battle strength between him and the enemy. But now that he was deep in Central Continent and fought against a rank 8 expert, he was countered. In terms of information path, his attainment was too shallow. There was no need to mention human path. Forget it, let's stop probing here. It is time to make use of geographical advantages. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a strange smile. At the next moment, he activated his ambush method. Rumble. A great formation suddenly rose outside the Central Continent. Rumor Cage was like an egg, it was crushed by the terrifying power of the formation. Why is there a formation? The 4 Central Continent immortals were furious. Take a guess. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, turning into the immemorial year monkey. He jumped and arrived in front of Wuxia Xianxia, his fist slamming down like a meteor. Rumor Cage broke, the backlash caused Wuxia Xianxia to spit out blood. Time path methods were activated to slow the surrounding time. Wuxia Xianxia could not dodge in time, he was hit by Fang Yuan's fist, with a loud sound, he crashed to the ground. Quick, save Lord Wuxia Xianxia. Attack together. The other 3 Gu immortals quickly pounced towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snickered as the formation activated again, stalling the 3 rank 8s for a breath of time. Using this chance, Fang Yuan's huge body landed in front of Wuxia Xianxia, who was like a toy. Immortal killer move, Spring Scissors. A huge pair of scissors was held by the giant ape Fang Yuan. The blades, which were dozens of feet long, were first deeply inserted into the ground on both sides. Next, the huge scissors gathered together, in front of the sharp scissors, the thick ground was as fragile as tofu. Crack. With a soft sound, the huge scissors finally gathered, the 2 halves of the scissors fused together. Blood splattered. Wuxia Xianxia's head drew an arc in the air before falling to the ground with a loud sound. Chapter 17:15. Prisoner Valley's southern flower vines were stolen by a mysterious Gu immortal, more than half of them were lost. The immortal formation at the Red River beach was destroyed, the red fire rocks inside were all plundered by 3 Gu immortals. Someone wanted to steal the primordial sand in the middle section of Falling Heavenly River, but was repelled by an immortal killer move left behind by Heaven's Envy Manor. Fairy Myrtle sat in the celestial court, looking at the situation of Central Continent. As the news came in, her brows furrowed even tighter. She was furious. The huge Central Continent was rich in resources and people. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent led by the leaders of the Celestial Court had gone through countless years and countless days and nights of hard work to create this place. But now, it was being robbed by thieves from all over, the place was in a foul state. Meanwhile, Duke Long was still sitting at the main seat, listening to Fairy Myrtle's reports with a calm expression. No matter, so what if we lost some resources? It's just a minor ailment. Duke Long said as he closed his eyes and rested his chin on his hand, pretending to sleep. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply, telling herself to calm down, but at the next moment, her eyes opened wide as she shouted in anger, Fang Yuan has escaped, our 3 Central Continent rank 8s are all injured, Senior Wuxia Xianxia was killed by Fang Yuan. A sharp light flashed in Duke Long's eyes, he stopped pretending to sleep and sat up, muttering, Wuxia Xianxia and the others were specially arranged to deal with Fang Yuan, among them, Wuxia Xianxia was the strongest, but he was actually killed by Fang Yuan. But the others were only injured and retreated, there must be a reason behind this. Where is the detailed battle report? Here. Fairy Myrtle immediately handed an information path Gu worm to Duke Long. The battle report was very detailed, because other than Wuxia Xianxia, the other 3 Central Continent rank 8s were still alive. After reading the battle report, the hall fell silent. After a while, Fairy Myrtle spoke, I thought that Fang Yuan used Luo Pasil to kill Senior Zhou Xianxia. I didn't expect him to use Spring Scissors' killer move. According to this battle report, Spring Scissors has been modified again. Most importantly, when Fang Yuan transformed into the immemorial Year Monkey, his battle strength had already reached the peak of rank 8. Fairy Myrtle let out a deep sigh. She had known for a long time that Fang Yuan was a threat. If he was allowed to grow freely, he would definitely become a great threat. Fairy Myrtle had expected this, but she did not expect this day to come so soon. How long has it been since Fang Yuan became a Gu Immortal? In the blink of an eye, he became a rank 8. In the blink of an eye, he actually had peak rank 8 battle strength. Even I only have rank 8 upper stage battle strength. At once, Fairy Myrtle felt disheartened. Duke Long took a look at Fairy Myrtle. His tone was still deep and slow. Ziwei, don't look down on yourself. Fang Yuan rose up rapidly. Other than his own talent, he also had the help of various forces. He has Spring-Autumn Cicada, he is Red Lotus Demon Venerable's target. He also obtained Spectral Soul's true inheritance and inherited the position of Shadow Sect leader. He even has Ghostly Concealment, that is a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Don't forget, with the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, how many benefits did Fang Yuan obtain from Giant Sun Immortal? We have placed enough importance on Fang Yuan. There is nothing wrong with your actions against him. It is just that we have failed repeatedly. Other than Fang Yuan, there are also the influences behind him. We are not just trying to get rid of Fang Yuan, we are also fighting against the forces around him. Not to mention that Fang Yuan had peak rank 8 battle strength. Even if he was a pseudo-immortal venerable and had the same battle strength as Duke Long, what could he do? Duke Long believed that with Celestial Court's foundation, they could definitely ensure the repair of Fate Gu. No matter how much Fang Yuan jumped around, as long as he was not a rank 9 venerable, he would not be able to turn the situation around. Duke Long was most concerned about the Refinement Path Convention's progress. He looked at another person in the hall, asking, Lord Zheng Yuan, how is the activation of Enemy Hatred United going? The person being asked was an old man. He had many age spots and wrinkles on his face, his body was thin and dry, he looked like an old man with one foot in the grave. He was sitting on a stone bench. Because his back was hunched, it was as if his entire body was curled up. His breathing was very light, his aura was so weak that it would not be strange even if he died at the next moment. But his seniority was higher than Duke Long. He had a lot of seniority. He only had rank 7 cultivation level, but he was a member of Celestial Court. He was Old Man Zheng Yuan. Because of the repair of Fate Gu, he had awakened from the immortal graveyard. Normally speaking, Celestial Court only recruited rank 8 Gu immortals, and they were all elites and experts among rank 8s. But Old Man Zheng Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level. He was recognized by Celestial Court and was recruited. The main reason was that Old Man Zheng Yuan chose to cultivate a special path, human path. The concept of humanity had been put forward a long time ago. It came from the Ren ancestor, who was known to everyone. The legends of Renzu left behind by the human ancestor could be said to be the largest, longest-lasting, and most unique inheritance in the history of the human race. The legends of Renzu contained the profundities of human path. Many talented people read it and obtained some results. Often, these results had amazing effects and shocking power. Celestial Court had always thought of itself as the leader of humanity, the orthodox of human path. Celestial Court's accumulated human path methods were one of Duke Long's greatest reliance. Old Man Zheng Yuan replied with a weak aura. Back then, the 18 variant human demonic immortals attacked Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. He was invincible. The 18 demonic immortals lost miserably, but they were unwilling to accept it. They used demonic words to confuse the Immortal Venerable. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was troubled. He sat in the killing formation for 3 days and 3 nights, his thoughts were in a mess and he could not control himself. After reading the legends of Renzu, Immortal Venerable saw through the obstacles in his heart. He created countless living beings, people's united hearts, common hatred for a common enemy, and many other human path killer moves. I am only a key to activate the methods left behind by primordial origin Immortal Venerable. I do not deserve the title Lord. Duke Long, you can call me by my name. Old man Zheng Yuan was very humble. Right now, myriad living beings has already been activated. The killer move common hatred for a common enemy has also covered the whole of central continent. As long as the human will accumulates to a certain extent, we can use people's united hearts. Good. Duke Long smiled. That's good. With the common hatred for a common enemy, central continent's people will be united. They will be filled with righteous indignation and hatred. The refinement path convention will definitely continue. Central Continent, Dharma Body Sect. This sect was created by Wind Cloud Manor Supreme Elder Wu Fa. It was also the competition venue of this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. After the qualifiers, those who could compete here were all experts in Gu refinement. With the support of their future selves, the three of them finally advanced by leaps and bounds, gaining the qualifications to participate in the great battle. These three are all geniuses. They have outstanding talent. Once their battle strength rises, they will overshadow other Gu immortals of the same level. Now, let's see how Celestial Court reacts. Celestial Court. A new battle report came. Fairy Myrtle's expression turned grim. She ordered Celestial Court to pay a huge price to collect the Time Path immortal materials in jewel yellow skies. In the end, not only did she not restrict Fong Yuan's growth, even Fong Yuan's three subordinates had such strength now. The battle report was handed to Duke Long. Duke Long looked at the battle footage as his eyes shined with sharp light. He was deeply moved. Fairy Myrtle could not recognize it, but Duke Long could. He was silent for a while, before saying, "What a Fong Yuan. I underestimated you." Fairy Myrtle was puzzled. Lord Duke Long, why do you say that? The reason why their strength rose sharply is because of the killer move, Future Self. Duke Long said solemnly. Future Self? This was created by my eldest disciple. Back then, he used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth and lost his immortal venerable cultivation. To make up for it, he created the killer move Future Self. Duke Long answered. This time, it was Fairy Myrtle's expression that changed. She frowned as she said in disbelief, I have checked Spectral Soul's memories. The Red Lotus true inheritance that he obtained definitely did not include Future Self. This means that Fong Yuan has already obtained a Red Lotus true inheritance. Otherwise, how did he do it with Future Self? We've already sealed off the river of time. Duke Long shook his head. There is no need to talk about this now. It seems that we need to pay close attention to Fong Yuan's movements. He might have some special methods in his hands. Duke Long did not dare to underestimate Fong Yuan anymore. Or rather, he did not dare to underestimate Red Lotus Demon Venerable. At once, Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan felt heavy in their hearts. The shadow of Red Lotus Demon Venerable shrouded their hearts once again. But next, Fong Yuan did not show up again. Only by Ning Bing, He Lulan, and Ing Wuxia continued to attack. They won more than they lost, causing havoc in Central Continent. What is Fong Yuan doing? Is he secretly continuing, trying to make a big scene? Fang Yuan did not make a move. It was the celestial court's turn to feel uncomfortable. This threat was like a drawn bow, the arrow had yet to be released, it was very worrying. Fang Yuan was waiting. But he did not see Duke Long show up. The situation is getting more troublesome. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth as he felt something amiss. But at the next moment, Yang Feng was stunned. What did I do? Oh, right, I accepted the mission to guard this spirit lake spring. I cannot let outsiders succeed. Humph, with me here, I want to see who dares to court death. Central Continent, in a mountain range. After a battle, the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects retreated with hatred, remember this. Get lost, losers. Xiao Huqi sneered, he looked at the people around him with a cold gaze. Beside him was a Northern Plains Gu immortal. He was so thin that his bones could be seen, his skin was wrinkled and stuck to his bones, veins could be seen all over his skin. He was Northern Plains Demonic Path Rank 7, Pai Shuihan. Not long ago, he and Xiao Huqi had their eyes on this resource, they worked together and chased away the Central Continent Gu immortals guarding this place. Only the two of them were left, the atmosphere became strange. Friend, how do you think we should split this resource? Xiao Huqi pretended to be polite. Pai Shuihan snorted coldly, he said without hesitation, you can get lost too. Xiao Huqi was stunned, he laughed from extreme anger, I am a rank 7 expert of Western Desert's Xiao clan, who are you? You are so short-sighted but have such an arrogant personality. So much nonsense. Pai Shuihan had a disdainful expression as he attacked Xiao Huqi. Xiao Huqi's expression sank, he charged at Pai Shuihan without fear. The two fought for more than 10 rounds, Xiao Huqi could not hold on anymore. Right at this time, Xiao Shirang's figure appeared in the sky. Xiao Huqi was overjoyed, he quickly gathered with Xiao Shirang to deal with Pai Shuihan. But a moment later, Xiao Huqi and Xiao Shirang retreated in anger. Who in the world is this person? For this little bit of cultivation resources, he is fighting with no regard for his life? Xiao Huqi gritted his teeth. He was a brave person, a rank 7 expert of Western Desert Superforce Xiao clan, but he had seen Pai Shuihan's craziness in battle, he had been suppressed. If I am not wrong, he is Northern Plains Demonic Path Gu immortal, Pai Shuihan. Xiao Shirang said plainly. Xiao Huqi was stunned, so he is a Northern Plains barbarian. No wonder, forget it, Central Continent has so many resources, there is no need to fight with such a person. As time passed, the earth veins shook, the 5 regional walls continued to melt. The fusion of the earth veins caused a huge commotion in Central Continent, but it was far inferior to the plundering of Gu immortals. The vast Central Continent was a beautiful land, but now it was in a state of desolation, fires were burning everywhere. Things like forgotten Daoist, who only took the resources, were still fine. But most of the Gu immortals acted like Shirgan Dang, directly destroying the resource points, their intentions were very vicious. Several days later. Celestial Court. It's done. The accumulation of human will is enough. Chapter 1719. Oh no, Wu Yong is leading a large group of southern border Gu immortals, they have suddenly appeared near infallible blessed land. In the Celestial Court's hall, Fairy Myrtle's expression changed as she shouted. Oh! They finally appeared. Duke Long said plainly, he was still sitting at the main seat without any expression. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply. She frowned as she felt an unusual pressure. Because Southern Border's Gu Immortals were very united this time, they were different from the other 4 regions' Gu Immortals who spread out to cause chaos. And most importantly, their target was very important. It was Infallible Blessed Land. If Infallible Blessed Land was taken down, it would be a terrible situation for Celestial Court. Because they had paid such a huge price to forcefully hold the Refinement Path Convention, all of their gains would be intercepted by the deities of Southern Frontier. Don't be anxious. Infallible Blessed Land's location was leaked. This was one of the situations we predicted. We have already set up a super immortal formation nearby. Right now, the initiative is still in our hands. We will proceed according to plan. Duke Long instructed. Fairy Myrtle respectfully acknowledged. She activated her method. The scene of Infallible Blessed Land appeared in the hall. Next, she hesitated for a moment before secretly sending a message to Wu Yong. Wu Yong, don't forget, you have secretly cooperated with Celestial Court before. If you want to continue being the Southern Border Alliance leader, you should know what to do. Wu Yong received the message and sneered, disdain flashing in his heart. The great Ziwei, even a wisdom path great expert, is only so scheming. He did not even bother to reply to Fairy Myrtle's message. Almost all of his attention was concentrated on his killer move. Immortal killer move, Unlimited Wind. A dark green gale suddenly rose and swept in all directions. Soon, the winds grew stronger, forming a tornado that resembled a heavenly pillar. It rumbled loudly as it charged forward with an imposing aura. Along the way, it uprooted trees and sent rocks flying. It had an imposing aura that was unstoppable. Seeing that the wind was approaching with malicious intent, the Celestial Court Gu Immortals guarding the area had no choice but to sigh as they activated the Super Immortal formation. Creak creak. The halo formed by the Immortal formation was continuously crushed by the unlimited wind. Soon, it gave out creaking sounds that made one's scalp numb. Central Continent's Gu Immortals quickly activated the Immortal formation's methods, but all methods to weaken the unlimited wind had limited effect. It's useless. I have never used this move casually because it will consume over 10,000 of my wind path Dao marks. However, with such a price, it will last for a long time. Only special methods can restrain it, Wu Yong said. His expression was calm, but his eyes flashed with a fierce cold light. Such determination, such willpower. Seeing this, Fairy Ziwei, who was far away in Heavenly Court, could only sigh deeply in her heart. Wu Yong paid such a price to use unlimited wind. It showed his unwavering determination and fighting spirit. Wu Yong was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He had a strong body and thin eyebrows. He gave off a sinister aura. Right now, he was at the front of the Immortals, standing proudly in the sky. He was the leader of the Immortals. He had an awe-inspiring aura. Fairy Myrtle engraved his appearance deep in her heart. She realized that she had still underestimated this person. Southern Border's Wu Yong. An ambitious and ruthless person. He had the valiant nature of Wu Clan, but also the quality of enduring silently. When Wu Duxiu was in power, he did not have a reputation. He kept a low profile. Even Wu Duxiu looked down on him. Only at the moment of her death did she understand her own son's methods. When he first took over, Southern Border was in chaos. They pressured Wu Clan and lost a large amount of territory. Wu Yong relied on his own strength and clear jade-dripping wind tiny bamboo building to turn the situation around. After the Battle of the Dream Realm, Wu Yong took a risk and cooperated with Celestial Court, taking back the deities of Southern Frontier's Immortal Gu and returning them all. This gave him great prestige. He wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan in 5 Elements Mountain Range, but was slightly thwarted. But after that, even though Lu Wei-yin had the title of Paradise Earth's inheritor, he could not win against him. In the end, he became the alliance leader of the Southern Alliance. Right now, Celestial Court was at the most crucial moment in repairing Fate Gu. Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance elites and attacked, ignoring Fairy Myrtle's threats. Because he knew clearly what the big picture was. He could not let Celestial Court have the complete fate Immortal Gu again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Unlimited wind continued to blow and grinded the formation. The defending Celestial Court Gu Immortals tried many methods but had little effect. This move was very powerful, it was Wu Yong's trump card, but this was the first time it was used in public. Not just Celestial Court side, even the deities of Southern Frontier were moved when they saw this wind, their joyful expressions hid wariness and fear. Soon, a gap was opened in the formation. Wu Yong waved his hand, "Everyone, it is time to use your lives, follow me in." The deities of Southern Frontier entered one after another. The defending Celestial Court Gu Immortals became nervous. "They are in, quick, activate the second layer formation." The Southern Border Immortals only felt the scene before them change drastically. The blue light suddenly rose up, transforming into countless pink petals that spun rapidly, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. There were hundreds of millions of them, enveloping the Southern Border Immortals. A rank 7 Gu Immortal stood up. He had a beard like a halberd, he had a powerful aura, he was a pillar of Tai clan, his name was Tai Gon Gu. He had peak rank 7 battle strength. Facing the formation's attack, he was fearless. He shouted as golden light flickered around him, countless golden halberds condensed. Go! Countless halberds rained down like a storm, crashing into the torrent of flying flowers. As they clashed, the flying flowers and golden halberds exploded into pink and golden fragments. The formation's attack had rank 8 power, but Tai Gon Gu was able to hold on. He did not fall into a disadvantage. Formation Path Great Expert, rank 8 Gu Immortal Chi Chu Yu stood beside him, deducing the formation's flaws. In this attack, Chi Chu Yu would play a huge role. After a few breaths of time, the golden halberds were suppressed by the boundless flower rain, as rank 7 Gu Immortal Shang Ke stepped forward. However, I only have peak rank 7 battle strength. Lord Yi Hao Fong, please reinforce me. Ba Xiong said indifferently. The immortals were slightly moved. Ba Xiong only had peak rank 7 battle strength. He was not a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Attacking now was extremely risky. If he was not careful, he would die. Yi Hao Fong looked at Ba Clan's first Supreme Elder, Ba Ba. Seeing the latter nod, he attacked Ba Xiong. His reinforcement method was not only famous in Southern Border, it was even famous in the 5 regions. Ba Xiong immediately felt an incomparable strength flowing in his body. He shot out explosively, using his killer move to turn into a giant, cutting through all obstacles as he charged towards the center. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals naturally would not watch, they immediately used methods to stop him. Southern Border's Gu Immortals quickly moved to protect Ba Xiong. Eventually, Ba Xiong was bathed in blood, his flesh was lacerated, dozens of wounds were deep to the bone. He used all his strength to push down the holy burial wood at the center. In less than 15 minutes, Southern Border's Gu Immortals had already broken through 3 formations. I can only rely on you guys now. Ba Xiong's injuries were extremely heavy, he had already lost his battle strength. Friend, you took the risk and fought to the death. No matter what the result is, you will be a great contributor to our Southern Alliance. You will be greatly rewarded when we return. Wu Yong said firmly. Ba Xiong laughed lightly. I also saw the actions of Lord Wu Yong and Lord Chi Chu Yu. I had the urge to fight. Celestial Court has too much influence. They have come to our Southern Border many times. If they completely repair Fate Gu, wouldn't that be a problem? That makes sense. Wu Yong nodded slowly. He looked at the immortals around him, his confidence was 10 times greater than before. Fairy Myrtle sighed. Actually, if not for the earth-vein fusion, the regional wall would still be sturdy, my celestial court would not be attacked by such a large group. She was right. Precisely because they sensed the arrival of the Great Era, the earth veins of the 5 regions merged and the regional walls vanished, the other 4 regions felt an intense crisis. Central Continent was the strongest in terms of strength, it had been publicly recognized since the remote antiquity era. Right now, Celestial Court wanted to completely repair Fate Gu. It was like adding fuel to the fire. The Gu immortals of the other 4 regions were forced to come and cause trouble. There is still the strongest force that has not appeared. Duke Long said plainly. Yes. Fairy Myrtle frowned. Only a few Northern Plains Gu immortals have appeared, the main force has not shown up yet. Fang Yuan has not appeared either, considering the battle in the River of Time. He is likely to have teamed up with Bing Sai Chuan again. Saying so, Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth. Let me deduce with all my strength again. Duke Long was about to nod when his expression suddenly changed. He looked at the horizon. No need, they are already here. At the next moment, Fairy Myrtle looked in shock and anger at the sky above Celestial Court. A rainbow aurora appeared. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar shot out. These Northern Plains barbarians. They are so daring, how dare they invade my celestial court? Fairy Myrtle's body was shaking from anger. Old man Zheng Yuan was also dumbfounded. The house on the left was bright yellow, and there was a circular plaque under the eaves. On the plaque, there was only a large, chicken, character. The house on the right was vermilion, and on the circular plaque, there was a dog character. Even though each Immortal Gu house took care of many aspects, they had their own specialties. Chicken Dog Coop and Canary Pavilion both focused on enslavement path. The former was good at enslaving chickens and dogs, while the latter was good at raising birds. Both were rank 7, they were at the same rank. Enslavement path's advantage was in battles of attrition. This large group of chickens and dogs charged over. Central Continent's outermost Immortal Gu houses reacted. They used all sorts of killer moves. The chickens and dogs wailed as they fell in large numbers. However, the Western Desert troops followed closely behind, charging forward to attack. At once, the Immortal Gu houses collided with each other, loud noises of collisions, and the sound of killer moves tearing through the air resounded, shaking the entire world. Western Desert's charge was very fierce. Central Continent's first layer of defense was soon broken, the second layer was also almost broken, they barely managed to hold on. Western Desert's manpower and Immortal Gu houses are still less than Central Continent's. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. Western Desert was different from Southern Border, Northern Plains, and Eastern Sea. In Southern Border, there was the Southern Alliance. The cooperation between the super forces was getting closer. Right now, the whole of Southern Border was filled with beacon towers. Northern Plains had Longevity Heaven as the leader, and in recent years, Longevity Heaven had been actively recruiting lone immortals and demonic path members, trying to unite the whole of Northern Plains Gu immortal world into one. In Eastern Sea, Duke Long had forcefully seized the Immortal Gu houses, causing all the rank 8 Gu immortals in Eastern Sea to lose face. Those who could cultivate to rank 8 were overlords of their own regions. They were people who looked down on the world, they had great ambitions. Duke Long had offended so many people at once, causing Eastern Sea's rank 8s to ally together. As for Western Desert, even though they realized the seriousness of the Celestial Court's restoration of Fate Gu, only the super forces were truly involved. Fang Yuan did not see any lone immortals or demonic path members of Western Desert. And in this battle, Western Desert's super forces have been very conservative in their input. Fang Clan has sent the most people. Fang Clan has brought Chicken Dog Coop, Inquiry Dock, and Fallen Flower Hall. I wonder if Divine Bean Palace has been restored. Did they bring it here? Fang Yuan thought rapidly. Divine Bean Palace was a rank 8 immortal goo house. If it was brought here, it would be very interesting. But Fang Yuan knew that the possibility was small. Because even if Divine Bean Palace was in Fang clan's hands, there was a high chance that they would leave it in their headquarters. In this refinement path convention, even if Western Desert and Eastern Sea super forces mobilized their forces, they were rather conservative. They were wary of each other. Go, this way. Fang Yuan looked down from above, commanding Bai Ningbing and the rest. Bai Ningbing and the rest moved their immortal goo houses, following the route that Fang Yuan pointed out. They ingeniously passed through the second layer of defense, charging towards Emperor City under the immortals' shocked gazes. But Emperor City was still under the protection of Central Continent's third layer of defense. 2 immortal goo houses charged towards Bai Ningbing and the rest from the left and right. The palace on the left was grand and beautiful. It was Heavenly Lotus Sect's immortal goo house, Yuyang Palace. The manor on the right had an exquisite structure. It had white jade tiles and cold energy. It flew over with the roar of a dragon soul. It was Ancient Soul Sect's immortal goo house, Frost Dragon Manor. Bai Ningbing and the rest activated the killer moves of the immortal goo house, but these killer moves were not powerful. Yuyang Palace and Frost Dragon Manor directly broke them. They reached Bai Ningbing and the rest. Bai Ningbing and the rest knew that their immortal goo houses were weak. They had no choice but to retreat. We cannot retreat. A Western Desert rank 8 goo immortal shouted. If they retreated, the gap in the defensive line that they had created would be repaired. They would lose the opportunity. Retreat. Fang Yuan's order was direct. This immortal goo house was not Frost Dragon Manor and Yuyang Palace's match. Fang Yuan had to preserve it. It would be a huge pity if it was destroyed at the start of the battle. However, that was not the truth. Fang Yuan could not retreat just because he wanted to. At the crucial moment, intense winds attacked, causing Bai Ningbing and the rest to stagnate. The one who attacked was a 7-story building. Curtains were fluttering in the air. Rank 7 immortal goo house, wind-sweeping building. This building was one of the 2 signature immortal goo houses of Wind Cloud Manor. It was on the same level as Passing Cloud Building. Wind-sweeping building and Passing Cloud Building could be combined to form the rank 8 immortal goo house Wind Cloud Manor. It was extremely powerful and terrifying. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Wind Cloud Manor had once been at the top of the ranking of immortal goo houses for a period of time. With wind-sweeping buildings obstruction, Yuyang Palace moved even faster. It crashed into Fang Yuan's immortal goo house like a meteor. Next, Frost Dragon Manor's killer move also hit. In an instant, Fang Yuan's immortal goo house's roof tiles were blown away, the pillars toppled and a huge hole appeared. A vast number of mortal goo were destroyed. Several immortal goo were also lost. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He suddenly appeared. Yama Emperor Killer Move. Five Elements Grandmaster's worry was reasonable, because if they could not break this move, they would have to bombard the Qi wall along the way. That way, the expenditure would be too high. They would probably not even reach Duke long before their immortal essence would run dry and they would die of exhaustion. But it was too difficult to break this move. Firstly, this was a rank 9 killer move. they had to have methods of the same level to have a chance of breaking it. Rank 8 killer moves could only be effective if they were specifically countered. Secondly, after the world changed, Chi path had been declining for a long time. In Longevity Heaven's group, none of them cultivated Chi path. What should they do? Don't worry, we have a countermeasure. Even though this move was created by primordial origin Immortal Venerable, so many years have passed, it has been through the vicissitudes of life, it has also withstood the attacks of 3 demon venerables, it already has a weakness. That's right. Back then, Limitless, Reckless Savage, and Red Lotus, 3 demon venerables, attacked Celestial Court, but they could not break this Chi wall killer move. But they relied on their strength to break through. They created a total of 3 paths. These 3 paths are the weakest parts of the Chi wall, they cannot be repaired. As long as we bombard a small part and enter one of these 3 paths, we can follow the path of a demon venerable and kill our way through. 5 Elements Grandmaster let out a sigh of relief, so that's it. Next, he asked, then which path should we choose? At the same time. In Central Great Hall, Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle conversed. Even though the Chi wall killer move is strong, it has been exposed long ago. Since Longevity Heaven ambushed us, they must know the weakness of the Chi wall, it is the path that the 3 demon venerables used before. Fairy Myrtle nodded, explaining with great familiarity, the path on the left was created by Limitless Demon Venerable, it goes through Central Heaven Gate, Name Plaque Palace, Sun Palace, 5 Deity Hall, Central Great Hall, Heaven Overseeing Tower, Forgotten Dao Lake, and finally, Imperfection Regret Pavilion at the peak of Star Zone Mountain. The path in the center was created by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. It goes through Immortal Emperor Garden, Void Accumulation Pavilion, Sumeru Swamp, Eternal Sand Cave, Million Heavenly King Gallery, Embroidered Tower, Central Great Hall, and finally, Heaven Overseeing Tower. The path on the right is Red Lotus Demon Venerable's path of invasion. He first went through Lotus Immortal Pool, Bright Moon Treasure Light Hall, then the 12 Spirit Entrances, Fire Separation Pavilion, Magnetic Star Ridge, Waterwood Qinghua Garden, Central Great Hall, and finally, Heaven Overseeing Tower. As long as they choose a path, we will know which path they will take and set up our defenses. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with the light of wisdom. That's right. Duke Long had no objections. Boom boom boom. Calamity Luck Altar carried several Gu Immortals of Longevity Heaven and bombarded the path, finally entering the weak area of the Chi wall. Once they entered, Longevity Heaven's group felt the pressure fall sharply, the Chi wall only existed in name. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals immediately noticed something. Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle looked at each other, they chose the left path. Chapter 1724. The Left Flank. This was the path that the limitless demonic lord had created in the Celestial Court a million years ago. The starting point was the Central Heaven Gate, the Nameplate Palace, the Sun Palace, the 5 Deity Palace, the Central Great Hall, the Heaven Overseeing Tower, the Forgotten Dao Lake, and finally the Imperfection Regret Pavilion at the peak of Star Zone Mountain. The huge Celestial Court was illuminated by a brilliant light. There were many palaces, pavilions, terraces, and towers. It was beautiful and magnificent. Calamity Luck Altar charged forward with a crushing momentum. The Celestial Court, which had been silent for countless years, finally welcomed the flames of war. Within Calamity Luck Altar, 5 Elements Grandmaster looked down from above, constantly observing. He was tongue-tied, he was visibly moved, if I had not seen it with my own eyes, would not have imagined that all the buildings here are immortal Gu houses. Even if most of them are rank 6 immortal Gu houses, Celestial Court's foundation is too terrifying. Hanako, one of the North Desolation Immortals, giggled. Little 5, this is the Celestial Court. In the ancient era, it was created 3 million years ago, and it had stood until today. Even though Fate Gu was damaged, it was still the #1 force in the world. With such accumulation, it's not strange for such a grand scene to exist. The layout of these palaces you see is the creation of the remote antiquity-era Celestial Court's Rank 8 refiner. After that, the Eagle God, Aunt Lan, Old Lord Huang Ting, Uncle Feng, Immortal Concubine Quan Miao, and others carried on the past and opened up a path for the future. In this palace, all the immortal Gu houses are one, they can support each other. At the same time, these palaces can also be dismantled and upgraded individually. It's very convenient. However, you don't have to overestimate the Celestial Court. These immortal Gu house palaces are mostly rank 6, and most importantly, they only specialize in one aspect. They are not as comprehensive as the immortal Gu houses of the outside world. 5 Elements Grandmaster nodded in understanding. I understand. If I want to take care of everything, I will need to expend even more immortal Gu and a vast number of mortal Gu. The Celestial Court thought highly of themselves. Other than the 3 demon lords who had attacked them, no one else had ever invaded them. Therefore, there was no need for them to invest so much into it. After all, these immortal Gu house palaces stay in Celestial Court all year round and have no external use. Speaking up to this point, the 5 Elements Grandmaster suddenly laughed out loud. I see. Our attack on the Celestial Court also caught them off guard. This was a loophole in their thinking. Interesting, interesting. Other than the 3 demon lords, I didn't expect that there would be a day when I would attack the Celestial Court. Even if I die here, with this experience, my life will not be in vain. The 5 Elements Grandmaster was brimming with heroic spirit. He was naturally a Northern Plainsman, even though he had been a rank 8 Gu immortal for many years, the nature of Northern Plainsmen had never changed. The people of Northern Plains were proud of their bravery, and ashamed of living an ignoble life. To them, dying on the battlefield was the greatest glory and destination. Calamity Luck Altar charged forward and finally reached Central Heaven Gate. This giant gate was as lofty as a small mountain. The golden glaze on the front of the gate shone brightly, and the gate pillars were tall and thick. The plaque on the gate shone with the light of precious jade. This is the Central Heaven Gate? This seems to be an information path immortal Gu house. The 5 Elements Grandmaster looked around and pondered. But all the killer moves were melted by the endless light and heat waves when they reached Sun Palace. This round is going to be difficult. Unfortunately, we do not have light path or dark path people here. 5 Elements Grandmaster frowned deeply. No worries. Bull Demon said, Sun Palace is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. As long as we get inside, we can easily destroy it. Let me do it. Okay, let's go together. Flower Lady was lying on his shoulder, giggling without a trace of nervousness. 5 Elements Grandmaster was shocked. He knew how dangerous this was. The light outside was too intense. Without any defenses, even rank 8 Gu immortals would not last long before melting like candles. Isn't this too risky? We can think of other methods. 5 Elements Grandmaster said after considering his tone. Bing Sai Chuan shook his head. Speed is crucial in war, go. He controlled Calamity Luck Altar to attack, opening a path for Bull Demon and Flower Lady. Bull Demon and Flower Lady flew out with astonishing speed. They were about to enter Sun Palace. Wishful thinking. Fairy Myrtle, who was in Central Great Hall, snickered as Sun Palace's power surged. Oh no! 5 Elements Grandmaster cried out in shock. At the crucial moment, Flower Lady shouted as her tiny body jumped, turning into a pink light that blocked the light for Bull Demon. The Ox Demon let out a tragic roar as he smashed through the gates of the Sun Palace and charged in. Fairy Myrtle's expression turned grim as she said bitterly, Sun Palace was also destroyed. As expected, after a dozen breaths of time, Sun Palace was destroyed. Without Sun Palace, the sky of Celestial Court turned dark. In the ruins, Bull Demon carried Flower Lady's corpse with both hands, his expression was cold as he returned to Calamity Luck Altar. Sun Palace was destroyed, Longevity Heaven's group also paid the price. Flower Lady was sacrificed. Looking at the silent ox demon, the five elements great master wanted to comfort it. However, he opened his mouth, but no words came out. Bull Demon and Flower Lady were known as North Desolation Immortals, they were inseparable and had a close relationship. Right now, one was sacrificed while the other survived, this was a deep and painful feeling. Even though Flower Lady was dead, she had a smile on her face. Bull Demon looked at Flower Lady's corpse for a long time, she turned into countless flower petals that fell to the ground, leaving behind a small flower. Bull Demon placed this flower in his hair carefully, his actions were gentle, it was a stark contrast to his cold and tough appearance. Continue. Bull Demon turned around and faced the front again. Meanwhile, Calamity Luck Altar continued to charge under Bing Sichuan's control. Chapter 1725. After Sun Palace was destroyed, 5 Deity Hall was next. And after 5 Deity Hall, it was the central Great Hall where Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, and the rest were at. Longevity Heaven's Gu Immortals attacked ferociously, they did not care about sacrifices, the Celestial Court's Immortals felt pressure. We cannot let them continue. Duke Long turned to look at Fairy Myrtle, have you brought them over? Fairy Myrtle had an ugly expression, only 2. Duke Long was slightly stunned before realizing, Zhang Xianzi must have not moved. Forget it, back then, he agreed to move into Celestial Court, he had already made an agreement with Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. With their strength, these two should be able to stop Calamity Luck Altar for a while. 5 Deity Hall was already in sight, suddenly, sand surged and formed into a huge sand wave, blocking Calamity Luck Altar. Roar! A tiger's roar shook heaven and earth. The sand wave split to 2 sides, revealing a huge striped tiger the size of a hill. The tiger's aura was overwhelming, its body seemed to be made of metal, it had golden skin and silver teeth, its eyes were like sparkling rubies, shining with a fierce light. The tiger's forehead did not have the word king, but the word sand. 5 Elements Grandmaster looked back and was shocked, Celestial Court also has a legendary immemorial desolate beast. Of course. Bing Sichuan had a plain expression, Celestial Court has 3 legendary immemorial desolate beasts. This huge beast looks like a tiger, but it is not a tiger, it is a baleful puppet. This is a monster formed from a fiendish Qi Si spring. Now that Qi path is declining, the fiendish Qi Si spring is extinct, there is only one baleful puppet left. During the olden antiquity era, Celestial Court's Qi path great expert, 7 fiendish primeval monarch, nurtured it. After 7 fiendish primeval monarch became rank 8, he roamed the world, searching for fiendish Qi Si springs and refining baleful puppets from them. He refined a total of 99 baleful puppets, forming an army with great momentum. These baleful puppets could be used with his immortal killer moves, they had countless uses, almost no one could stop them in that era. But now, this is the only one left. This Shabi was one of the last few to be refined. It was number 95. Later on, Ancestor Giant's son was invited to the Celestial Court and saw this Shabi, he named it Shabi 95. So there's such a connection. No wonder Milord is so familiar with these matters. 5 Elements Grandmaster couldn't help but sigh. He looked behind him, only to see Shabi 95 stirring up a storm of yellow sand as it fought against Calamity Luck Altar. The commotion was shocking, it displayed peak rank 8 battle strength. Bing Sichuan continued to analyze, Shabi 95 is residing in the Eternal Sand Cave, it was sent here by the Celestial Court. The Green Jade Crane Ruan Dan will probably come as well. I'm afraid Xianxia won't participate in the battle. Five Elements Grandmaster asked, Ruan Dan and Xianxia are the remaining two legendary primordial beasts. At the same time, he was perplexed. Why was Bing Sichuan so sure that Xianxia would not participate in the battle? Could it be that the Heavenly Court had planted a spy here? Bing Sichuan said, that's right. Ruan Dan is an immemorial green jade crane. It was nurtured by Crane Gate, it created its own pill path and spends most of its time cultivating in the celestial court. And Xianxia is that vast heaven vine. This vine has vast power and endless uses. It takes 300 years to sprout, 300 years to flower, and 300 years to bear fruit. The fruit it bears is called the vast heaven fruit. When melted in the grotto heaven, it can enlarge the sky of the immortal aperture. Shabi 95 was furious. It growled, in terms of age, I am your grandpa. It struggled with all its might, but the dog-tail life-extending ferret did not budge. Shabi 95's heart shook. How can this beast have such terrifying strength? But do you think I will be so easily restrained? Ha ha ha, stupid cat and silly ferret, you are a good pair, you are having a good fight. Right at this time, laughter could be heard from the sky above the two beasts. The dog-tail life-extending ferret raised its head. It saw that a Gu Immortal was sitting on a cloud, looking at it and Shabi as he laughed. The dog-tail life-extending ferret's puzzled expression flashed for a moment before realization flashed in its eyes. So you are that green jade crane, why are you acting like a bird? Come down, Grandpa Mao will teach you a lesson and make you become a bird again. The laughter stopped, and the green jade crane flew into a rage. What a ferret! Let me, your master, rip off your fur. Just as it was about to descend, the green jade crane's body stopped. It turned out that it had secretly received Fairy Myrtle's order to not fight with the dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Chiu, and to go to 5 Deity Hall to guard it. Even though the true Calamity Luck altar had not shown itself yet, its path was confirmed. The green jade crane received the order and was about to leave when a huge shadow suddenly shrouded the area in front of it. It raised its head and its pupils shrunk. Mao Li Chiu had flown into the sky. Its mountain-like body compressed the air and pressed down on the green jade crane. The green jade crane screamed and quickly turned back to its original form. It flapped its wings and was about to escape the shadow. But at the next moment, Mao Li Chiu's two claws grabbed the green jade crane's legs. Come down. The dog-tail life-extending ferret laughed sinisterly as it pulled with its strong front limbs. The green jade crane flapped its wings furiously, but it soon found out in despair that all its efforts were futile. With a loud sound, the green jade crane was thrown to the ground, creating a deep pit. The green jade crane's ears were buzzing. It exclaimed in its mind, this Northern Plains barbarian has such great strength. The green jade crane struggled to get up, but Mao Li Chiu had already pounced on it again. Immediately, dust flew everywhere, rocks were sent flying. The green jade crane screamed continuously, ah! Scoundrel, don't tear my feathers. Ah, wild beast, don't bite my leg. Don't slap my elegant neck. Bastard! My neck is going to break, it's going to break. Ah, my leg is going to break, my leg is going to break. Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, 5 Elements Grandmaster, Bing Sichuan, finally, the green jade crane's screams reached a peak. Silly cat, what are you doing, aren't you coming to help? Ha ha ha, weren't you enjoying the show earlier? You too can play slowly, I won't mess with you anymore. Shabi 95 laughed as it flew towards 5 Deity Palace. Where are you going? Mao Li Chiu sneered, its body swayed as a clone flew out and pounced on Shabi 95. We are all males, what are you trying to do by pouncing on us? Shabi 95 was furious. This sentence resonated with the green jade crane. It screamed in the dust, that's right. If you have the guts, let us go. Don't kick me between my legs. You scoundrel. Shabby 95 was very angry. It liked the action of pouncing on the ground. But it liked to be on the top. If it was on the bottom, it would be a great humiliation. Chapter 1726. Bam bam bam. After a series of explosions, 5 Deity Hall was blown to smithereens by the blazing flames. 5 Elements Grandmaster stepped on the void, walking out step by step. Even though his face was covered in soot, he was unharmed. Calamity Luck Altar took him in. 5 Elements Grandmaster smiled. Even though this 5 Deity Hall is extraordinary, I am familiar with its principles. I can counter it with my methods. This trip was much easier than I had expected. As he spoke, a sense of contentment could be seen. Bing Sai Chuan glanced at him and said plainly, "Of course. That is because the formation path method you used was set up by me, Ancestor Giant Sunday." 5 Elements Grandmaster was stunned. His expression changed as he stared at Bing Sai Chuan. "What do you mean?" Bing Sai Chuan looked at him. A smile with deep meaning appeared in his eyes. "Why do you think you were able to enter longevity heaven? Aren't there a few most important sentences in your inheritance? Do you still remember them? Don't you find them very strange? Why don't you reverse the order and only read the last words of each sentence?" 5 Elements Grandmaster was shocked. He was a lone cultivator. The turning point of his life was when he inherited a mysterious lone immortal's formation path true inheritance. That was why he had his current accomplishments. Ever since I obtained the true inheritance, I have been training hard and keeping it a secret. How did Bing Sai Chuan know the contents, and how did he know the most important mantra in the true inheritance? I have never understood the meaning of this mantra. Reverse the order and read the last words of each sentence. I heard Bing Sai Chuan attack the Celestial Court. 5 Elements Grandmaster gasped, looking at Bing Sai Chuan with a dumbfounded expression. Bing Sai Chuan controlled Calamity Luck Altar to move forward as he said slowly, "Even if rank 9 Venerables do not cultivate Wisdom Path, at their level, they would be able to comprehend by analogy. It is not hard for them to leave behind all sorts of plans to influence the future." Back then, after Ancestor Giant's son toured the Celestial Court, he made a plan for this attack. How to cleverly destroy 5 Deity Hall was one of the contents. It's just that if he wanted to openly develop a method, he would definitely leave behind traces that would be discovered by the Celestial Court. Therefore, he secretly left behind his legacy, completely severing it from the longevity heaven. They would not interfere with each other, and would be independent of each other, allowing rogue cultivators to inherit it. Because you do not have Giant Son's bloodline, even though you cultivated to rank 8, the Celestial Court did not expect your methods to counter 5 Deity Hall. And they won't easily associate it with our plan to raid the Celestial Court. Saying this, Bing Sai Chuan paused for a moment before continuing, "Venerable One, this huge battle surrounding Fate Gu is far more complicated than you imagine. Ordinary rank 6 and 7 did not even have the qualifications to participate. Rank 8 Gu immortals were basically pawns. Some of the rank 8s were watching from the side, they had sensed something and knew their own limits. Some are involved, but they don't know the real situation. The true face of this war is the fight between the immortal venerables and demon venerables." 5 Elements Grandmaster was stunned. He muttered, "Fighting across space, a fight between venerables?" In the history of humanity, 10 venerables appeared one after another. Each venerable was invincible in their own era, they were at the peak of human history, they were the greatest pride. Bing Sai Chuan revealed the truth. 5 Elements Grandmaster's body and mind shook intensely. He could not help but feel his own insignificance, his earlier pride and smugness had vanished without a trace. Fairy Myrtle expressed her thoughts, but she suddenly went into a daze. I seem to have missed out on something important. What is it? How much longer until Fate Gu is completely repaired? Right at this time, Duke Long asked. Fairy Myrtle controlled Central Great Hall and understood the situation inside Refinement Cauldron's formation. Her mood became heavier as she answered, at least 6 hours. 6 hours. Duke Long was slightly happy inwardly. My lifespan is almost up, but heaven has taken pity on me. 6 hours is not a long time. I will be able to see Fate Gu completely repaired. Let me do the rest. Fairy Myrtle said worriedly, Lord Duke Long, your injuries have not, even though Celestial Court tried their best to heal him, Duke Long's injuries were still there. This was the result of the joint attack of Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals. Duke Long could not heal him in a short period of time. Duke Long smiled lightly. I am about to die, some injuries do not matter. Moreover, I have the killer move Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. At the final moment of my life, who in the 5 regions can match me? He had an indifferent expression, but he revealed absolute confidence and dominance. Calamity Luck Altar was like a giant beast as it charged toward Central Great Hall. The air was torn apart, intense winds howled. If it collided, Central Great Hall would definitely turn into ruins. But right at this time, a tiny figure suddenly appeared, blocking in front of it. Duke Long. 5 Elements Grandmaster shouted. Crush him. Bull Demon said. Boom. Calamity Luck Altar, which was like a small mountain, suddenly stopped in mid-air. And it was blocked by a dragon claw. Duke Long floated in the air, his body did not move. His right hand had already turned into a ferocious dragon claw, grabbing onto Calamity Luck Altar, preventing it from advancing any further. This? 5 Elements Grandmaster was shocked. Bull Devil's expression also turned pale. He actually managed to block Calamity Luck Altar so easily by himself? Unbelievable. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I would not believe it. Crack crack, the dragon claw exerted force, grabbing onto Calamity Luck Altar's surface. Cracks started to spread from the dragon claw. Calamity Luck Altar quickly let out a dazzling light as it prepared an immortal killer move, bombarding the nearby Duke Long. Within the flames of the explosion, Duke Long's figure stood tall. Roar roar roar, a surging aura burst out from his body. These auras condensed into long dragons that coiled around Calamity Luck Altar, suppressing it. What method is this? Duke Long did not use it in the Battle of Eastern Sea. Bull Demon narrowed his eyes. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he muttered, there are no invincible immortal Gu, only invincible Gu immortals. 5 Elements Grandmaster was shocked again. The Dragon Chi killer move had immense power. 5 Elements Grandmaster was clear that if he faced it personally, he would not be able to last more than 2 or 3 rounds. Calamity Luck Altar was a rank 8 immortal Gu house, but it was suppressed by Duke Long. Longevity Heaven's group was close to victory. Heaven Overseeing Tower was right in front of them, but because of Duke Long's obstruction, victory became an unreachable dream. Duke Long was just one person, but he was like a heavenly chasm, an impregnable fortress. We are both rank 8s, why is the gap so huge? Lord Bing Sai Chuan, what do we do? 5 Elements Grandmaster was at a loss. The gap between them could not be bridged with bravery. 5 Elements Grandmaster looked at Bing Sai Chuan, but Bing Sai Chuan had vanished. Where did he go? At the next moment, Bing Sai Chuan suddenly appeared behind Duke Long. The Time Path killer move that he had prepared for a long time was unleashed, hitting the back of Duke Long's head. Success. Bing Sai Chuan's pupils shrunk. Duke Long did not move at all. A surge of dragon chi shot out with a loud dragon roar. The dragon mouth bit onto Bing Sai Chuan as it rose up and restrained him in the air. Bing Sai Chuan relied on his own defense to hold on while using killer moves to break the dragon chi restriction. But all his efforts ended in failure. Dragon chi was not indestructible, but its recovery speed was too fast. You are clearly injured, this is not your normal battle strength. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth. How do you understand the profundity of my heavenly dragon's last stand? Duke Long glanced at Bing Sai Chuan plainly before focusing his gaze on Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar's surface was already filled with cracks, it was surrounded by countless dragon chi auras, pressuring and killing large numbers of goo worms. Calamity Luck Altar could not break free. If this situation continued, Calamity Luck Altar would only be destroyed. Five Elements Grandmaster gritted his teeth. Let me out, I would rather die in battle at Duke Long's hands than die here. Bull Demon was silent. Bing Sai Chuan suddenly laughed sinisterly. I am not your match, but so what? I still have a trump card. Please, Limitless, turn around. Limitless Demon Venerable was invincible in the world, he could not be stopped directly. Only by eliminating his fighting spirit and killing intent could he preserve the strength of the Celestial Court to the greatest extent. And this was what Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were most proficient in. Even though Limitless Demon Venerable was tricked by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, his fighting spirit only dimmed for a moment before rising again. Limitless Demon Venerable did not attack again. He looked at Star Constellation's will and said, I was born at the wrong time, there is nothing I can do, I cannot participate in the great era a million years later. Star Constellation, you are the same. Thus, I have a suggestion. Please speak. Why don't we play a game of chess in this pavilion? Play chess. Star Constellation's will was slightly stunned. Alright, we both need this game of chess. For the next few days, Limitless Demon Venerable stayed in Imperfection Regret Pavilion, playing chess with Star Constellation's will. When Limitless Demon Venerable left, Star Constellation's will also vanished from the pavilion. Imperfection Regret Pavilion became a forbidden area of the Celestial Court. Normally, Imperfection Regret Pavilion would be normal. But sometimes, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals would accidentally see two figures in the pavilion. No matter from which angle one looked at it, the two figures were facing the outsider sideways. The two figures were a man and a woman, they looked like Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Limitless Demon Venerable. But any Celestial Court Gu Immortals who saw this would mostly die a few days later. Only a small number of lucky people managed to survive the ordeal and continue to live on. Their strength improved tremendously. Many years later, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable wanted to get rid of the threat of Imperfection Regret Pavilion, but he shook his head and left Star Zone Mountain. Many more years passed. Giant Sun Immortal was invited to visit Celestial Court. He saw Embroidered Tower, he saw the 3 bloody skins left behind by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, he entered Heaven Overseeing Tower and saw Fate Gu. Finally, he came here but did not ascend the mountain. He only took a glance at Imperfection Regret Pavilion before leaving. These records flashed past Duke Long's mind in an instant. Giant Sun Immortal is too crafty, he must have seen something back then. Bing Sai Chuan can actually use the strength that Limitless Demon Venerable left behind? Duke Long thought rapidly, he wanted to stop Bing Sai Chuan but he did not have any methods to do so. He acutely sensed that an extremely profound aura burst out of Bing Sai Chuan's body and vanished in an instant. Far away, at the peak of Star Zone Mountain, the originally empty Imperfection Regret Pavilion slowly showed the figures of 2 people playing chess, as well as the chessboard between them. They were a man and a woman, even though only the side of their faces could be seen, the woman's peerless beauty and the man's cold expression could be seen. It was the scene of the 2 venerables playing chess. Ripples appeared in the air, the unmoving scene of the 2 venerables suddenly became lively. Star Constellation had a complex expression as she looked at Limitless. The person you are waiting for is here? Limitless Demon Venerable shook his head, sighing, "The person I am waiting for is still here, but there is someone from my hometown who inherited my true inheritance. In that case, I have to help." Saying so, he grabbed a chess piece on the chessboard and flicked it. Throughout the entire process, Limitless Demon Venerable did not even turn around to look at the battlefield, much less turn around. The chess piece flew out of Imperfection Regret Pavilion, the figures of the two venerables faded away, leaving behind an empty pavilion on the peak of the mountain. The chess piece was extremely fast. It had just flown out of the pavilion when it hit Duke Long. Duke Long's body shook intensely, he had a look of shock on his face. Plop. At the next moment, Duke Long fell from the sky in a daze, crashing on the ground. The chess piece's power turned into a set of silver-white illusory chains that tied him up and stabbed deep into his phantom aperture, restraining all of the goo worms in it. Duke Long's eyes were wide open, he could breathe normally but he could not move at all. He found that he still had strength left, but whenever he tried to break free, the chains would send an equal force that negated all of his efforts. This was a rank 9 immortal killer move. Duke Long was tightly restrained, the dragon chi he activated naturally crumbled and disintegrated. Calamity Luck Altar and Bing Sai Chuan regained their freedom. Bing Sai Chuan roared as he pounced at Duke Long. But when he activated his strongest killer move, the moment it reached Duke Long's head, the silver chains let out a bright light that easily blocked Bing Sai Chuan's killer move. Duke Long was unharmed. Bing Sai Chuan's heart sank. Even though this rank 9 killer move is restraining Duke Long, it seems to be protecting him as well. Is it because even though Limitless Demon Venerable's strength is used, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's will is also mixed in? Unable to kill Duke Long, Bing Sai Chuan decisively gave up. He jumped into Calamity Luck Altar. At the next moment, Calamity Luck Altar crashed into the central Great Hall with a loud sound. Fairy Myrtle had no choice but to bring Old Man Zheng Yuan away in a panic. Bing Sai Chuan's smile became more obvious. This is also the reason why the Celestial Court invaded Northern Plains and snatched fortune-rivaling Heaven Goo. So that's it. 5 Elements Grandmaster realized. Bing Sai Chuan continued, but they did not know that the idea of the so-called Destiny Goo was first proposed by Ancestor Giant Sunday. The Celestial Court wanted to refine rank 10 Destiny Goo, they were too ambitious. But we are different, we only want to refine rank 9 Destiny Goo. Thus, Fate Goo, which is a Goo material, does not need to be repaired. As long as we have rank 9 Destiny Goo, our longevity heaven will be able to contend with the Celestial Court, we can dominate the Great Era and replace the Celestial Court, we can even rule over the 5 regions and become the ruler of all living beings in the world. 5 Elements Grandmaster was tongue-tied, he was shocked by Longevity Heaven's ambition, and was even more amazed by Giant Sun Immortal's plan. So Longevity Heaven's attack on the Celestial Court had been planned since Giant Sun Immortal, and it was only carried out today. Getting Bing Sai Chuan's explanation and encouragement, 5 Elements Grandmaster no longer hesitated, he flew out together with Bull Demon, entering the refinement path formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower was at the center of the formation. They had to enter the top floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower and take Fate Goo away. Someone has entered the formation. Old Man Zheng Yuan watched from afar with a worried expression. Fairy Myrtle, however, was not flustered. This refinement path formation was specially set up by us, it is not the refinement cauldron formation from before. Moreover, Yuan Xiongdu is not the only one inside, there are 2 other rank 8s assisting him in refining Goo. Even though the refinement cauldron formation had great effect in repairing Fate Goo, because it was an imitation of Langya Blessed Land's refinement cauldron, the Celestial Court decisively gave up on it. After all, Longevity Heaven had already annexed Langya sect, the construction method of the Immortal Goo House refinement cauldron was definitely in Longevity Heaven's hands. In the refinement path formation, Yuan Xiongdu was the main controller, he had to maintain it at all times, he could not leave. But the two Celestial Court rank 8s assisting him could temporarily give up their work and protect Yuan Xiongdu. Thoughts flashed in Fairy Myrtle's mind, since Longevity Heaven sent someone to barge into the formation, it means they want to snatch Fate Gu and not destroy Fate Gu, thus they have some reservations. Only otherworldly demons can destroy Fate Gu, while Feng Yuan is still in Emperor City's battlefield. We still have time. Thinking of this, Fairy Myrtle was not in a hurry to join the battle, she first helped Old Man Zheng Yuan settle down. Old Man Zheng Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, he did not have the qualifications to join the battle. But his role was crucial, he was the key to activating the human path methods left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. After helping Old Man Zheng Yuan settle down, Fairy Myrtle immediately returned to the battlefield. Calamity Luck Altar floated in the air, blocking the entrance of the refinement path formation. Inside the formation, Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster were already fighting with the 2 rank 8s of the Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle gave a growl, countless thoughts rained down on Calamity Luck Altar like a storm. This was an immortal killer move with extraordinary power, especially after being amplified by Star Constellation Chessboard, even Calamity Luck Altar did not dare to underestimate it. Bing Sai Chuan healed his injuries while controlling Calamity Luck Altar to resist Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle controlled Star Constellation Chessboard, this was also a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. Calamity Luck Altar was created by Giant Sun Immortal, while Star Constellation Chessboard was created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The battle between the 2 Immortal Gu houses could be seen as a small contest between Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. At once, the scene was extremely intense. Both sides displayed their abilities and exerted their full strength. Rank 8 Immortal Killer moves had incredible power, but thankfully, the Celestial Court was protected by the methods of past Immortal Venerables, it was not heavily damaged. As the battle dragged on, Fairy Myrtle's aura became heavier. Even though she controlled Star Constellation Chessboard, the latter was very small, she could hold it with one hand. In comparison, Calamity Luck Altar was huge, it dominated the entrance of the formation and defended its position, it had a slight advantage. During this period, Fairy Myrtle wanted to save Duke Long. But the silver chains on Duke Long were limitless Demon Venerable's methods, the moment Fairy Myrtle got close, she faced intense resistance. Her immortal killer moves were also blocked by the silver chains. But this could also be seen as a form of protection for Duke Long. Thus, even though Duke Long was in the battlefield and could not move, he was unharmed. The palaces around him were in ruins, the flat ground was filled with holes and ditches, it was a mess. Damn it, damn it. Duke Long gritted his teeth, he did not give up on struggling, but it was useless. If this continues, it won't be good. Fairy Myrtle's mood was heavy, she had been fighting for a long time but could not reinforce Yuan Xiongdu who was in the refinement path formation. Even though Longevity Heaven did not send many Gu Immortals this time, they were all rank 8 elites and had a clear division of labor. At this rate, they might really be able to take away Fate Gu. Right when Fairy Myrtle was at her wit's end, a certain corner of Celestial Court shook, auras appeared from nowhere, from weak to strong, rising rapidly. That is, the Immortal Graveyard. Fairy Myrtle was overjoyed. In the Immortal Graveyard of Celestial Court, there were many rank 8 experts slumbering. The situation was too complicated, even Fairy Myrtle did not know how many rank 8s were slumbering here. At the crucial moment, Celestial Court finally activated its foundation, the slumbering Gu Immortal sensed it and woke up from their slumber. You dare to invade my Celestial Court, you are courting death. With a loud shout, a burly Gu Immortal with a bare head and human body flew up, looking down at Calamity Luck Altar with a cold and domineering gaze. Saying so, he vanished far away. Such speed! Bing Sai Chuan was shocked. At the next moment, with a loud sound, Calamity Luck Altar toppled over like a mountain, it was sent flying by a huge force. A black bear that was larger than Calamity Luck Altar stood in front of Calamity Luck Altar. Old Man Bei Feng showed a look of grief and anger. He had planned to die in battle, but to think that the Eastern Sea Gu immortals wanted to capture him alive, this was an even greater humiliation. The Eastern Sea immortals were silent. Looking at the situation, Shen Tsongsheng could really capture a Gu immortal of the same level alive. Even though a large part of the reason was that Old Man Bei Feng's battle strength had fallen to rock bottom, Shen Tsongsheng's method was enough to make them wary. Rank 8 Gu immortals often had deep foundations. Shen Tsongsheng's actions showed this. Old Man Bei Feng could not retaliate. As for Feng Chanzi, he was already shivering in fear. The Eastern Sea immortals saw that he only had rank 6 cultivation level and was acting like a coward. They could not be bothered to care about him. Shen Tsongsheng used his immortal killer move with all his strength, wanting to capture Old Man Bei Feng alive. A living rank 8 Gu immortal had much more value than a dead one. Ignoring everything else, just capturing a great expert of the same level alive was a glorious achievement. Shen Tsongsheng and Shen Clan's reputation in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world would rise by a large margin. The other immortals started to search for the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. They came together for this rank 8 immortal Gu House. Soon, Zhang Yin noticed something was amiss. Over there. He pointed with an excited expression, using an investigative immortal killer move. After the killer move, an immortal Gu house appeared, floating above the immortals' heads. It was tens of feet away from Old Man Bei Feng. The Eastern Sea immortals were overjoyed. If this was not Dragon Palace, what else could it be? Other than Shen Tsongsheng, the other Eastern Sea immortals quickly gathered. They had excited expressions. Shen Tsongsheng was focused on dealing with Old Man Bei Feng. He was not anxious. Before coming, the Eastern Sea immortals had made an alliance agreement. It was quite restrictive. The agreement stated, if the Eastern Sea immortals obtained Dragon Palace, everyone would get a share. As for the share, it would depend on how much effort the Eastern Sea immortals put in. Since Dragon Palace appeared, Song Chi Yuan and the rest tried to subdue it. But after 2 or 3 killer moves were used, Dragon Palace only shook intensely. It did not submit to them. This immortal Gu house is truly extraordinary. Dragon Palace's stubborn resistance made the Eastern Sea immortals even more excited. They were even more determined to obtain Dragon Palace. Gradually, as they worked hard to subdue it, they discovered a huge secret. So that's it. Celestial Court placed the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace here to use it to subdue Di Zongsheng. Even though Di Zongsheng is a combination of earth veins and negative emotions, he has a dragon form and is countered by Dragon Palace, thus there is a possibility of subduing him. Duke Long made a good plan. The earth veins of the 5 regions are about to merge into one. One of the sources of Di Zongsheng's strength is the earth vein.